Hello, RBC viewers. I am David Mabodishadar. We are about to broadcast the commemoration of the Torit Uprising, 18th of August 1955. We are broadcasting from Clubhouse with Gordon Nyer Motat and Sahatni and John Yo. We have two guest speakers, and we will listen to them as soon as they are available. So now I will bring on the Clubhouse.
And even there's some of the soldiers, who have really disobeyed some of the orders by the Jalabers and led into the first bullet being fired. So we're looking really forward into this, and then once our speakers have finished, I will call the audience to come up. If you have any questions to our speakers, or you want to make some comments, who will be
speaking now is Ghost Chan from Clubhouse.
Contribute. So let me know, Brother Engineers, when we should start.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna start now. Seth, can I just ask you? The other day, Ben. Hello? I don't know if
Hello?
Hello, Dr. John. We're about to start. Start now.
By 3:45, I should be out.
Yeah, we're
I have
gonna
a meeting.
Okay, sure. We're gonna let you. We'll start shortly. We'll just do a quick intro and give you a chance here. So just give us a few minutes here. Seth. Thank you. Seth, can you, there's, on our South Sudan Community Network, there's Ben shared something, a list of some of the liberators of the people who went to Torit Uprising. Can you read that later? You can able to. I know it wasn't very clear. Yeah, it's not on the Beautiful South, on the South Sudan Community Network. I think you'll remember. If not, I'll share it with you now. Okay.
RBC viewers, if you can hear me clearly, if you can hear the Clubhouse discussion, please write in the comments here. Say yes in the comments. If you can hear the Clubhouse discussion.
Everybody, welcome to today's session. South Sudan discourse is obviously, we like to look at issues of our time or issues of our history and our evolution as a people. And today's discussion obviously is to try to commemorate the 67th anniversary of the Torit Uprising. Some call it the Torit Mutiny, but it was clearly an uprising. We will even borrow from the words of Dr. John Yoll and call it a revolution on the mountain. So it's today to honor those pioneering liberators and freedom fighters who took up and raised the banner on top of that mountain, and Torit is a very mountainous area. There's been talks historically that, as in the Bible, as we all know, that when a banner is raised on the top of the mountain, I've heard stories saying that the president was one day that had asked that a flag be erected on one of the mountains. So it actually resonates with Isaiah 18, that clearly talks of that whole scenario. Now, obviously, just to kickstart before we let Dr. John come in, today is the 67th or the 18th of August. This year was the 67th anniversary of the Torit Uprising in 1955. Somebody once said, somebody called Dr. John Hendrik Clark said, history is not everything, but it is a starting point. History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It is a compass that is used to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are, but more importantly, what they must be. So in wanting to be who we are, obviously we now have a nation, but yes, liberation has been done, started by the pioneers of 1955. It has been continued, and we now have a country by the rebirth and contribution to the SPLA. Yes, we must acknowledge and celebrate our total liberation. And yes, it is celebrated to a great extent. Even this day has been designated by Dr. John and also confirmed by the government of South Sudan as the Veterans Day. So what we want ourselves is to see it as a national holiday. So we would be appealing today that it should be made a national holiday. We'll also appeal that it should be made a monument should be put up, as Chris rightly said, that we need to do more to remember. There should be a monument there with all the names of the guys whom we lost and the contributors to acknowledge them. And it should be somewhere in Torit. We appeal for that. We're going to obviously talk and say our bit. I don't know if Dr. John, are you able to extend slightly by 15 minutes, or you have to go on the dot at 1:45? Dr. John Guy?
Yes.
I'm saying, are you able to slightly extend maybe by half an hour? Then go?
No. This is an engagement that is on live. So I shouldn't. No.
Okay, so we'll give you the forum now. Go ahead.
I will not talk too much.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, Dr. John
Thank you very much.
Guy is speaking now, one of the main speakers.
I must say that the choice of this topic is very important. I also should thank everyone who has joined us. I was hesitant because of the time constraints. The topic itself is very important. I got involved in the Torit Mutiny back in 1992, and I read about it, but at that time I was doing my master's degree, and a professor by the name Albert Horani, who was professor of history.
RBC viewers, you can join me in the studio via the link that is I pinned it there on the screen.
At the time,
so you are welcome. You are welcome to join me in the studio.
Well known. Then he asked me, what do you intend to write about? I told him, well, I would write about political consciousness in South Sudan, its rise and things like this. He told me, well, I assumed that people wrote about it. I said, oh, yes, for sure. I gave him a couple of names of people who have written about it. And then he said, okay, are you in contact with the specialists on Sudan? I said, no. So he went back to UK and wrote the letter to Professor Peter M. Holt, who was in his 90s at that time. He wrote to Professor Robert Collins, who was in California, Professor Gabriel Warburg, who was in Haifa in Israel, and then Martin Daly, who was in Tennessee, USA. I was surprised to receive at that time no email, of course. I was surprised that I got letter. They all advised me that write on something that nobody wrote about, because that's very strange. And in the process, I got hold of the Cochrane inquiry report on the Torit Mutiny, and that's how I ended up writing about the Torit Mutiny. And my primary sources was the daily reports. So I was interested really to study the period between the 5th of August 1955 to the 30th, I think February 20, 1956. Exactly what happened there. And I must say that the Torit Mutiny itself, it's a very interesting topic that people should look at to see how a political movement that started maybe 200 years earlier culminated in what turned out to be a group of soldiers and officers, mainly from Equatoria, stationed in a small place called Torit. but the engineering of all these things extend beyond. And so the Torit Mutiny, in my view, was an activity that was highly politically motivated, and for us to be sure of this, there are many actors involved at that particular time. One of the actors involved was the government of Sudan, and the second one was the Egyptian government. The third one was the British government, and the fourth one was the Southern Liberal Party. Now, that in itself suggests that some political work was done to achieve this. The 4 or 5 political activities that took place from 1899 to 1955 has shown that something will happen. 1899, the condominium agreement was signed. 1936, the Egyptians and Northern Sudanese agreed. 1953, the self-rule was done. No discussion about South Sudan. And of course, the 18th December 1955 meeting, which culminated in a resolution next day when the independence was announced in the parliament that, federalism would be shaped. These 4 activities were preceded as many activities, Juba Conference and so on. But what it does say, it says that maybe after all, the whole idea of project, you call it Southern Sudan project or whatever you call it, began to take shape, and someone had to implement it. First, you say the politicians have failed to persuade the Northern Sudanese, then who else can do it? And if you describe the garrisons of the Sudan, southern, what you call Sudan Defense Force, and those platoons that were stationed in South Sudan, in Malakal, in Wau, in Juba, and then in other small places, you will discover that these soldiers did not have a high political consciousness compared to their northern counterpart. But they have said something that Northern Sudanese did not have. They had restless, disappointed political leadership. And at that particular time, in South Sudan, the Southern Liberal Party was clearly disappointed. And they would do everything they can come up with a plan. And that plan was, what if we fail in Khartoum discussions? So the Torit Mutiny was therefore, if you go to detail in the book, the revolution on the Equatorial Mountains, the story of the Torit Mutiny, you will find out that certain activities took place with certain personalities. The key people on this are soldiers.
Welcome, Abel.
Soldiers private. Sergeants.
Yeah, fiang jong wala miag dur.
The key people who
Okay.
were officers
Okay.
in Juba and in Torit. And the people.
But the camera off, well,
the tool that they use.
Okay. Kalas.
They use was actually language.
Okay.
For the majority of the officers who were operating.
I prefer the audio, the audio version. That's why Ian camera did.
So the operation was designed in a way that it would be coordinated throughout South Sudan in one day, which was the 5th. But of course, something went wrong. The coordination with the politicians didn't work. Both the elders, Rome and who was the coordinator of the Liberal Party and others did not give the go-ahead on time as it was planned. And that's why they got frustrated, and the team leader on the 5th tried to shout at the commanders of the Torit mutiny, and the whole thing was discovered. But I'm interested in three things that I think that are very important in relation to the Torit mutiny. What triggered it? What triggered it, in my view, was a culmination. First, the relationship between Ashari political party, which was they call it Democratic Unionist Party, was Egypt, and Ashari under Jamal Abdel Nasser. The relationship was not good because the Ashari party was regarded as a unionist party, and therefore Egypt and Sudan will be united. But then the Umar party and the Communist Party were blackmailing it as a sellout. So Ismail Assad began to change the strategy. This one. Number two, the Liberal Party felt that things are not going the way they were planning. And having been seen by Northern Sudanese to be obstacle towards the independence of Sudan, they were being harassed and they become frustrated. So all of them, those of Borjog, those of Bozdio, those of Loki, those of Saslia Pasiama, all these leaders, Bulen Alier and others, they begin now to secretly use the soldiers for a possible, underline, possible action. The third element were the Egyptians themselves. How do you delay the independence of Sudan? By securing and winning over the Sudanese to make sure that the British leave, and if they so do, then Egypt will replace them. And finally, what strategy can three of them use against each other? South Sudan, Egypt, Sudan, and British. The British, which is the first, were only interested in one thing: let the independence go, and they joined. They take over the Suez Canal as a prize for independence of Sudan. They were telling Egyptian, okay, we can make independent, but you will not move there, and we'll give this go ahead because we need Suez Canal. So these are the four actors of the Torit Uprising. Now, if you are a South Sudanese nationalist, then you will ask a question. Here you have ill-equipped group of soldiers scattered all over the South Sudan, from Yambio, Anzara, Wau, Malakal, Bentiu, Fadgag.
I will looking about the man.
Afianga.
Oh, you hear it well. Okay.
Yeah.
And 25. Okay. All of them that are banned. How did they coordinate them? Did they have all a telegraph system? The idea, therefore, is the plan was well organized by the soldiers. If you see the original plan is very interesting, and I can share it with you for the purposes of the idea was that Ronaldo set out to a week before the original plan. Ronaldo Loyola. And he's supposed to do the operation. He will be stationed in Torit. Lieutenant Mahdi Abu was in charge of surveillance supply. Albina Tombe was to lead two platoon in Ngangala. And where he would then join by arriving, the idea was that the British will be coming from Loki, they take over from there. Normally, in order, this is on the Ugandan side. Then Albina actually moved the two platoon on the same date in Ngangala. But of course, the British did not show up on the 20th, and so as a result, his plan didn't work. Then it was also planned that Paul Ali would cross to the West Bank near Juba, where he would try to regroup the escaping mutineers Juba. In fact, he crossed the West Bank on the 22nd. But of course, he did not attack Juba as it was planned. Then, part of the plan was that a troop was be sent
Abel.
platoon was sent to
Yeah.
Abel.
And
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah, if you have a question after the speakers finish, if you have a question, you can. Yeah, I can bring you to the clubhouse to
and then of course,
to ask your question.
platoon,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
and another one.
So how you counting? One can I came in the middle of talk.
Yeah.
But then Dr. Burger and I can Comemorating you bit.
Yeah.
And I'm a jot.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think I get it.
That's great. That's great.
Also, they plan that all those who have been put in jail in Torit town will be released. The same thing in Juba. That was the plan. But also, the group who were in Yambio and Anzara, they were almost. The plan was that every 4 or 5 soldiers, only one of them will know what will happen. Every 5 soldiers, every one of them knows what will happen. So the death was put, and the idea was that whoever is in charge in that particular place, once he feels that he's threatened, must leave out. So the period between 18 to 19, throughout Equatoria, in Maridi, the rebellion took place on 19. In Yambio and Zara, it took place on 19 and 20. In Merakan, they discovered the thing earlier, but they could not control people to move out in Corfulus, in Malut, in Fanjak, Nasser, in Akobo, even Papor, Boer people left, Bentiu, and even in Gambela, which was administered at that time by the Sudan as part of the agreement with. So you can see that in Baragazal, particularly in Wau, the officer in charge by the name Nyang Nyang, actually died recently. Actually, he died, I think, 1990s. He managed to control the situation there. So the question then, the Sudan government, and of course you know what happened between the former, the then High Commissioner, the Governor General, Mr. Helm, how he communicated with the rebel, trying to persuade them, and Ismail Assad letter, which is supposed to have triggered anger of the sort. But what really is important, how did those soldiers manage to coordinate all those attacks? How did they hear it? And from whom they heard? In every location that they had been. Throughout Bahar Gaza, throughout Equatoria, throughout Aparna. How did they do it? This is a question that those who are doubting that this was a revolution should answer. Second, the reaction of Sudan government was so quick and so well organized in such a way that they wanted to make sure that this will be treated as a mutiny of a small group of people in one place, particularly in Torit. But the rebellion took place the whole of South Sudan. But they managed to make sure that once those people who deserted left, nothing else will happen. The Egyptian, on the other hand, they felt so embarrassed because, if you may all recall, General Salah Salim was all over South Sudan dancing in Bar Ghazal. They came to Jambo here in Moreland, tried to persuade Sultan Jambo, and did all that terrible things. So the only thing British can do is that they had to meet the Council of Ministers. They dismissed Salah Salim, and in that meeting, Jamal Abdel Nasser said, "We have been embarrassed. This should not have been what we have been doing. We thought the Sudanese love us. Now that is clear they don't love us. The best thing to do is Sudan become independent." 2, 3, the British, as a result of the mutiny, instead of us delaying the independence, the best thing for us now to do is just actually leave. We must move. That was that resolution. The fourth resolution was that now that it's become clear that this is a coordinated activity, soldiers cannot do it without clear instruction from politicians. So those South Sudanese politicians, by the way, who were detained as a result of this. So, what does this mean? It means the Torit Mutiny for possible unification of South Sudanese military and political power. And therefore, it must be aborted. And how do you abort it? By forgiving everybody. On the one hand, the Egyptians, they forgave the Southern Sudanese, the independent. I use the word Northern Sudan independent deliberately. Number 2, Ashari redeemed himself by becoming now outspoken separatists rather than Omo Party and the Communist Party. 3, the British got away by making a deal with the Egyptians that they will be in control of Suez Canal, which was their price anyway. The South was given the opportunity through their leaders forgiveness. But the downsides of it is that all those people, remember on the 18th, on the 5th, up to 18, up to 25th, those people who were either came back like Ronaldo. I don't know why did he do that thing. Why would you come back when people got killed? All those people were detained. They were killed. A good number of them were killed around here in Juba. Others were taken to Port Sudan, where they did terrible work in working on salt factory. Eventually, they were all killed. No, nobody was. So the soldiers became the victims. These deals, as I described them in my books, were very important. And the winner, in my view, were 2. Were the British, who got away with it, and they developed the South. They didn't do anything. Eventually, when the South Sudanese thought that the British were standing with them, they didn't. So the British got away with it. The second one is the Northern Sudanese, because through the mutiny, they were able, both the unionists with Egypt and anti-unionists became one, and then they gained independence for themselves. So the South did not benefit. The politicians eventually, after 5 years, had to leave. After 4 years, 5 years, they had to leave, because when Abud came, of course, all of them who were member of parliament had to go and join the rebellion there. So the rebellion, the Torit Mutiny was, in my view, a political dispensation that culminated in a long political process between the Northern Sudanese, the Southern Sudanese politicians, the Egyptians, the British, and each 4 of them did not own anybody. The British did not own South Sudanese. The Egyptians did not own Sudanese. And of course, the North Sudan did not own South Sudanese. And South Sudanese did not own, nobody owned anybody. Everybody was fighting for its own purpose. The Egyptians got away. The British got away. The Northern Sudanese got what they wanted. The South Sudanese did not get what they wanted. But in the process, because the Egyptians, the British did not create entity in South Sudan, South got itself Sudan. And because the South Sudan became part of Sudan after the British and Egyptians left, it meant that the Northern Sudan did not have any choice but to deal with South Sudan. And every time they tried to play that, the South Sudan is raised from local autonomy to federalism, and then later on they succumb, as you know, to local autonomy, and eventually in 2011. This is the first part of the discussion I wanted to put. That the Torit Mutiny took place exactly 1 month and a half, and the result was that those who did not come back to town, they went to the bushes of South Sudan, perinated there for up to 1963, when politicians went out and they formed what later on became Anyanya One and so on. This is the first one. Maybe my last comments will be, what is the impact of this Torit Mutiny on the general political scene of Sudan? First of all, majority of individuals who were pioneers in the Torit Mutiny, whether politicians or soldiers, unfortunately, very few of them wrote their memoirs. But what had happened is that a good number of eyewitnesses, young students who later on became old people, those who were around Juba here, those who were connected with the churches, those individuals who were chiefs around here, they all knew what took place. And I did this in 1995, and I can assure you that from that period up to today, a big body of literature has emerged with details that are very funny. One of them, for example, is that Joseph Oduho was head of one of the factions of the movement. And then the formation of the movement. So they met in Kampala, good of them, and then they said, we want to create a military wing. And that military wing, we have to call it, the sound must sound like Mau Mau, Mau Mau, something like that. So he sent 3 people. Send one to Lutukaland, send one to Zandiland, send one person to Madiland. And one of the fathers of one of the well-known people, Victor Kerry, was one of the people who was asked. So he asked people, and they will come with the word Mao Mao. They will tell them, say Mao 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 Mao. Come with a word like Mao Mao. Eventually, anyway, the best word that could happen was Madi, Lutuka, and to some extent Moro, but mainly Madi language is called Inyanya. Inyanya, of course, means poisonous venom, something like that. Now, this story, I didn't get it when I did the research, because any book written on that period, I look at it. But I got this story told by an eyewitness who knew what was happening. So a lot of people who later on became commanders, senior commanders in Anyanya, who were not themselves in the Torit at that time, like Joseph Lago, those of quite a number of them, actually. In my book, you'll get a big number of them. All of them benefited from the experiences of those officers like Alif Gatala and others who told them what actually took place in that area that led to this one. So the Torit Mutiny, therefore, had an impact on Sudan. And I can only talk on 3 levels, then I will close. One, those who rebelled and went to the bushes did not do much fact that the rebellion took place and culminated in the independence of Sudan, which was not perceived at that time because the Egyptians were absolutely against it, meant that a new political elites emerged in South Sudan. And from 1955, 56, 57, 58, this period of 3 years witnessed emergence of two important political parties, the Liberal Party and the Federal Party, which was pioneered by the young South Sudanese. At that time, those of Ismon Mandira was the head of it. And eventually, that political activity meant that those elections, the South Sudanese managed to get themselves into the system. They become really a good number in the parliament. When Abu took over in November 1958, with his Islamization process, all these guys now have got the opportunity to move out. And to move out, they must look for those people who actually rebelled in the bushes. They become, some of them went to refugee camps, some of them went to Zaire, some of them went to Uganda, very few went to Kenya. And this is how they begin to think about those ideas. Administrators later on move out in 1962, 61, people like William Dengnia, group like Philip Daglier, so those of I can't mention all of them, but those group of people found themselves all in Uganda and in Zaire. So the first political mistake the North did was to suppress the political activity among the South Sudanese inside the country, which led them to go out. This is one. The second one, the South Sudanese found themselves in a region, East Africa, where a good number of political organizations were activating. You have the ANC, you have Frelimo, you have ZANU, you have TANU of Tanzania, you have the Ugandan who are now getting the independent round about time, the same with KANU. So they begin now to think like, wow, so we have people with a similar problem. And therefore, we must be like them. Ideologically, all these people were socialists. And things like
Dear RBC viewers, it is Dr. John Yo who is speaking in Clubhouse about the Torit Uprising.
But the most important thing, they have to create a political and military wing. A political wing, which is a pan-Africanist. That's why they came with SADC. This is the closed district areas of Sudan, African Union, which later on, they had to do this because of the church, but they need the church support. But later on, they realized that, no, we don't need to do that because we are a political movement with a military wing. So the military wing became Anyanya, and then Sudan African National Union, SANU, in 1963, December 25th, which they formed. Now, the link here is very important. Those who came were politicians, they didn't have army, but the army were individuals who hid themselves. The same commanders were asked to go and organize themselves on the way. So this is the second development. The third development, which was very important, was the political awareness that the rebellion created in 1955 within the Southern Sudanese primary and elementary and secondary schools. There were very few secondary schools. And those individuals who are today in the 70s were students at that particular time. Not only that, they knew what happened because the majority of them ran away, a good number ran away, or ran away and came back later on and joined the school, and then later on ran away. But also, they became the engine of political activity for the Anyanya movement and for the political activities that happened. Unfortunately, of course, later on the politicians ended up fighting themselves. It's a different story. I wrote a book called The Idea of South Sudan, The Political Thought of South Sudan. That one you can hear the detail, how this organization is split and so on and so on. while was happening outside, students were really leaving in big numbers to go and join the rebellion. Inside the South Sudan, there were these three political organizations that emerged after roughly 1969. And those were the Liberal Party, then you had the Federal Party, and then you have the Southern Front, which was a group of political intelligentsia that formed it. So the Torit Mutiny created these three very important activities, which changed Sudan from what it was. Sudan became a completely different thing. Any government that was formed on the understanding that there is a problem in South Sudan. Abud fell because of that in 1965. Numeri took over because of that. And the rest is the detail. I don't want to talk about Numeri was taken because of the South and Bashir were taken later on because of the South. Because if we did not rebel, there will no rebellion in Darfur and Eastern Sudan. So this is, if you like, the dispensation that the Torit Mutiny created. So there's no doubt that those individuals who were pioneers of the movement were proud of themselves. If you meet some of them in Juba, they cry when they see that, man, we are very lucky people. They're in the 80s, and they're very, very happy. People like Lago, if you talk to him, will simply tell you, look, we might have messed up a lot in the 70s, but after all, I'm here, I saw it all, I voted, and I'm happy. So for them, it is that fateful day of the 5th of August, not 18, the 5th of August, that triggered it. Because Ronaldo, if he did not try to shoot that person, the rebellion would have been aborted because people knew it along. But because he was put in jail because of that, then the news spread all over. And the 18 it was not the day of the rebellion, but it was the day that the government of Sudan in Juba said that day the soldier will be transferred from Torit to here. So the real day was of the 5th, from perspective of the fact that that thing was done, on the fact that the attempt on the life of the commander of the forces. So it's just like the question is, okay, if this desperate, disappointed guy did not do what he did, could the rebellion really take place? He was put in jail, and people, and then already the security found out that soldiers actually were planning to rebel, but it seemed they didn't have the leadership. So this is a very interesting story. That's why I call it a story, because it's a revolutionary story. It was a group of people dedicated. Each of them was given an assignment. They implemented it. The politician could not come out clearly because the British Governor General was against the whole plan. He was in a holiday. He was enjoying himself. You know, it's a summer. August is summer in Europe. Then he was told, these crazy guys, the South Sudanese, the rebel, come and talk to them. If you read all his telegrams, which are in my book, it is condescending. You know, you are soldiers, you are trained, you are loyal to the Queen, God knows. And those people, they didn't give damn about Queen or anything. All they needed was, British come, we have rebelled, we didn't like what the North do, is your opportunity now to come and take over the South. And if you leave North, come here. That was simple as that. And that's why the contact, they made it with the British soldiers in Lokashoko, because it was much easier. And then in the Koromajong area in Uganda. And the British simply said, no, we are going. Egypt, Suez Canal is more important than these crazy, primitive South Sudanese. And that's what made our people become more angry. Now, this is how I understood it. This is what my analysis, and thank you for listening.
Wonderful, Doctor. You've really done a stupendous job here because you've not left anything out. And I really salute you for that, and we really thank you for this contribution. I just wanted to add, you've actually covered the heroic episode by Honorable Iria Tuzi, who literally confronted the chiefs who were compromised at Zar in Gambia, which then led to the Zaros spinning and weaving factions.
Dear RBC listeners,
we lost 12 people.
The moderator who is speaking now is Nyer Gordon Water. So enjoy listening.
We really need to honor Uncle Marco Romy and Daniel Jewett, because they were the agitators, they were the engine behind this whole thing. Marco Romy in particular, he's the one who even sent various telegrams to spark off the students' demonstrations all over the country, encouraged so many young students to join the Nyanya. Equally, he was very instrumental with Uncle Daniel Jumo in rousing, in galvanizing, what you said the Liberal Party were agitating for, and talking to the masses that they were really behind the soldiers here. I really want to salute you for that. You, being a government official, I wanted to say it's important at this junction that the monument, a very big monument, properly done or designed by many of our artists, there should be like a national contest to design it, and then a monument should be put up and erected in honor of the Torit freedom fighters who literally pioneered independence for our country. And it's nice to say that it also happens in the mountainous area of South Sudan, which is depicted in the Bible. And hopefully, I wanted to ask as a question whether you're aware of the plan to erect a flag on top of probably the Kenyani mountain, one of the tallest mountains. I wanted to know that. So I wanted to know what can be done with reference to firstly making the day a designated holiday. Obviously, you're right to say it started on the 5th, but the 18th is what has been marked historically. I remember years ago in the 90s, my dad being one of those freedom fighters, pushed for this to be honoured every year. So we used to celebrate the Torit Uprising on the 18th of every year, or around there. And so it's a very important landmark in our history. Can it be designated as a national holiday? 1, 2, can a monument be put up in Torit? And 3, can what was the third thing? I don't know. Yeah. So the third one is basically So those two are the most important things.
I think that's right. The 5th was the trigger. The implementation date is 18 because that's how it happened. So when I say the 5th is a trigger date, and it showed the heroic move by that disappointed officer. But the 18th was a day that they said no, and it's become like the revolutionary day, the day of the revolution. So for sure, it is the day that should be observed, not the 5th for sure. What I know is that the South Sudan government have already decided that the 18th August is Veterans Day. It's an official holiday. Of course, you had that. Yeah, Veteran Day. Sorry, they call it Veteran Days, and it was already gazetted as such by the government. Except that it is unobserved. No, there's difference between one very important thing. You see, societies are they tend
I think Dr.
Dr. John, we lost you briefly.
Value that settlement and only as I'm here.
Yeah, just go back slightly because we couldn't hear you. We lost you.
Okay.
Dr. John is having a bit of issues with the internet connection, but let us bear with him. Bear with us.
The glory and victories of their societies through monuments and by creating big parks where statues of those leaders are displayed. I think what happened in South Sudan is that our time from independence up to today is preoccupied with serious political challenges and security challenges. But I do know, and I'm sure of what I'm talking about, a time will come very soon when not only that these become very important, but the government will take pride in them because some of the leaders who are now running this country, they themselves were heroes or are heroes of another liberation time. And as such, they will be forced to put monument for themselves, but they can't do that if they don't do for Anyanya 1, they don't do for Anyanya 2, they don't do for the SPLM. So for me, it's a matter of time. And we should not blame ourselves why they didn't do it here this time. Go 2011, 2012, oil, 2013, the war, and the rest is a story. So nobody really in his right mind can say why they didn't think like that. And you could not have done this between 2005 and 2011 because that was like waiting with destiny. It will happen, it will not happen. So nobody in his right mind to be doing those things. But individual did that. If you go to Torit, what was done long time ago by the SPLA is still there. You can try, but it's not what is expected. We have historical places like Owijobol, which was the hiding place for the Anyanya 1. You need to take care of them. You get places like Bilfarm in Ethiopia. They can do it like what the NC did in Zambia. They give you that place. It's not your territory, but you put beautiful, I don't know what, museum, which can be used to meet. The same thing in other places, like in Akoba, where the mutiny took place. Things like that, they can be done. And they're not expensive, by the way. But maybe, let me add this. While we think that these things must be done, they are not done by anybody. There are people who make money out of this, companies who do museums and who do those monuments because this is what they do for a living. You hire them, you tell them, I want this. If you have got 700, God knows what, 5,000 names, they know how to put them. You have been to many countries, the world is what is being done. So we should not say that, how are we going? No. All you need, if you tell you that I need 1 billion, 5 million, if you have 10 million to do this, you pay them, they will do it exactly the way you want. So we have opportunity in the coming time. Now, this crazy time is coming to an end, maybe in 4 years, 5 years' time. It's okay. After that, we'll begin to think like normal human being and things will be fine. But it is a must that the days must be observed. And number two, it's very important that those leaders and those heroes must be recognized. Sometimes we may not have the photos of those people, but we can talk to those who knew them or knew about them. And then somehow something is done about them. Arabic is a you can get a group of them in a beautiful sculpture that captured the group of Torit in a scenery point view. The soldiers rebelling, and you create a scene with monuments, and it becomes like a small city of a chaos, but organized structures that depict what happened in Torit. And those sculptures will represent those leaders, without necessarily looking like them. But it's another way of doing it, so that our generation will say, "Oh, so this is Torit on that day." So people running to the ammunition depot, others are getting out of the cars. You create a scene of this. There are people who can do it with good money, maybe $5 million, $3 million. They can do it for you. Within 2 years, it will be done. Beautiful town, and you put a beautiful fence, with a nice decorated garden with different type of plants, and then maybe a place where children play, different type. This can be done. We have the money, but this is not the right time now, because now we're talking about extension, not extension. These things they don't fit with what we are talking about. But in the round, good thing about these things.
No, definitely, we agree with you. The only issue, obviously, if we're really trying to unite the country, we must acknowledge the total historical contributions of South Sudanese. There's a tendency sometimes for people to feel that the SPLA wants to take the whole glory and forget contributions of others. Though I'm sure that's not the intention, but the pressures of the day have meant that they've literally are focusing on many other things. But it is very important to remove the disconnect. Uncle Bari Wanji once said the SPLA decapitated the southern course, because clearly there was no referencing to the Nyanya and the heroic contributions. My own dad, even when the Naivacha, when the CPA was now being celebrated, he confronted Dr. John and said, "In your speech, you never mentioned the Nyanya." And then Dr. John said this would be a Veterans Day. So there's always a tendency, maybe not intentional, geopolitics impose themselves on the South. But I think it's very important that we for the sake of unity and love of all our people, to make sure everybody feels they are part and parcel of this process. Because in the mind of people, it's very easy to look at the SPLA as the beginning and the end of our liberation. But no, it was started way back. And we must acknowledge our total historical contributions. Yes, politics did say that the Anyanya were jobbies and the leaders of regional government were jobbies. But today, the administration was even way stronger than what we have today, and with all the resources we have today. So really, we have to correct history. We must correct ourselves, and in wanting to correct the politics of the day, is to really recognize the importance of appreciating each and everybody, and making sure that the country we're trying to define represents all of us in our totality. Thank you, Dr. John.
I think what you are saying is very critical. The history of liberation movements in the world, particularly in the global South, the tendency of successive revolutionary phases always find itself in a very difficult situation of defining which phase of the struggle was more instrumental, the middle, the first, or the last. It's a clear problem. But what I want to tell you is that liberation movements are led by individuals. And those individuals are motivated by interests and philosophical understanding of what they aspire to do. Each generational revolution has got its own limitation, time-wise, and ability in a given that particular historical time. They can influence things in that particular time. But as societies which they let evolve and become more sophisticated, then they become more interested in what they see as today and not necessarily the past. The past become very important when the presence, which is achieved toward the end of the liberation, become problematic. Then they will begin to compare them with the previous people. If you read the books written on the history of Anyanya, one, they counted defection, pro and pro, and each forming his own party. They had less parties than us today. Because in their case, maybe they have got 7 or 8 different political parties and the different republics, different. But in our case, we become more than maybe 100, if I'm not mistaken, since 1983. So it's normal. It is then when the next generations will begin to evaluate us, they will be the one to make the verdict. But the SPLA cannot say that actually what we did was less compared to the others. Because as I said, each generation look at what it achieved. So the heroes who actually died in the war physically, there are many of them. Those who went to diaspora and fought, there are many of them. Those individuals who were inside the Sudan fighting the enemy, there are many of them. Those who voted, there are many of them. Each of this group can claim that they are the one who brought the liberation. But in the end, those who actually left the country, they went to the bushes, live under those difficulties. They have the privilege to say, we are the one who did this. But if you look at the bigger picture, everyone actually, in his or her own way, did. So it is the history that will judge, and not the next generation will judge, and not us. So when you see the SPLM, SPLA, or you see Anyanya leaders or Anyanya too saying that without us being in that bush called Bilfam, you guys just came and got us there, and everybody has got a reason. So I understand what you are saying. And like your dad, they created what was called the Anyanya Patriotic Front, 1978, when Juba was busy fighting between the Change group and the group of Amen. So for them, already they have decided that this business is not going to work. So if you talk to that generation, they will tell you, this one we knew is not going to work. In 75, we rebelled in Akova. In 76, we rebelled in Wow. And in 1977, we took over Juba airport. And these people in J1, they were sleeping. They didn't know what was happening. So really, it's a generational issue. It's a program of liberations of the global south that every generation look at its phase of revolution as the best. And it's a very, very interesting area to study.
Absolutely, Dr. John, and we thank you for this. I'll let my moderators quickly, fellow moderators quickly say a few words, and we'll let you go. Yeah, Steph, you can start and push and think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. John. Neil, can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you, Seth. We can hear you.
Perfect. I just had one question, which is more to do with semantics and definition. First of all, we really appreciate the years of work that you've put into that, and you continue to commit into the nation. I think this truly has to be appreciated regardless of anyone's political positions. This issue is a civic issue, it's a national issue, which is not a partisan one. My question specifically is rebellion or revolution? I think many people in many countries, only South Sudan, have had issues with this definition. What is the most objective way of determining what is the right term for what happened in Torit, and how do you come to that conclusion with your own experience? So was it a rebellion or was it a revolution? And of course you might have to take you yourself away from the consciousness of being South Sudanese, but objectively, if you're looking from the outside, how would that be termed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very important question. In political science, a revolution can be sparked by an event. A group of children, angry, goes to the street of Khartoum, spend about 6 months. Eventually, the political establishment get panic, do bad things to them, and then the political leadership of the country takes side. Eventually, they overthrow the government, and that we call a revolution. So this is a revolution through evolution of events. The Torit Mutiny is a revolution in a sense that the period between 1920s, when South Sudan was close together with Nuba Mountain, Blue Nile, and other areas. And then eventually, the Southern policy of 1930 was made where the South was considered to be separate. But then the British changed their mind in 1947 to say, no, guys, I think you'll be well off with the North. All these activities, as shown by the 19th of December, when the independence was declared inside the parliament in Sudan, that the deadlock between the North and South can no longer be discussed on the table. And so all these events put together culminated in the Torit Rebellion, because they simply said, no, we can no longer put up with the North. Then the Torit Rebellion was a trigger of a process that was originally political talk, discussion, dialogue, into a military activity. It took about 4 years before it actually became very clear that this is a trend, and eventually, in December 25th, 1963, the leaders sat and they said, today we announce the birth of a revolutionary movement called so and so, with its military wing. So from that perspective, I came to the conclusion that yes, it is a revolution because now the identity of the South, the first time Southern Sudan was called Southern Sudan was 1920 through the closed district areas. But then now, a political entity now decided to say, I am the spokesperson of the whole South Sudan. I'm ready to defend it politically, but also militarily. And that process became similar to SWAPO, became similar to SANO, came to different liberation movement contemporary to it. That from pure scientific perspective definition, yes, you can say Torit mutiny through that process became a revolution. So it was a revolution from that perspective because it led into objective goals and with clear vision and so on and so on. Before it was angry people, as I said in the case of Sudan.
Wonderful, thank you, Dr. John. Push quickly, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. John, for your incredible works in books and the one narrative quick synopsis of the event that happened in Torit. Is just wanted to have a few questions that I just wanted to ask, and just quick statements. You mentioned that there is a struggle to be able to define which revolutions and who have the credits. This is very common. But for us, and really for people like historians like yourself who wrote books, you should be able to look over the whole span and to be able to write and explain to people that everybody sees all importance. If you look at a tree, there is roots, there is a trunk, there is the branches, there is a leaf, and then there is a fruit. It's difficult to say one element is more important than the others. They are all important, and as equally as all the revolution that is happening, they are all built on each other. And it's our duty to be able to tie all these things together, and not just only tie it to 1950 something, but we have to tie it back all the way to our great ancestors in the Great Kingdom of Kush. Because this is a whole complete story. And when we tell the societies, people have become more united and more unified in terms of understanding. Our roots doesn't go back to only 1920 or 19. It's go back all the way to the historical, biblical, and so this is very important. My question is, you mentioned that there was a wide coordination to be able to of this uprising throughout all South Sudan, and but when the event happened, the Equatorial area was the one really managed to. The whole mutiny was happening in that area. So I just wanted to ask, what happened to the coordinations when it was Waw and Malakals? Why those other soldiers haven't rebelled and clean out the whole South Sudan? Was the oppressor? So is it just a lack of communications that happened there? So that I just wanted to know. And you mentioned there is a betrayals, and people were pointing fingers to Ronaldo's. and this guy, I just wanted to know if is he a traitor or he's a naive who actually trusted the British.
I like that.
Yeah, and actually let the whole thing fall down. And my last question is a lot of soldiers, of course, including Ronaldo, of course, they lost their lives. But I just wanted to know what is the fate of Father Saturnino, who was a priest and 10 rebels. What did happen to him? And I couldn't find anything that he's...
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So those are just my two questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. First of all, your first question is correct. There is a chain of evolution in relations to us as a people. I agree with you. Our ancestors were Kushite. There's no question about that. And for any South Sudanese who still speaks some kind of a language, you should ask yourself one simple question. How much did it take for your ancestors for the last 4,000 or 5,000 years to keep that language alive, moving from the north up to where we are today? And probably if you are a small community, being able to occupy that land, I don't know when, to the extent that up to today you are still there, and how resilient these people were. So we are a great nation, let me put it this way, because if today I can speak Nuer language, and I know from my reading that we all came from very far away. It took us thousands of years to reach where we are today. And eventually decided that we get this small little piece of land. It's not easy, to be honest. And eventually we become one of the small nation. And our ancestors, our cousins went and established Uganda. They went and established Kenya. They went and established Tanzania. And it's something that should keep us think very proud. On Ronaldo, I must say, in the book, I thought that he was naive. But he was not a betrayer. He didn't betray anybody. He felt that the whole responsibility fell in him. He saw people being killed and so on. And I remember when he came back in my reading, he found this Egyptian medical doctor in town, and he found other people. And then people were asking, "What the hell are you doing, man? Why are you here?" Because everybody left. So to me, it was a mixture of guilt that he did something wrong, that killed people. Not something, no, that he did something that did not come to the rightful conclusion. And he felt actually that maybe the British soldiers or the British government or official would actually forgive them, because eventually listened to what the Governor General said, something like that. I think it's a very, 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 very component. Your last question was on. Hello.
Yes.
I said your last question. Your last question was.
Who was the fate of Father Saturnino?
Father Saturnino Lohero was originally a member of Parliament. He's a father, a priest, a Catholic priest. He was a member of Parliament, and then eventually they left. They went and formed the SANO. First, the closed district Sudan African Union, and then in 1962, and then 1963 came SANO. He became a patron. He was the key man. He was the right man. He was the leader. He was everything, because the only person who have got access to the world through the church, the Catholic Church. But his church would not allow him to do political work full time. So he had two very important people with him. One was Oduho, the other was Secretary General William Degnial. He wrote the manifesto of the SANO in 1963. And that manifesto is called The Problem of South Sudan. he could not publish it. So when these two gentlemen went to Europe for the first time, they went to British to London, and the Minority Society group through Father Sadalino support agreed that they will publish the book. But of course, they cannot publish it in the name of the father. So they published it in the name of the two gentlemen. It was a manifesto. It was not a book for them. And then this gentleman fell into problem in 64, 65. William Deng has to leave. And then Oduho and Agri fell apart, different group. Eventually they formed in 1960. So in 1967 he was killed in the bushes of South Sudan. And in 67 they formed what was called Southern Sudan Provisional Government. Uduho and everybody else agreed. Eventually they fell apart. Then Uncle Gordon Motot regrouped the group and they formed the Nile Republic. And 68, and then the rest is the detail. So he was disillusioned, angry by how these young people were, in his mind, misusing the organization and fighting small little things about power when he felt that this thing is not yet there. So the people from Ye will go for Sioux River. People from they go for Anyidi Republic, and then it was a chaos in those days. So he was a revolutionary, an idealist in the real sense of the word. He felt that it could have been done differently, and he was always there to reconcile them. But these two people has got a problem. You see, in politics of power, there are two types of leaders. They are everybody is number one, there will be chaos. But if you have a situation where a sizable number are number one and a sizable number are number two, they can reconcile. What you had in Anyanya 1, everybody was number one. In Anyanya 2, everybody was one. In SPLA, it was a little bit different. There was number ones who were from day one sideline anyway. And then the process continued. And eventually when number ones become more, the splits happen. It's a normal in liberation movement.
I agree. And we're going to let David come in. Yeah, thank you, Chris, for asking those. David, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. John, and thank you, Nyer, and the moderators. I am broadcasting this session simultaneously on RBC streaming channel, on Facebook and Clubhouse. I have two questions, Dr. John. I have two questions only, and I will ask them one by one. I will ask you the first question, if you like, and then you answer it, and then I will ask the second question, if that is okay.
No problem.
Yeah. Problem. So my first question is, can you name some of those leaders who crossed over from the Torit Uprising to come and form Anyanya 1? Did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There's a book called ID of Sudan. All the majority of the federal party leaders and majority of those who later on formed the Southern Front, a good number of them left. the government of those who form the government of how do you call it? Those who form the government of that the first those who form the government of Agri Jardin and the government of Nile Republic of God and Mortal, majority of them, there were four groups actually. The first group was members of parliament who were in Sudan in 1958, 59, 60, 61, 62. Anybody who was not happy with what happened, they left, all of them. And quite a number of them, majority of them happened to be from Equatoria and then Bahra Ghazal. Then you have the second group. This is a group which was in UK. Those of Philip Pidak, those of Philip Abbas Gobushi, Philip Ubang, those of Abel Elier. Abel couldn't make it. They mobilized a good number of Equatoria people who were studying there, those of Lodiang. And then you have the exiles, those who went for studies like Lawrence Walwal, those of Bading the Garang. These individuals, and there were quite a number, those of Akaid Mohammed in the UK and so, these individuals were not inside Sudan. This is a group of intellectuals who were outside the country, and they decided to join the movement while they were there. The third group were a group of soldiers who were who decided to leave from 1958 onward. These are individuals. In Upper Nile, by the way, from 1962, 63, 64, a good number of senior officers left. And by coincidence, majority of them happened to be from Shuluk, Nuer, and Anyuak. And the most senior among them happened to be called Paul, about five of them. Paul Howell, Paul what. There was so big number of them. So every time, quite a number of them. Every time that a group politician leaves, immediately soldiers leave. And majority of them were either police or they happen to be from prison service. So a good list of them, you'll find them in those books. I cannot remember on my head. The other part of it is very important. The other group that is very important were a group of young people who went, especially after 1964. You remember 1964? Missionaries were asked to leave, and a lot of schools were closed, and there were a lot of activities in South Sudan. A group number left. In 1966, when in Upper Nile, particularly in Bor area, when a lot of ships were killed, a good number of students decided to go. Those students were grown up, by the way. They were in secondary school and so on. They become part of what became known later on as intelligentsia of the Anyanyan. And some work mainly with the top leaders. One of the interesting story, I have to tell you to show that this group, Natalia Ulwak was studying law in the UK. He was in contact with Joseph Oduho. And Joseph Oduho was told that you will be arrested in the next 7 days and you will not be released. He was in Uganda. So he called his office manager, who happened to be Elijah Malo, Alain. He told him that this letter, send it to Natalia Ulwak in the UK. And the letter says that I'm going to be arrested. I want you to take over the movement. So then very strange. This is student. There are a lot of leaders here. Agri, there, those of Philip, there, those of all these big names. Why have we said, look, these people are not nationalists. That guy, the Shilu guy, is a nationalist. I trust him. So that's the level of political, if you like, political dedication, if you like. People were more idealistic. They were politicians. They thought that you can hand over to his power to a student, and the pen that you use, because you are the president of that movement, will do the work. Of course, it didn't work. This is the number of there are some individuals who actually left after our Abud regime and formed the movement.
Thank you very much, Dr. John, for that elaborate answer. My second question is: there is a complaint about the lack of interest or the lack of remembrance.
Sorry, brother David. Sorry, I don't know if we lost Dr. John. Let's just make sure he's there. Dr. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, that's good. Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, there is a complaint that the Torit movement, even the Anyanya movement, are not being remembered enough in South Sudan. But I wonder, during the autonomy government of South Sudan, I was a primary school student, but I never came across commemoration of Anyanya or Torit movement, even by Lago himself. So even when Lago was the leader of South Sudan, so why is that? That is my second question. Thank you.
This is a troubling question. I don't know why you asked this question, but look, there were in South Sudan.
Sorry, Doctor, if it's too contentious, don't answer it.
No, it's not. But the way I answer it, you will understand how interesting it is. I regard it interesting question. The Anyanya 1 movement, they signed an agreement in 1973. It's their sole responsibility. The people who were negotiating with them happened to be South Sudanese. In fact, even in Mensaris, people like Bono Malwal, people like Francis Mading, people like Peter Garkotwal were the ones who were negotiating initially with those of Mading the Garang in UK. And so the agreement itself was very interesting because it was like South Sudanese negotiating themselves among themselves. Eventually, when the delegation was formed, with those of Bagher, those of Mansour Khalid, and those of Abdel Elir as a team leader, it became very clear that it was an agreement which was seen by those inside to be beneficiary to South Sudan. And they were instrumental, by the way, because it is those of Abdel Elir and Bona who actually were consulted by Nimeri to issue, in order for him to issue the June 9, 1969 statement of South Sudan, which says that South Sudan is a distinguished and has got its own separate cultural thing, and therefore should be given local autonomy. So it was them who actually helped write this one. So you had, therefore, Southern Front, represented by the people I mentioned, and then you have Anyanya, which is Sano, that all became SLM, and then you have got Sano, which was inside, the one of those of Aldo Ajok today, those of Arubol, after the death of those of Tobo Majot and others, after the death after the assassination of William Day. So when they came inside, after the agreement, the only way they can commemorate the revolution was the March 3rd, which is the day in which the agreement was ratified by the Sudan. So the mindset, you and I were in primary school during that time, although we used the wrong thing, but that was a different story. But the bottom line is, you ended up with Sano, which was inside, and Sano, which was outside, making collusion. And then you have Southern Front, led by Abel, those of Garquat, those of Helen Paulo Gala, and others. You know the rest of the story, Gama Hassan and so definitely it was difficult so the group of the Ajaya divided into two. Agri and Gordon Morton and others, good number of them refused to come. They were not interested anyway. Even Agri, when he was in town, he simply decided not to have anything to do with it. So it would not be good for the government of Apple from 1973 to 1978 to be commemorating the Anyanya thing. Lago, on the other hand, didn't have the power until 1978. In 1978, he took over power, very proud man, because he defeated Abel. But in 79, the same group of Abel went and conspired, very smart guys, very intelligent, highly educated, concocted something, they forged papers in Kenya that his wife did what God does. And the poor guy was blackmailed. So what did he do? He reshuffled his government and brought Peter Garquat, those of Justin Yang. It's amazing. He brought them to his government and they overthrew his government. You know the rest is the story. So the politics of that time were politics of brains at that time. It's not like our politics. Politics of our time are guns. You know, you have big guns and militias, right? But those guys, they were smart. They use their mind. And they don't use violence. It's just, and once you are defeated, you just smile. Like what we did. Said, okay, you did it to me, I will go. He went to Khartoum, made himself vice president in the state of Abel. Eventually, the country was divided. The rest is story. The region was divided. So that's why I said it's a very interesting question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hand over to you, Nyer. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Dr. John. Obviously,
you know, I have 15 minutes only. I have to rush them.
Okay, we'll allow the brothers Duat and Paul to ask, and then we'll let you go. I just wanted to say, I know you've done like these forums, and we really want to appreciate your presence here. But if you had to be asked, I mean, okay, there was what I call the golden era. In as much as we made mistakes, there was a movement that was started even by our own chiefs in 1947. They registered our concerns and expressed the views that were in the hearts of South Sudanese, that you are colonizer, don't leave us in this mess. You've created like a disparity between us and the North. They're bound to recolonize us. They put our point across. That movement was continued. The Liberal Party was born. The Gallen movement, a movement that was very representative of all the people you've mentioned. The Benjamin Loki would be the leader. The Sanseras Basiama would be there. Boti would be there. Representative of our three greater regions. Equally, that whole mindset and upright citizenry of a lot of our leaders was repeated in the bush. In as much as they disagreed with themselves, they worked together. There was a time, for instance, at the inception of the movement, and you know this, Father Citrino was the patron, Joseph Udoho, the president, and William Deng, the Secretary General. They all were Catholics, and the Catholic Church was very instrumental in supporting us. But they were all fractured. They were all running parallel movements. So clearly, leadership has been the problem, the genesis of our crisis. As much as we've, all of these leaders were very patriotic, they've always lacked working together. They were not able to work together. So we've seen all of that. In as much as we're democratic, somebody will be elected. Yes, Joseph Udoho, when he was defeated by Uncle Agri Jaden, walked away, but went and set up his movement. So this whole process was a problem. As Boni Mandiri established a movement, all of them had a lot of zeal and love and commitment to the country. But leadership and power struggles were always a problem. Again, we came to 72, the same crisis. At the beginning, it started well. Towards the end, 81, we started to splinter, and hence the politics you've just mentioned. But credit to them, everything was personal, was never taken to the communities. Unfortunately, we're doing it now. If you were to be asked now, and I've always said my brother John he's the right man. If he can only have influence, he could do a lot of things. We need to kind of find the missing link. We need to kind of reconnect all our achievements as a people, and we've done it. We've been very patriotic and very committed. We've all contributed to the struggle. But here we are now. We've reached the promised land, and we see all the crises we're in. And to many, they cannot see beyond the here and now. They cannot remember the things that we've done and what we've achieved collectively, and what we could achieve collectively again. So we're at a crossroads here. If you were to be asked, what do you think needs to be done to return the South Sudan to what it was, a democratic society, a society where people were not confrontational, where people were willing to work together, irrespective of their personality issues, but they never polluted or poisoned our communities against one another? How do we restore order and return to a trajectory of nation building, peace building, building political parties, building nationalism, building the sense of patriotism that we need to carry our people across a national identity and all of that. Sorry to lumber you with this question, but it's something that hurts me, and I'm sure all of our people want to hear.
Very interesting. Yeah, you see the human revolution, human development throughout generations, whether these were empires or they were kingdoms, the then modern state, there's always this idea that there is a glory for past. But of course, we have known throughout generations that the more the society grow, the more sophisticated the situation will become complicated. And the tools and instruments that are used to solve those complicated problems also require a complicated and a very sophisticated leadership. I think this is the bottom line. There were always hidden two very important underdeveloped societies' problems. In case of South Sudan, it was ethnicity and regionalism. These are very important things. And all the organizations that were formed from 1963 to today, they face this problem because the nature of our society does not fit with the policies and the laws of modern state, modern urban state, because it requires that you have to have an enlightened, educated society and so on. And so for me, it's a normal thing that it must happen. Of course, not primitive, but in underdeveloped societies, the challenge is that the point of reference is not a country, but where you come from. Because organizational structures in form of organization and political parties demands that your loyalty will be to that organization, its regulation, and so on. In South Sudan, we don't have. The point of reference always is where you come from. And that's where the challenge is. So for the first movement, it was a problem. The majority of the people who were at the leadership happened to be from Upper Nile, and they happened to be from Equatoria. And they fought each other. When one of the Equatorians allied itself with the Bahr Ghazal and Upper Nile in that particular time, the other one rebelled and goes and form its own organization. So it was natural. In case of Anyanya too, it was majority was the Nuer. But as time went by, they found themselves that the Anyuak were the few of them were completely relegated. Then you ended up with people from Law, people from Jikay, and so on and so on. So this is how our society evolved. In SPLA, it was all about regionalism, and later on it became pure ethnic politics. This, you cannot blame anybody for it. You can give a big lecture about how this works elsewhere. No, it doesn't work elsewhere. In SLAO, Prelimo, in MPLA, name them, all these organizations, they have got this problem. But the level of development of these people and the level of education that they have acquired gave them that opportunity. We are not. Because it's very easy. The head of state and his deputy can quarrel in South Sudan over power, and the organization where they belong does not give them the military support they need. So, because the army is the South Sudan army, so they have to go to that tribal base. This, with time, will be solved by two processes. The first process, the magnitude of the death and the killing that result from this will deter people. That no, we don't go to war. No, this business, no, will kill our children. The second one, people will begin to appreciate that for us to become meaningful, developed place, we need to gear all our thinking in education. And then 10, 15 years down the line, the thinking will be different. So there's nothing particular real about a particular group of organization, whether it's Anyanya 1 or Anyanya 2 or SPLM. It is the nature of our society and its political development that determine where we are. Me and you now, we speak. Trust me, anybody who is in this clubhouse understand exactly what I'm talking about. But if you go to just 10 miles, 5 miles from here, one of the villages of Bari here, and you try to explain to him what I'm telling you, he will just laugh at you. Because for him, if they don't see themselves in the top power, to hell with it. They are not there. So the mirror from perspective of regionalism and ethnic composition of our country, the mirror must be full. But for mirror to be full, you need the organizations. And if you need organization, you need an ideology and so on. The rest is a story. So it's a long story.
Thank you very much. Before you go, we let Brother Dwot and Paul ask the questions, and then we'll let you go. Dwot, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. John. My question is this. Since all of us now, your elaboration is very clear. And
Brother Dwot, can you bring the mic closer to yourself, because the volume is low.
Now is it okay?
Try a bit more.
Raise your voice slightly. Raise your voice slightly if you can.
If you have earphones on, take them off. If you have earphones.
Can you hear me now well?
I think it's okay, yeah. But he said if you have earphones, try to remove them. Sometimes it'll struggle.
I don't have an earphone, but now can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. We can. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. John. My question is that since because I listened to all what you explained, your explanation, and I know that you know a lot of you have a lot of knowledge on how our struggle began and how we got here. My question is that since you work in the current government that we have in South Sudan, so is that government, what is that government is doing to make sure that our history reach the classrooms instead of the museums? Because if we just push it to the museum, it will be limited to certain people. But if it reach our classroom, it will be nationwide, and our children should learn of how we get here and where are we going next. Thank you. That is all I needed to know.
Thank you very much, Doc. I cannot answer it this way. I was given opportunity to be responsible for the education docket, and one thing that we did was to work on a national curriculum, because for the period of the struggle of almost 25 years, we used to have about 7 different curriculum. Those Sudan, Ethiopia, then Kenya, Uganda, and to some extent Zaire. and no country can be formed like that. So you can do that. So we came up with a national curriculum, which is now being implemented. And one very important component was history. Where does it start? How do you divide it at the levels of the primary and secondary school? And what type of history that you should teach? Because history can be tricky. Some people can concentrate on particular topic, particular communities, particular. So it was not easy. So, but that's how you take the history into the classroom. The good news about the curriculum that you have the chance every 5 to 10 years to review it. If it's become very clear that there are certain things that are not there. Our national curriculum now has covered almost everything, and part of the curriculum is at the level of preschool. A child from 3 years to 5 will be taught with their own language. Let's say if you are in Malacan, then your child will teach Shuluk language because it's the majority. If you are in Nasser or you are in Busiri, you are in Rumbek, you will be taught the language of majority in that place. That means that all the books for pre-primary will be taught along the level. But of course, there are certain strategic decisions that have been taken. For example, our membership in East Africa meant that we have to adopt Kiswahili. Our proximity to Sudan and therefore extension to the Middle East, it meant that we must keep Arabic as a subject. It's taught as a subject. English, and then of course French, because we have about 3 countries that are neighboring us by extension: Zaire, Congo, and the West African countries. So these decisions meant that you want your child from beginning will know that if you tell him that who is Kelman Mboro, immediately will tell, oh, I think he was a minister of interior who people fought in Khartoum because of, it's very important to do. The way the Northern Sudan, the British taught us, or the geography of the world and the history of the world, is what we want also our children to know about themselves. This is, of course, informed, as you know, by the fact that a big number of our children is in East Africa. And our presidents is Uhuru Kenyatta, and Moi, and others. They don't have clue about South Sudan. So this would be my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're running out of the time too.
Thank you, Duat. Thank you, Duat. Honorable Paul, go ahead with your question, then we'll let Dr. John go.
Paul Matad, are you there?
Yeah, I think, hello, Paul Matad, are you there? Yeah, so I think he's not available. Dr. John, we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we're going to let you go now, but please feel free to always join us. I know you don't like Facebook, but you don't like Clubhouse, but as you can see, a lot of our people here are very welcoming and very civil. Tomorrow we're discussing idealism vis-a-vis realpolitik in South Sudan from 1960s to 1983, and next week we'll be looking at revolution and the SPLA, revolution, intellectualism, and liberation as far as the SPLA years are concerned. So feel free anytime to join us if you can, but you can have the last word and talk to your people before you.
Thank you very much. I think
Sorry, we lost you. We lost you, Dr. John.
RBC listeners, Dr. John is having a bit of problems with internet
John,
connection.
I think you broke up, so we didn't hear you. And before you, Honorable Matad wasn't here, but we have an ambassador called Ambassador Suleiman. He just wants to ask you a question before you conclude. Okay. Yes, so go ahead, Ambassador Suleiman. Thank you, Doctor.
نهارك سعيد دكتور جونيا وكل
سليمان.
شكرا يير. باي ذا واي ميبي انت ما بتعرفني لكن انا ساهمت في الترجمه بتاع الكتاب بتاعك وقت انت في تركيا معي اللي هي كميل الدمو. الكتاب بتاعك الترجمه انا كنت من فوق. انا من ضمن الناس اللي ساهموا في الترجمه بتاعك. انا سؤال
You were in Libya.
Yeah, I was in Libya that time. Yeah. أنا سؤالي مهم جدا. أول حاجة في ناس من شاركوا في نيانيوان وقاعدين في واو من ضمنهم زي أوربان وكيل في قاعد. يعني في كمية بتاعت ناس أنا مذكرهم قاعدين في واو من ضمنهم أخوي لكن أخوي توفى هسه. أخوي شارك في نيانيوان بالمناسبة وكان واحد من الناس اللي خاضوا معارك جوا واو من شاكل جوا واو. فأنا كنت بفضل إنه لو أنت قدرت تمشي واو تعمل زيارة ميدانية لواو وتشوف الناس زي وتشيل منهم حاجات حيه بيكون افضل لانه انا متاكد انا عملت لقاء مع اوربانو كيل وفنان طبعا لو انت متذكر انا عملت معه لقاء لكن انا ما متذكر هسه حاجه ده وين انا ما اعرفه انا اخذته وين لكن اي بريفير ان لو انت اخذت وقت ومشيت لواو لانه انت الناس كتار ساهموا في نيانيوان بالمناسبه واسمائهم ما مذكور خالص يعني زي مثلا فرديناندو جوي ما شايف اسمه مذكور ما في اي حاجه مكتوب عنه ف I hope انه انت مشيت واو حتى الاحداث بتاعت الموت الناس قتلهم في واو it needs انه انتوا تشوفوا كويس عشان اسماء كثير سقط انا متذكر فيه وكنت مشيت شفت اللوحه ووصلوا لي الاسماء في سبعة نفر ما كتبهم فوقهم سؤالي لك هل ممكن انت تقدر تعمل لنا حاجه زي تعيد ثاني انه الكتابه بتاعت نيانيوان ده يكون بطريقه كويسه من الناس الحيين ده ممكن؟ Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Ambassador Suleiman, Dr. John. We have a book review, what we call South Sudan Literary Review. It'd be very nice if you have time that you can maybe one day review your book, probably all your books, but maybe the Nyanya one, the revolution in Equatoria. That would be very nice. So before we let you go, you can have your last word now. Go ahead. Dr. John, are you there? Can I have your last word? Mr. Paul Matar, are you there? Hello? Hello, Dr. John, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, yes. Go ahead and have your last word. Thank you, sir. Go.
So what I was saying is that, first of all, thank you, everyone who have attended this. As you know, I always prefer to write rather than talk about these things, but you persuaded me. What I would say is that any history, it is written for a purpose. The history of South Sudan was written by and large by non-South Sudanese, and recently it's being written by South Sudanese. So it's something that I would like us to encourage. Secondly, any history can only be appreciated if it is updated. Those of us who have written at different levels, it's time for other people now to revisit those things and begin to fill in the gaps. For example, I agree with Suleiman that a good number of people who were leaders in Anyanya, in Bahra Gaza, in WAU particularly, have not being appreciated in terms of what they have done, but also in terms of what they should, what should be written about them, or they themselves did not have time to read. So also it's equally true that if you have an uncle, your relative who for many years participated in a particular national activity, it's very important to carry that person to write. They don't have to write. It is you to interview them and then convert this into a script that can be written. There is now a move among our elders that they begin to write about that. And this is what I should encourage. Daniel, what I say, you know, I think in terms as a political scientist, but I must say anything that we are seeing today happened before in different formats with different players. And therefore, we should not be so desperate that things are so bad to the extent that we begin to stop thinking. Because once the brain is captured by fear, you cannot think. What we are going through is a natural evolution that must come to an end. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to. Yeah, this is what I want to say. What we are seeing will come to an end very soon. So I would like to thank all of you, and I appreciate everything. And thank you, Neil, for giving me this opportunity.
You're welcome, Dr. John. Is there a possibility of reviewing your book on one of the days? You talk about it, and we'll all read it beforehand and just give you some recognition. We think it's healthy because it encourages more Southerners to write. Also, your ideas are not accessible by everybody, but it'd be nice if we do that. Then hopefully people would buy the book and discuss it and see the benefits that it adds to our political awakening and participation, or generally how the society should be shaped and how we are evolving, and also to learn from, as you said, there are many things that people don't know. A lot of the stuff you've raised today are not commonly known. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. John. Have a lovely afternoon and weekend. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Enjoy. I have to rush.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dear RBC listeners, the main speaker has just left the clubhouse, and we will continue with the rest of the panelists and the listeners. Thank you.
Yes, just wanted to mention that a lot of time that when we some of the historical events sometimes are written from a 10,000 miles view, was like the main event, and it's very important. That's why a lot of people are being left out, and not the focus will be mainly on the hero or on the bigger personalities. So it would be time for some, for us to be able to dig in and to even single events within those facts and trying to capture some of the players who have contributed in a certain area. Mr. Nas and the brother Suleiman was mentioned. Some of the people are left out because history has been trying to written from a 10,000 miles view. So now, with some of the historian and going in and trying to write into more details and trying to very much capture everybody, because this is important. When everybody see that they have people that they do have, it makes them be part of the, okay, this is ours now. We are included in, and it is our duty really to be able to see if there is people that we really see that those people really their contributions are being neglected, either purposely or not purposely. It's our duty to really to document and put those things up there. Some person that some people say that history is actually his story, like Gustav Vidal. So when you write your own story, you don't try to write it you write it based on how you wanted to choreograph the events. So it's for us really to all of us to contribute, and adding our individuals and some of the events. So South Sudan could be able to have like a more comprehensive, I guess a complete story when everybody's included, because this is important. This is really show that we all contributed it. Every part of South Sudan really contributed to this struggle. And South Sudan, it is the way it is because of everybody, because of the diversity of language, the tribe, the ethnicity, the cultural. And this is just for us to really, at the end of the day, the purpose is to weave all these things together to become of this culture, to this nation that it accepts all the different components and to be a unique and a very vibrant country. With that, I will yield the mic to my fellow moderators.
Thank you, Brother Kush. Steph, do you want to come in?
Not at this stage, really. I mean, I think there's a lot that's been said, and I'm really following mostly the aspect of definitions here, because I think it's so foundational to our history that this is to me what really resonates the deeper, because from understanding that, we can then truly get started with authentic nation building. But yeah, I'm really going to be here to monitor more than anything. Thank you.
Okay, I've just tried to get a hold of Professor Peter Tingwa, Uncle. I'm still unable to get a hold of him, but he's making his way home. So maybe I can make my small contribution. Well, then after that, if we don't get a hold of himself, you can just summarize his contribution to this topic, which I shared with you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Unless maybe we let Brother James say something before continue. Brother James, you're welcome. Go ahead. Hello, James Manas. Manasi, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Just say, sorry for joining late. I'm having a hectic day here, but I don't have much to say. As we all know, and I might repeat a few things, we all know why we're here today. August 18 marks the 67th anniversary of August 18, 1955, Torit Mutiny. I am very grateful to be here today with a group of distinguished South Sudanese to really reminisce and learn about the genesis of our long struggle. We all know that this struggle has claimed millions of precious South Sudanese lives. Our martyrs, if it wasn't for those who paid the ultimate price, we wouldn't be here and proudly call ourselves South Sudanese. Obviously, we have come a long way and still have a long way to go. Yes, Torit Mutiny or Uprising was the spark for the rebellion of August 18th, 1955, which led to decades of armed conflict between the South and North Sudan. And of course, it ended when we finally gained our independence in July 2011. It is a noble thing to commemorate our struggle, our heroes and martyrs. More importantly, as we sit here as the beneficiaries of that hard-fought independence, we should always ask ourselves, how are we doing? Are we being good custodians or stewards of this country called South Sudan? Or are we behaving like the prodigal son that was mentioned in the parable of the prodigal son? Once again, I am honored and very grateful to be here with my South Sudanese sisters and brothers. I also thank our friends who always come to support us, such as Dr. Karnita and many others. Kush just
Paul Powie, you can use the link that I have just pinned up there. You can use that link and join us in the studio. Thank you.
To our struggle in our own ways. I myself did not go to the bush. I grew up in Sudan then. I was in Juba. At some point, I was in Malakal, but I spent most of my time in Khartoum. My dad and my uncles would always educate us on what was going on in the country, growing among what we call Arabs in Sudan. We always stuck out. We knew that.
Actually, I mean Paolo. Sorry.
We spoke their language. We
Paolo Powie,
them.
you can join us. You can use the link there. I pin it up there. You can join us in the studio if you like.
We felt the discrimination. And as we grew up during the late 80s or early 90s, we would sit around our radio listening to SPLA radio. And we would celebrate when SPLA captured any town. So it has always been in us. I remember my dad refusing to buy a house in Khartoum because he had always thought that Khartoum was not our home. And he would always tell us that one day we will go back home, even though he did not live to witness our independence. But I am sure that he is very proud that we have a country called South Sudan. So I'll be here, and I know we're here to learn, to reminisce, to reflect. As I mentioned, we have a long way to go. Our country is still in turmoil, and many people argue that it was a mistake that we, fought for independence. I wouldn't be one of those people, even though I feel their pain. And wherever you go in South Sudan, there's a lot of pain. And I am sure we come here as intellectuals to think and maybe have enough stamina to fight through what we are going through, and hopefully make it once again to the promised land where we have a South Sudan that celebrates its diversity. Because I would love to go anywhere in South Sudan and be proud South Sudanese. I don't want to be in a place where we are all the same, all be Dinka or Shuluk, and I want to celebrate all of it. I want to celebrate all the diversity that we have. And with that, I'll stop here, and hopefully we'll interact more as we go on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my brother James, and you're very welcome to join us also as a moderator. This is always your home. We're very excited to have you. You've always been a very positive contributor to issues of our country and the few debates we've had here and there. You're very welcome. Now, I just wanted to, Uncle, we're still trying to get a hold of Uncle Professor Peter Tingwa. He's in Nairobi, but I'm just giving him a chance to get home. So in the interval, I wanted to make my small contribution. Obviously, Dr. John was in a rush earlier, so we allowed him to say his piece. I've invited Brother Sabata up here, and he's very welcome. Also, we've invited Dr. Al-Hajj, who's in the house. You can come up as well and make your contribution. Now, an African-American historian called, which many of you probably know, called John Hendrick Clark, who is very much a Pan-Africanist and very proud of the African-American presence and how you can connect that to Africa. He was a champion of many Pan-Africanist agendas, and as a historian, he did a lot. One of the things he said, which I really admire, is that he said history is not everything, but it's definitely a starting point. History is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It is a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are, but more importantly, what they must be. It kind of resonates with us because clearly we were victims of the mishap of history and colonialism. We were left in the Sudan when we should have been East Africans, and we all know what happened, and it took years for us to come. So the we that are here today are a distorted form of the southern people that were then there. In as much as we progress, we could probably say we're more educated, but we've lost a lot of stuff. We've lost the zeal, the sense of entity, the unity, and the belief in ourselves and our country. And obviously, it could come with, can be resurrected for sure, and we must reflect on our historical journey to the Promised Land. The Promised Land was a nation of our own. It may be deformed, it may have all its current challenges, but as Dr. John said earlier, history will be contested, history will be redefined. People will insert themselves in history. People will also neglect and forget other people. They'll only use it when the time is right. And as my brother General Kutas just mentioned on the chat room, it's important that politicians are not the one to determine our history, or not the ones to write our history, because sometimes histories may be subject to certain agendas. We really want proper historians, academics who are loyal to the state, loyal to the people, and all of us who also are loyal to their profession and tell us the truth. And we as a people want to also be interested in our history. I just wanted to say, like most African countries, all over Africa, that there was a genesis of political awakening. In the case of the South, it was in the 50s and 50s. The political awakening of the South saw the formation of the first political parties in the early 50s, as John mentioned earlier, the Liberal Party and the Referendum Party, or what they call not referendum, the Federal Party of Asboni Mandiri. The Liberal Party, as you all know, was established by Abdurrahman Sulli, with the likes of Bodir, Benjamin Moti, Sansri Asbasiama, and more. The generation obviously contributed, and as we heard and we remember, our father Setrino, and all his heroic, he died as a martyr, was sadly killed by the Ugandan forces. But he, as Dr. John said earlier, was frustrated because he wanted to get things done while the politicians were bickering over power. But we honor him and we remember him. So the political parties were well managed, representative, and inclusive of all ethnicities and regions. As well as being representative, their leaders were very articulate, principled, clear-minded, compassionate, and people-centered. We would like to argue that our political evolution not only started then, but it started with the resistance of our people collectively against the slave trade, the alliances that were formed by neighboring communities all over the South to help and support each other. For example, King Good resisted and fought. Sorry, apologies. He resisted and fought slave traders and protected the Zandes and neighboring communities. Equally, the Sultan Kuala Roban of Abiy also protected many people in the south. So did the kings and rep of Chuluk protected many communities in the north of the country. South Sudan politicians from the Liberal Party and members of the National Unionist Party to a great extent convened, as was mentioned earlier, the 1954 Conference of Southerners, and where they literally aligned themselves and had a position about the South. All this culminated particularly with the 18th of August 1955 mutiny, 5 months before Sudan's independence, led by the Equatorial Corps, or what was called the Southern Corps as well. This was triggered by wide discontent around the South, primarily early in that the same year by what we know to be called the Anzara factory demonstrations, or Anzara spinning and weaving factory demonstrations. Prior to that, and we mentioned it earlier, we owe it to our Honourable MP Raya Kuzi, who actually triggered all this. Basically, we all know what happened in 55 and all the reasons for it. In 62 now, the remnants of the mutineers then became the backbone of the Nyanya movement. The Torit Uprising, as is commonly known, was actually an uprising. So the Torit Mutiny was actually an uprising, and hence why we are calling it an uprising. It's a revolution, as John has rightly said, revolution in the mountains of Equatoria. We wish to argue that because of the historical significance of this date and the occasion, it should be enshrined in our national calendar, and hence why we mentioned earlier that it should be a designated holiday, if not for a day, for a whole week, as a point for Junubin to celebrate each other and what they've achieved together, and the historical contributions of those people from that era. It should also be signified or acknowledged with some kind of monument, historic monument, which I would want to see if there was a way and somebody listens, that we should look at all our artists. If we cannot get an artist to design it in the South, we can then go to our neighboring countries. But we want something that has passed through all of us to add our contribution of what kind of monument we want. And it should be something very historic and for the future of all our subsequent citizens who will come from our country. You cannot overlook this. You cannot mention this period without mentioning the likes of the agitators and proponents of this, who were primarily fathers Marco Romo and Daniel Juma. They were the heroic architects of this whole thing, and they really worked with the army to engineer the need to mutineer. So later on, obviously, Ronaldo and Lee, Ali, to mention a few, rose to the occasion and fought gallantly. And as if Uncle Professor Peter Tingo doesn't come, we'll read out his recent writings on this particular occasion. He himself and also Uncle Laurent Moditombe wrote and contributed their recollections of the era as young students in neighboring schools within Equatoria. Now, when this thing started, clearly the idea was to lay a foundation to raise the consciousness of South Sudanese, to show the Egyptians and the Sudanese and the British who ruled the Sudan that we had enough, that we needed to show that we also have rights and we also need to be given rights in the country. Obviously, the Torit Mutiny led to the foundation of the Nyanya movement. Now, it's important, as well as the 18th of August, to acknowledge and remember many historical days in our struggle. And again, our struggle should not only be post-83. In our history, we must record all the contribution to the liberation. So 1946, as you all know, is the revocation, or is when the Southern policy was revoked. And so we were no longer treated as an entity to be protected. We were suddenly now becoming Sudanese. Our fate was decided in 47, the Juba Conference, and we were lumbered with the North. Now in 1947, obviously, the first Juba Conference. July 47, the workers strike in Juba, and who demanded equal rights and payment in their jobs. October 52 was the formation of the Liberal Party, the first Southern Sudanese political party. October 54 was the second Juba Conference. Here was a conference initiated by the Liberal Party, where they call all the political parties, the intellectuals of the day, the civil servants, tribal chiefs, and everybody, and they resolved to vote for independence of the Sudan, but on the condition that the South is given a federal status. Again, then came the formation of the Federal Party by Osmani Mandiri shortly after that. July 1955, the Anzara workers protested, and this was brutally suppressed, and about 12 people or more died. And we ought to remember them and even have their names enshrined in some statue there in Anzara. The Torit Uprising itself and how it triggered a week-long southern-wide disturbance and anger all over the southern Sudan. This was obviously replicated all over the country, as John said earlier, famously in Wau and all over the country as well. This was again violently put down by the Sudanese army, who literally intervened. 1957, we saw the nationalization of all the missionary schools in South Sudan and the introduction of Islamic language around the south as part of the Arab onslaught on South Sudanese with Arabization and Islamization. 1958, we saw the southern parliamentarians unanimously walking out of the National Legislative Assembly, led and spearheaded by Father Seterino, who told the Arabs there that if you think that you can suppress us, we are ready to go to war. And he literally left there and then it went to the bushes of South Sudan. So that was a significant walkout, because all the 58 members of the parliament walked out irrespective of their political groupings. Because of the first agreement, because the first agreement was dishonored, we all know the reasons why they walked out. And again, the North negated what was promised. Again, this was a classic example of the Northern betrayal and their reluctance to honor the pledges created a stalemate and force our politicians basically to take up arms. February 1960, there was the student protests all over the country because the North wanted to replace Sunday with Friday. And we are Christians, so we protested. And the students went out all over the country, and as a result, many schools were closed, if not all the schools. Early 62, we saw the formation of the first political movement externally. The Sudan Closed District National Union was established primarily by Father Seterino, Agri Jardin, Father Seterino, Joseph Udoho, and Agri Jardin, among others. Father Seterino, Joseph Udoho, and William Deng, among others. October, that was early 62. October 62, there was a mass strike in the south by students, where thousands fled to neighboring countries and later joined the Nyanya. When I said earlier, we owe this to Uncle Marco Rumo, who knew how to use the telegram, and he was actually a big agitator who mobilized and encouraged many youth. He would send messages along the lines that basically, I'm trying to remember the phrase, but he literally encouraged them to rise up and just to join the movement. And obviously we know that all of this was happening. We also should remember and acknowledge all around the south, the civil servants, the politicians established the underground movement, which was recruiting South Sudanese young people to join the movement. It was a credit to all our Southerners. If somebody was to say South Sudanese do not keep secrets, we used to keep secrets in the 60s. And we had an underground movement that literally mobilized all our people. July 63 saw the formation of Anyanya in Kampala, Uganda, led by those of Joseph Udoho and others. In September 63, the Nyanya commenced the war of independence. Skirmishes started in Equatoria and Upper Nile. February 64 saw the expulsion of all foreign missionaries from the country. March 65 saw the Round Table Conference. Now, the beauty of the Round Table Conference, as you all know, it was a conference held in North Sudan, so all our rebels were guaranteed amnesty or protected. They went there, Agri Jardin went in, his group of liberators all went in, and they all met. So now it brought together the external SANU and the internal SANU, because William Deng had gone in, but also Southern Front, where apparently they all sat down the 2 nights before to unite and created one front and went to the meeting as one united force, as South Sudanese, literally removing all their differences, and that's a credit to all of them as well at the time. In July 65, we saw the killings and massacres of South Sudanese intelligentsia in Malakal, Wau, and later Malakal, Juba, and later Wau. Obviously, the North fell through our boot that the problem with the South was the intelligentsia, so they were literally trying to brutalize and murder all our intellectuals. They also killed chiefs in Bor around the same time. February, and all over the South, there was massacres happening. In February 72, obviously, we saw the signing of the Addis Ababa Agreement in March of that year. And in 74, as Dr. John said earlier, we saw the commencement of hostilities and mutineering by many of the remnants of the Nyanya who were discontented and realized that the agreement was a sellout. In 76, we saw the formation of the Nyanya Patriotic Front, later became the Nyanya 2, famously through the BBC journalist labeling it as a Nyanya 2. 1982, we saw there was a scheduled referendum in the South for a vote on federalism, but this was abrogated by the North, this being the second time probably, or the third time they dishonored an agreement. But clearly the South was still pushing, even up as late as 82, for federalism. In May 83, we saw the mutiny of battalions 105 and 104 in Bor and Akobo. And in June of that year, the abolishment of the regional government and abrogation of the Addis Ababa Agreement and redivision of the South. In July, the 15th of May is famously known, but then Nyanya came into being, SPLM came into being. So these are important dates for our history and history followers. There are many equally important dates in our calendar. It's for all of us to find those calendars. It's for all of us to find those heroes and mention all of them shortly. Sahatani will read out some of the heroes of 1955 mutiny. But the crux of our argument and construct a nation that honors all of us and all our peoples and all their contributions. Nation building and state building should lay and carry priorities and strategies of uniting our people, of removing the historical disadvantages, whether created by the North or the British or slavery, all the disadvantages, or the war itself that has really aped away at all our social fabrics, our unity and love and commitment to one another, our cultural norms and values of tolerance and coexistence. The government of South Sudan should acknowledge this day as a veterans. Currently, the government of the South and Garang started this. This day was designated as a Veterans Day. We would like to see it as a national day for the Nyanya movement and all liberators, or the Torit Day. We can give it a name, but let it be something that continues to be here for life. And in acknowledgement of those heroes, whether it's a day or a week, it'd be nice to see it was a week to celebrate and really acknowledge people's contributions. Hopefully, at the same time, we'd like to see the erection of some monuments to honor all these people. We must collate all their names, and their names must be in our history and known to all of us in our houses. We appeal that not only this should be a national day, but as I said, there should be monuments to acknowledge the people who raised the first banner and registered our cause, the pioneering heroes, heroines, and martyrs. So thank you very much for this, for all of you for attending. And if Sahatani, if you can read out those names, and then while I see if I can get a hold of Uncle Peter Tingo. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. So it's the list of names, right? Not the entire letter. Is that correct?
No, the names for now, while we try and get a hold of Uncle Peter.
The names of the souls that we've lost on that day, fateful day, 18th of August, 1955. Their names and ages. Abdurrahman Airu, 36 years old. Andrea Otenge Giacchino, 19 years old. Aboli Choho, 34 years old. Asmiro Vitali, 31 years old. Tiago Maya, 35 years old. Itinga Oboya, 28 years old. Asiano Ojok, 31 years old. Eusio Jibo, 38 years old. Achiang Olwaha, 30 years old. Oler Oserijo, 28 years old. Patrico Onying, 33 years old. Quinto Odwanya, 38 years old. Igatoni Oliha, 31 years old. Samuel Yunis, 34 years old. Albino Haria, 31 years old. Arone Atari Giacchino, 21 years old. Bruno Huduya, 36 years old. Cicinho Oliha, 34 years old. George Omoro, 32 years old. Jacob Ocholi, 35 years old. Cassiano Omira, 30 years old. Asimo Eture, 29 years old. Ohide Nicola Kusang, 32 years old. Pasquale Otoro, 49 years old. Iro Ohide, 30 years old. Raimundo Fujang, 33 years old. Rocco Abulahu Chakino, 23 years old. Those were our martyrs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seth. Yeah. I still can't get a hold of Uncle, so I don't know if Kush, can you quickly summarize Uncle Lawrence's contribution to this, and then Seth can do Uncle Peter. But before we do that, we go around to Brother Sabato in particular. I want him to contribute. So if possible, Kush, can you read a summary of Uncle Lawrence Moditambe's recollection of the time? It's in our group, that group. So perhaps Sahatini, you're ready. So go ahead. Kush, did you get it?
No, but that is but Seth, if you have it, you could read it.
No, Seth, go ahead. Okay. You could do Uncle Lawrence's one in case Uncle Peter joins us, and then if not, we do Uncle Peter's. Go ahead.
I've got Professor Peter's ones in front of me now. Am I good to go with that one?
Yeah, yes, fine. Go ahead with it. Yeah.
First blood to be shed in the struggle for the South Sudanese for independence. July 25th and 26th, 1955 are historic days to remember. There were days when the first South Sudanese blood was shed in their long struggle against Northern Sudanese domination. The bloodshed occurred at Nzara when the workers in the spinning and weaving factory demonstrated expressing anti-Northern slogans and the return of their dismissed colleagues. They were also agitated by what took place in Yambio the previous day. The incident has sometimes been referred to as either the Zande, Yambio, or Nzara riots. As is known, however, was not the first expression of dissatisfaction by South Sudanese with the impending independence of the Northern Sudanese. Earlier riots had taken in Juba following the arrest of government officials on the grounds of advocating for federation, but there was no bloodshed. As we forget, this incident is being presented here for those who might not have known and read about it. As today, 25th of July, marks the 67th year since it happened. What took place in Yambio and which led bloodshed was follows. During that period, the Southern demand for federation was growing louder generally, but particularly by the members of Parliament of the Liberal Party. And there were also indications that the Southern members of Parliament belonging to the Northern political parties were leaning towards the call. Because of that, the Northern political establishment and the self-government regime of Prime Minister Ismail al-Azhari became alarmed. They feared that a louder call for the federation by Southerners could delay the progress of the country to independence. In their view, the call for federation was initiated and was being driven by the British and the church missionaries whom they suspected of still harboring an agenda for dividing the country. They also were of the view that the Southern dislike of Northerners, as well as the idea of federation, was only being entertained by the educated class and was not supported by the people and the traditional leaders, the chiefs. They therefore wanted to do nothing that would undermine the call for federation. In fulfillment of this, one overzealous Northern District Commissioner in Yambio called Muatasim Abdul-Rahman wrote some statement in names of the Zande chiefs. In that statement, the chiefs disassociated themselves from the call for federation, as was being voiced by the Liberal Party. He most likely induced the chiefs to signing it and then wired the statement to Khartoum. That statement was like manna to the government of Prime Minister al-Azhari. It was announced over Durman and carried out by the print media as proof that Southerners and their chiefs did not support the call for federation. At that time, the Honorable Elia Kuze, Liberal Party member for Yambio, was in the town. He was annoyed with the chiefs, and so on 7th of July he called a rally where he denounced the chief and asked the people to remove them for standing against federation. The chiefs reacted very angrily at the idea of their removal, and likely in collusion with the district commissioner, ordered Elia's arrest. On 25th July, the chiefs tried Elia and sentenced him to 2 years of imprisonment. On hearing the verdict, the crowd that had gathered around the court staged a demonstration, which was dispersed by police. Elia's jail sentence, however, was quashed by the Chief Justice. As mentioned in the first paragraph, the next day, 26th of July, the workers of Nzara Spinning and Weaving Factory, who had their outstanding issues regarding the dismissal of their colleagues, began to demonstrate. What took place in Yambio the previous day, coupled with the issue of federation and anti-northern feelings, added to their anger. The few policemen at Nzara could not handle the situation, and a message was sent to Yambio some 15 miles away. In response, District Commissioner Motasim arrived with a platoon of the army, which was then based in Yambio. When the demonstrators did not respond to his call to stop, he ordered the army to open fire on the demonstrators, whereupon a dozen or more of the demonstrators were killed. So those killed became the first South Sudanese to shed blood in the struggle for freedom and independence. News of the killing in Nzara traveled widely, especially in Equatoria, and it set the stage for the spontaneous uprising in Equatoria in consonance with the mutiny of the soldiers in Torit on Thursday, 18th August, 1955. Professor Peter Tingwa.
Thank you. He also wrote another one for the Torit Uprising, but it's okay. I think we've got the message. So thank you, Sahatani. Yeah. So I think we can proceed. So let's have a discussion. We've had enough talking of history.
If I may give some closing remarks, as I will have to leave now. It's short one.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Again, very short. Last year here in London, we had a commemoration of the Torit Uprising. It was a humble event considering coronavirus and also the small time scale that we had, but it was a necessity. And I'm glad that on Clubhouse of the last 3 days or so, there's been many conversations, many discussions about it. And I think there is some truth, even though some might disagree with it, but in the grand scheme of things, there's some truth in the fact that as time and things stabilize in South Sudan, this is going to become more and more of a public issue, and it will not be something relegated to the archives of history. If anything, those of us who are here, who have a relatively young audience, we are interested in that for many reasons. Many nations are able to, speak openly and recollect collectively of their history, regardless of which factions were in which sections of a particular war or a particular conflict. But it is something that will never leave us. It is a constitutive step of our freedom, but not the only one, of course. And we mentioned Torit. It's a particular space in time. Nothing happens everywhere at the same time. Something has to start somewhere, sometime. And if it is Torit, it could have been Wow, it could have been any other place, but we are humbled that those people, the names that we have read, they were willing, they had the guts to stand up to people who knew they probably could not overwhelm in the end. But it was a call for principle, and it was a manly reaction. It was a manly reaction against odds that have always been stacked up against us as Africans, as South Sudanese. So my personal is again an appreciation for those souls, and this appreciation doesn't have to be tainted by any factionalism of any kind. This is a national, a civic moment, and everyone has a right to commemorate, to pray, to fast, and to meditate on those sacrifices. And hopefully it can also help us rethink and reshape our own nationalism, our own civic virtues. The very last thing I will say is that there is not a single nation in this world which is perfect. There is no nation of angels here. If you look at the histories of every nation in the world, it's mired with civil war, conflict, division, tribalism, racism. Whether you go to Asia, Europe, the Americas, you will see it. And a lot of those histories today, when you visit museums in some of those modern day nations, established nations, developed nations, you realize that the museums are full with contradictory events that have built themselves upon each other and created the nations that we know today. You look at the UK. The UK is just not English. The French, the Celtic influences, the Romans, and the African influences, the Asians. There's many contradictions. There are many events that some would prefer over others. This is what makes the nation we know today. And likewise with any other nation in the world. And I think in South Sudan, what could be useful is for us to be able to, rise over those superficial factions. We understand that there are, issues of justice, there are issues of principle that has to be dealt with. But likewise also there are issues which are much more fundamental than that, which are our identity. And the risk of us not doing that work of meditation now is that we can be overwhelmed by greater forces which are now galvanizing the Middle East, China, Russia, so on and so forth. So this is my 2 cents on this. I wish we could stay longer, but I'm late for another stage. My appreciation to all the moderators, Kush, Nir, James. I also can see a diplomat. I haven't seen a diplomat in quite a while now, and of course all of our panelists, Honorable Dwarth and Professor John, who's left us, and of course our dear colleague from RBC, David, which I hope that we can touch base individually and maybe talk some more about what is happening on your end. God bless you all. God bless our republic, and God bless Africa in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Seth. God bless you, and have a good afternoon. Sister Diplomat, welcome. Do you want to greet everybody and then hand the mic to Kush to welcome Sabata? Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, good morning, everybody. It's one morning here. Fortunately, I'm late a bit, Uncle Justin. I apologize. Thank you, Brother Seth. Long time indeed. I haven't seen you. I haven't interacted with you for a while. And I would just like to say happy anniversary to all of you, our people of Torit, Equatoria at large. I do not have much to say at the moment since I just came in. Fortunately, I just woke up as well, but I would like to just give it back to you, Uncle Justin. Greeting to our audience as well down there. And every South Sudanese around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diplomat. Thank you so much. Brother Sabata, Kush, let me introduce you. Sabata, come in, brother. You're more than welcome. Come in. Yes, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. And I also want to thank those who are.
You're breaking up, brother Sabata. You're breaking up. Hello, brother Sabata. Yeah, go ahead. Go try again. I think he might be in an area with not much of an internet. Sabata, we can try once more time. Are you there? Okay, let's go to Ambassador Suleiman. I saw you flashing your mic, Ambassador. You can come in before Mr. Daniel. Cool. Ambassador Suleiman, are you there? The mic is over to you.
Yes, الروم ده وكون انت جبت ذاته دكتور دنيا ده انا بعتبره ده انجاز كبير انت عملته. انا ما عندي حاجه كثير داير اقوله، لكن جرى احداث انا عشته، انا كسليمان عشته يعني. انا صغير وقت يعني انا ممكن يكون 3 سنة 4 سنة وقت الامور ده بدا، يعني لحد انا ما طلعت من هون عمري 5 سنة بالضبط. ولا 4 سنين انا ما متاكد بالضبط الحاصل شنو، لكن انا وقت مشيت في الخرطوم، كنت مشيت ابوي ودانا في الخرطوم، انا لقيت نفسي انا في الخرطوم، ولقيت نفسي ابوي منفصل يعني اهلي وباقي الناس كلهم في واو، وابوي في الخرطوم. فبديت لما نكبر بجيت بس على الحاصل شنو بالضبط. فاكد لنا انه انا عندي اخوي اسمه عوض، وعندي اخوي الاكبر منه اول بكر اسمه كونغو، وكنت ناس يتمرنوا. هو كان في واو، هو كان ماسك عنده ورشه بتاع نجاره كبير جدا جدا. طبعا زمان النجاره كان قروش كويس، يعني الناس الغنيانين في واو كانت تلقاهم نجارين ميكانيكيه وكده. هو عنده ورشه بتاع نجاره كبير جدا جدا، وكان بيشتري ادويه بوديه لعيانيا. فهو عزمهم من ضمن الناس اللي عزمهم في البيت بتاع نمرة 3 وقاموا ضربوهم هناك. وزي انا ما كلمتك انا جيت كمان سميت اكد لي الكلام ده اوربانو كيل الفنان ده، انا عملت معه لقاء اكد لي انه هو كان قاعد يغني في الحفله ده، وهو صديق اخوي ده ذاته، اخوي اللي ضربوه ده هو الصديق. وبعد ما دي الاحداث بتاع واو قتلوا الناس في واو، عندي اخوي ورا الزول اللي قتلوه طوالي مرة. عنده واحد صاحبه اسمه ابو سالم، عنده اخوتنا جنبه، عنده يعني اخوت سالم ده جنبنا كده اسمها زهره. هم جو مع اخوي ده في البيت ده بالليل. طبعا الناس بيجوا كان بيشيلوا ادويه، يعني اهم حاجه الناس بيجوا في واو كان عشان يشيلوا، بيجوا يشيلوا ادويه. مشكله اكل وشراب ده ما كان مشكله، المشكله كان الادويه طبعا، يعني كان المشكله الكبيره. فالناس كانوا بيجوا واو يشيلوا ادويه، بيجوا يشيلوا ملح وكده. وهم جوز هو صاحبه ده في البيت ده. فالجيش كان في الجيش في النقلي عرفوا انه الجماعه دي في البيت ده. المهم في اتسرب لهم الخبر، لانهم جو بدري جزء الساعه 6 مسكوا وطلعوا بس. فحصروا البيت، لكن هم اتبالدوا النار مع الجيش دول، هم طلعوا الاثنين طلعوا، لكن الصحابه اخوي ده ضربوه، واخوي ضربوه في جرى فات. ما سالوه حسب كلام ابوي، هو ما سالوه لحد الوقت ده. بعد ما ضربوا اخوي ما سالوه، لكن الزول ده مشى يتعالج بقى كويس. جاء هجم جرينتي صباح، ناس واقفين في طابور الساعه 6 صباحا بتاع الجيش ده، وجاء هجم الجيش صباح، براو ممكن قتل زي 6 نفر وجرح عدد كبير جدا، لانه هم واقفين طابور ما كان ذاته متوقعين في زول ممكن يهاجم الناس. وقدر يجري، كان بحر مليان قطع بحر، لكن هم شافوا وعرفوا انه ده ولد على دندره، فجا شال ابوي ذاته. ده السبب اللي ودانا خرطوم، شال ابوي تعرف ودوه جرينتي. زمن داك لما نودي زول جرينتي بيعتبروه قد قتلوه خلاص. ودوه جرينتي بدقوه بالشطه، بيقول لك كيس شطه براسك ويدقوه بسوق جرينتي بتاعنا. المفروض صباح يوم يعدموه، لكن في عسكري شافوا وعرفوا انه ابوي كان شغال في الغابات، كان ماسك المناشير بتاع الغابات، مهندس بتاع المناشير بتاع الغابات. فالزول ده يعرفوا، قال لهم يا جماعه الزول ده مع المهندس بتاع المناشير بتاع الغابات، ما ممكن تدخلوا لانه بيكون مشكله لناس الغابات. ده سبب الفكو. انا ده اقول شنو في الكلام ده كله؟ القصص دي اتحكت بالخشب، يعني حسب القصه انا حكيت لك ده، ممكن ده انت لو مشيت واو لو لقيت زول اللي اسمه روان وكيل ده بحكي لك، حتى هو كان جوا، وحسب كلامه قال الطلقه ما اخذوا اي طلقه، يعني ما جسمه ما دخل فيه طلقه، لكن وقع مع الناس الميتين كده، مرمط نفسه بالدم كده، وكنت شالوه. السواق بتاع العربيه بتاعت الجيش السايقه العربيه شايله الجثث مشوا وقفوا في جرينتي ده. قد وصل في كوبري اسمه كوبري حرقان في واو، بفصل بين نمرة 3 وسوق حجر. الزول ده وقف في الكوبري ده وقال يا جماعه يزول حي ينزل. هم واحد اسمه حسن، واحد كان لكن الاثنين ماتوا. هو موجود في كلامك يا هو موجود في واو، شغال في الاداره المركزيه، لكن هسه نزل معاه.
Hello, Ambassador, we can't hear you properly. I don't know. We cannot. My sound in a quasar. Could I don't know. Just exit and come back, or come closer to the mic.
سامعني كويس؟
Yep, now it's clear. Now it's clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. ولا انا داير اقول شنو؟ الناس دي الحيين بالمناسبه قاعدين في واو يا جانير، وممكن الناس تلقى منهم ادق التفاصيل. حتى في واحد قاعد في امريكا هنا كان مع اخوي، يتمرد مع اخوي اسمه جيمس جاش. موجود في امريكا جاء بعد ما يعني انتهى وجاء امريكا وقرا حتى الشغال استاذ لكن هسه نزل معاش وموجود حي عنده 3 اولاد قاعد في امريكا برضه ده ممكن يحكي قصص واقعيه عن الحاجات الحاصله احنا بس مشكلتنا انا كان بشوف انه انتوا ذاتوا يعني كان بقيتوا زول واحد من الناس دي يجي يحكي القصه بتاعه لنا في كلاب هاوس بكون حاجه كويس جدا يعني لو انت عملت كونكشن بواحد من الناس الاحياء دي انا ممكن افتش في واو لو قربان وكيل ده في قاعد بشوف واحد من شباب ممكن يوم انا بنسق معك تجيبه وتساله كمان ويحكي حاجاته الحي لانه انا عملت معه لقاء شخصيا بس ما متذكر انا جرأته وين. انا داير اشكرك انه اسر كثير تضررت بالمناسبه في النيانيوان ما في زول بيعرف بالذات في حلتنا في حله فحل قتلوا المثقفين بتاع حله فحل ده كلهم ما ممكن 3 بس يعطلوا منهم من 13 نفر 3 بس يعطلوا بس يعني قصه عجيبه جدا. وزمان طبعا الناس المتعلمين بسيط يعني لما يقتلون في الحله انت بتعرف انه دي ناس المتعلمين يقتلوا يعني عزموهم في الحفله ده نقوم نقي يعني عارفين ده فلان ده فلان ده فلان ده فلان وجابوهم في الحفله يعني الناس مروا بحاجات كثير وانا اتمنى انه الجنوبيين خليه يرجعوا للسنس بتاعه خلونا نفكر في بلد نتغير عشان نقدر نبني بلد لانه البلد ده بالمناسبه احنا ضحوا فيه تضحيات كبير جدا جدا لو احنا ما قاعدين نشوف التضحيات بتاع اهلنا ده يبقى نحن ما ممكن نمشي كده. شكرا يا نير خلينا نطلع لانه انا عندي مشوار. شكرا كثير لك للحلقه الجميله.
Thank you so much, my brother ambassador. Really, the crisis of the Wow massacre, particularly at the marriage, was a terrible thing. Equally, the massacre in Juba around the same time. Slightly, I think it was 64. So all these massacres obviously were terrible, and I remember historically Uncle Clement and those who father went to Wow and went to Juba to collect all the names of those people who were killed, and literally they at the airport they were arrested, so they had to give literally those lists to some of our relatives to smuggle them, and then the vigilant newspaper announced the death of those who were killed. So clearly, I also remember when Uncle Clement, when they arrived in Wow, Uncle Clement had just left the government. He was obviously the Minister of Interior in the Cyril Khatem al-Khalifa government. So they'd just been stepped down, and now that the government was transitioning to another, I think, democracy. They were about to have democratic elections. Well, this is just before Abud took over. Yeah. So Uncle Clement actually got so angry with the death of people, so he just, in the presence of the commander of Bar Khazal, said to all the people who came that you don't have a government, my people, you are victims, you are going to be killed. Go to the bush. There's no government. And that said, the Arab commander was literally sweating and shaking. He couldn't. There was this, the uncle just expressed his view there and then, because it doesn't matter if others are killed, even if he's killed, so what? Because our people were suffering. So I acknowledge the contributions of all those people in WOW. They've suffered like anybody else, and hopefully we will one day get those people. Will coordinate with you. One of the things that we are very particular about is that there are lots of unsung heroes and a lot of people who did so much and have not been heard, and people who have contributed all over. We must create a space to celebrate all our people and their contributions, and in doing so, to reconcile and actually come to terms with what we went through. And everybody needs recognition. Everybody needs to know that this whole thing was done brick by brick. Everybody has laid a brick to build this country. So thank you, Brother Suleiman, for that. I think I can see Brother Sabata. We can see you flashing your mic. And are you back?
Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank whoever opened the room so that we'll come and remember the heroes who have sacrificed for the struggle on the first civil war. Indeed, it's very important that these days should be celebrated nationally. Recognition of those who have passed on those who have fought the first civil war. And if we have had a well-constructed parliament, these would be the things that definitely be discussed at the parliament level and budget for running the year. And all that be done at that level. However, that we don't have those opportunities at this time because we have not established the state properly. I think that should not prevent the communities, the ordinary communities, to basically do such kind of events. It can start from diaspora. People can in diaspora can organize events the weekends of the August 18th. Could be barbecues, could be some parties, and talk about these things, at the community level. And in diaspora, people are fortunate. They work, they have income. They've always celebrated a lot of events. These are the kind of things we can start doing from outside. And once we start doing such things, it will be left at Nazar that representatives represent the parliament, and they will realize yes, there is need to do these kind of things, and they will start to bring to table these things in front of them, the Arabis to discuss more and how to do these things at the level of the country. And I think it is something that it is we outside here who should initiate these kind of things. And indeed, it usually starts slowly by slowly. It starts the clubhouses. It will start masalan discussions with our Facebook. But hopefully next year, let us make it a step forward so that eventually Yal Bitan and Sugar Command we participate in it. Because if we were to do these things in form of events, Yal Bitan, we are doing it in parks or in different states, in different countries, in US, in Canada, Australia, Scandinavian countries, Yal will be in the park and they will play, they will do their games, and they will know people are celebrating such a particular time. And those curious kids will start to Google these things, they will start to educate these things, they will start to ask their guardians, parents about those things, and this is how information can be transferred to the younger ones. Because if we just confine it every time and then we confine it only on social media, say, rooms like this and also Facebook, with the uncles, they don't even sometimes pay attention to Kalamata. So it will be very hard to transfer these things to Yal. That is one. The other thing that I would like to say is, yes, and South Sudanese, we're always proud of our identity, and we also take a lot of pride in struggles that we have initiated. SPLM movement. We have always taken pride of these things. That is very good. One thing I'm not a fan of is always to present a sentiment of dislike or something like that to the Northerners for a particular reason. Let's cut a slack here. The Northerners themselves, Gaba in 1955, independence is a more in British. We cannot be so resentful to Shamalin and friendly to British. I think that doesn't sit well because even the British colonized all of us. Independence in 1956. So what's all the blame sometimes we throw to the Northern as well. We know they are Northerners, they are Muslims, they are cultured differently, their way of life is different. We are also Southerners, we are cultured differently. There has been some attempts on how we can coexist in a round table. In 1965, it didn't work out. In 1972, we enjoyed 11 years of Addis Ababa agreement. That is also with their cooperation, and we should appreciate that. We should present ourselves, South Sudanese, as people who are appreciating the level of cooperation that we have experienced with them. And I think if we start giving such kind of tone outside, that would be good. And let's also not remember, let's not forget that following the Second World War, right now there's a global agenda, and the global agenda demands that there are certain standards that we should live by. How to protect individual rights and liberty, human rights, and how we should live as people, and how we should also be able to create that environment where we can economically also engage with neighboring countries and to a level, to a certain standard. And while we always praise ourselves on the fights that we have done in Anyanya 1, in Anyanya 2, and then later SPLM, while we praise ourselves on those kind of things, let's also not fall back in walking the walk to come up to meet the others in the standard that's being set in the agenda of globalization. Because if we fail to set ourselves to that standard, then we'll just look like people who glorify ourselves in fights that we do. But when it comes to managing ourselves amicably, we can. We just sing songs of liberations and independence, but we can manage ourselves in a country well. Because in conclusion, I want to conclude that I, Sabata, have learned that a country is not like a piece of a cake where we can share, we can eat, and we can feel satisfied that here it is. No, it is a state. It is a state of being, and it is artificial. It's defined by my relationship with you, my relationship with Mr. X, my relationship with Mr. Y, how we relate to each other, how we create an environment where our children live happily, we economically thrive as we pursue happiness, because the ultimate goal here is not just wars of liberation. The ultimate goal is independence, but there is something in the independence, because we want to manage ourselves in a way we want. And the way we want is to manage ourselves so that we'll all live happy. And that is something that we should work on and achieve with all our abilities. Thank you very much for giving me the chance. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Brother Sabata. That's the spirit which will carry the South forward. We must also be mindful that our enemies yesterday are no longer our enemies, so they cannot infringe on our space unless we allow them. So we shouldn't have real issues with North Sudanese, and we've done socially. Obviously, politically, the North is still bent on undermining the South. We see what's happening with the Islamic aid organizations that are being ushered in or brought into the South to try and presumably contribute to social welfare of our people, but the undercurrent of that is clearly well known what the agendas are. So we thank you for your input and the solidarity message you gave, and the need to remember our collective history and celebrate that. And you're right to say our communities should start to do that. We as a people in the diaspora in particular should be a different people now. We have a state in as much as it has challenges, but we should be able to reach out to one another and build and rebuild those communities wherever we are, more so than before, because now we're more like migrants as opposed to destituted people. So clearly we need to build we need to build shops, we need to build organizations that can create an impact and make differences back home, as well as to unite ourselves, because not everything should be politics. Unfortunately, everything had to be politics from all throughout the 80s through the war. But now we need to depoliticize relations. We need to depoliticize everything and just embrace ourselves as one people. So thank you for your input. Brother Kush, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Brother Justin and Brother Sabata, for your contributions. Just going to read a small piece of take of Thomas Lawrence Tombe. It's in London. He one of the witness when he was a young boy. He witnessed some of these heartbreaking events that happened, and I quote his writing. He said that a worrying and sad development occurred when the citizens in Juba started to witness convoys of trucks arriving in town after the 1955 Torit Army rebellion. Military lorries carrying ex-soldiers involved in the rebellion brought in captivity for military trials. The transportation of the captured soldiers driven from eastern Equatoria to Juba were a daily occurrence that lasted up to the second quarter of the 1956. The arrival of our imprisoned heroes drew large crowds to the Juba Ferry Malakia Road to witness the heart-aching spectacle. It was a painful experience, implanted in my mind to date. Incarcerated in Juba prisons, the ex-fighters underwent military tribunals set up in the Juba Town Council Hall. The entire high walls prisons and the surrounding administrative premise of the Juba district headquarters were cordoned off with the barbed wire for imprisonment of the ex-soldiers. Heavily armed northern soldiers guarded the fenced-off area during the tramped-up military trials. I, along other children, went on several occasions to witness for ourselves the marching away of the incarcerated ex-soldier to the military court and back to the prison after the summary trials. One cannot forget those sad and painful events. The ex-fighters condemned to death were summarily executed by firing squad at the foot of the Jebel of the Korok Mountains, Jebel Kujur, on the Juba Yei Road. I gathered in later years, that over 300 soldiers, including the leader of the Torit military uprising, Lieutenant Rinaldo Loyolo, was among the rebel soldiers murdered at the foot of the mountain. On those heartbreaking killings, the citizens in Juba town painfully heard echoes of gun firing on a daily basis in the wake of those executions, as our national hero fell, paying the ultimate price for freedom of Southern Sudan. Many citizens in the city wept openly over those sad ending of our hero. For those ex-soldiers sentenced to prisons, they were sent to notorious Sawakin prison in northern Sudan to serve long jail sentences with the hard labor ranging from 10 to 30 years. The majority of the imprisoned ex-fighters died in captivity due to the brutal treatment, harshness of prison life, and the extreme weather condition in northern Sudan. He concluded that I salute all the 1955 Army Rebellion heroes for paying the ultimate price for our freedom and for setting up the nation-state agenda yet to be reached. Their revolutionary legacy will remain with us forever. Lawrence Tombe, London, August 18, 2022. This is one of the witnesses who have seen this, and this have been imprinted in his mind. And it's for us really to be able to use this event. This event is already it's a self-evidence, not to be used, but it's just to be passed along as a legacy to our young generation, to be able to be a source of the unity of the people of South Sudan. not as a way to be able to add or create more wedges between ourselves, within our region, within our tribes. For those who are Christians and trying to use these events as a way to create further divisions, it will be a shame on you, because some of these people have already paid their ultimate price for us to have a country like this. Yes, the country is dysfunctional. There's a lot of bad things are happening, but those people have paid their ultimate price just for us to have a country, and their price have not gone in vain. Those places like the food at Jebel Kujur, those places could have been wherever our heroes have paid their ultimate blood underneath that mountain. Those places could be made as a historical places, demarcated with all the names of those 300 soldiers have died underneath that mountains. Those places in Torit need to be honored, and all those our heroes that have been sent away and died in captivities, their name need to be known and celebrated. So for us, let's use this event as a way to unite, and as a way that we could be able to leap forward as a united people, not as a divided, but a united, so we could be able to build this country forward. Thank you. Back to you, Brother Nya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us move the queue, and then we'll come back to James, Diplomat, and Edward, and David to say something. We want to ask Honourable Paul, are you there? Mr. Paul, are you back? Paul Matat, are you back? Okay, let's go over to Brother Daniel. Brother Daniel, you're welcome.
Thank you, Nyer and Kush, and all the people, all the guests up there, and our fellow listeners. First of all, I really want to apologize to you, Nyer and Kush, and maybe Lion, if Lion is there. That last Saturday, I was supposed to be part of the people moderating the discussion, but I got carried away with a lot of things. I had to leave the house, so I was away for all that time. So I send my apologies, and I hope that the discussion went well.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. We missed you, but we have another one soon, so you have to come, God willing. Thank you.
Hopefully, inshallah. Yeah, so I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to agree with what you and said. And
Fontano, can you silence your mic? Yeah, you'll come through in a few minutes, brother. Come through. Go ahead, Daniel.
I want to thank you, thanks Seth and Kush for reading all these narratives from our previous leaders and the historians who have, some of them had witnessed the events that had occurred in 1955. And I also want to agree with some of what Suleiman said and Sabata said. I think if I'm going to start this discussion, I would say, the events that happened in 1955 in Torit, this is actually a build-up. It's a culmination of so many things that had happened throughout the history of the South Sudanese, whether they're in the Sudan or now in South Sudan. And it will go back to the year 1821 when Muhammad Ali from Egypt invaded the Sudan in his quest to search for resources in Sudan, resources such as gold, manpower, ostrich feather, elephant tusks, and so on and so forth. And in the end of the day, of course, most of those resources are found either in Western Sudan or in Southern Sudan. And that is how South Sudan became part of that whole expedition. And as you know, South Sudan had been a very close area. It has been a closed area, which is not, it's a landlocked that is not open to the entire world. But because of Muhammad Ali's expedition, that paved the way, of course, to the southern Sudan, because he was also searching for the source of the Nile River. And Nile River is a very important source of water for Egypt. And that is why when we hear about these issues of Jonglei Canal and the Nile tributaries dredging and all this, it is a history. It's a history that comes from that far. So today, when we are remembering the events of the 1955, the Torit Uprising, as you have put it, it is a result of those things, a build-up of those things, a culmination of all this, including the the 1947 Juba Conference, and then the road to Sudan's independence in 1955. And along the way, South Sudanese have always asked for their demands, to be free people, to have the same type of development that is occurring in the northern part of the country, and also to be educated and to have equal sharing, of power and resources and all this stuff. But because of the denial, the continued denial, and all these things that happen along the way, so in the end of the day, South Sudanese people had to take a stand. This, of course, plus the month of July that some of you had mentioned there, actually the events of August 18, 1955, the build-up actually started in July of that same year. That same year, like you mentioned, there were riots in Anzara in western South Sudan, and then events in Juba, in Malakal, and wow, throughout the history of those years. And then there was a telegram also in July of that same year that, all those South Sudanese army in the Equatorial Corps in Torit were going to be moved to the north. Because at that time there were very few Northern Sudanese military in the south. Most of them were like the senior officers, but the vast majority of the army were actually South Sudanese. And I think another thing that I want to add is that, even this Equatorial Corps was not only composed of people of Equatorial origins. I think, if I read my history correctly, there are people also from the other parts of the South Sudan, like from Upper Nile, from Bahar Ghazal. Even though they may not be many, but there are also some people from those regions and other regions of the South Sudan. So it is a collective effort. That is what I'm saying here, and it's also a culmination of all these events. That telegram played a big role. People thought of it as a rumor, but in the end of the day, of course, the northern Sudanese officers in Juba or in Torit, they were sending continuous messages to Prime Minister Ismail al-Azhari to send more troops into the South Sudan, because they could see the sentiments of revolution already, emerging. So, but the reinforcement did not come fast enough. So when the rumor was circulating now in South Sudan, and especially in Torit, that they were now going to be transported to northern Sudan, so they revolted. And that is what brought the uprising of 1955 in Torit. And like you said, so many people actually lost their lives. So many people lost their lives throughout South Sudan. And in the end of the day, that is what sparked the first South Sudanese war, which culminated into the Anyanya One. And then, of course, the soldiers there, they now try to organize those troops that now fled into the bush, now to form the first groups that form the Anyanya One. And these are across South Sudan, of course. And then later on, the politicians, joined in. But the majority of the work was actually done by the foot soldiers in the bushes. And their main goal is to drive the Arabs from the south, because they had seen firsthand what had happened. So yes, we may say that, you know, the British were there, you know, they should also be blamed. Yes, it is true, because they were playing double standard. On one hand, they tried to appear like they were actually standing with the cause of the South Sudanese people. They had encouraged some of the leaders to some extent. But in the end of the day, when those people take a stand and ask for help from them, they never did. They just decided to leave them alone. And at the end of the day, they came at the mercy of the Northern Sudanese army. So yes, I just don't want to go on and on this, but I think what I want to say here is that, you know, yes, it's a very important event. It's actually a milestone in the history of South Sudan, because without those ultimate sacrifices that those people paid at that time, I don't think that there would have been something called like the Anyanya One, or there would have been something called South Sudan. So the credit really has to be given to them, and it has to be given to the innocent South Sudanese people who have died throughout the history. Because of their sacrifice, that is what carried on the struggle that continued from 1955 up to 1972, when the Addis Ababa Agreement was signed. And the agreement was signed simply because there was a lot of suffering. There was immense suffering among the population of South Sudan, and people had fled into refuge in the neighboring countries, and even some to the diaspora countries. So the international community at that time, and then also the neighboring countries, including the Ethiopian emperor then, Haile Selassie, they pressured the warring parties to now talk and try to reach a peaceful settlement to the conflict in South Sudan. Of course, in the end of the day, we knew what happened. The Addis Ababa Agreement was signed, and then there was a period of that regional government in South Sudan where there was some relative peace, and all the politicians came. Now, those who are in the north, the parties that you had mentioned, some of their representatives came to the south. The Anyanya One also were fighters and leaders. They came into the south, and then they all joined hands in forming that regional government in South Sudan during that time. So yes, before I continue, I just want to stand at this, that we need to remember these people really, not only in a day like this, but we need to really continuously remember them, their sacrifices. And if there is a way to build monuments, you know, that is really important, that will give them that appreciation that they have long deserved. And not only that, later on in history, we will also remember the other people who have contributed, you know, to the struggle of the South Sudan, you know, in various stages and in various parts of South Sudan. Of course, we will have to include the SPLM, because some of the Anyanya One became Anyanya 2, and then later on they become the SPLM, SPLA movement. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, the history of the South Sudanese struggle is not confined really to South Sudan. We started with those of Ali Abdel Latif under the white banner in the Sudan. You know, those people like this were jailed twice, you know, and then in the end of the day, they were exiled into Egypt. So that is the beginning of the struggle there. And then people like Dr. John Garang and his colleagues from Nuba Mountain and the Blue Nile, they were also trying to follow in that same line. That's why they created the SPLM, SPLA. Of course, in the end of the day, the demand of the people of South Sudan has always been to secede, to separate from the North. And that is why the clause for the self-determination was now adopted by the SPLM. And this self-determination is the one that actually resulted in the independence of the South Sudan that we know now. So if we are going to talk about all these events, then we need to include Nier and Kush and those who are moderating. We need to include every history, you know, whether this is a good history, whether this is a bad history, so that we can learn from it. You know? And then we need to be collective. We need to include all the collective efforts of the people of South Sudan. And I'm really pleased today that you know, people like Sabata are here and so many others, because last time I suggested that, include those people, like Hakim Dario, because South Sudan is composed of different points of views, and we need to really be tolerant to listen to all these points of views so that in this way and through this tolerance, we can be able to build a viable country. But if we cannot listen to ourselves, we cannot listen to different points of views, that is when our purpose is actually defeated, because we wanted to create a democratic, a free, and equitable country. So I don't want to go on and on. This is a very good discussion today, and this is a good commemoration for the 1955 revolution in Torit, a revolution that have actually spread throughout South Sudan throughout the years and decades, and this is what resulted to the creation of South Sudan. So what is the way forward now? The way forward is like what we are doing now. People like you and those who are in the panel and all those who are listening, we need to come together really. And I'm really pleased to see that people need to come together, talk about these things, make a fair representation to all. And then in the end of the day, we see how are we going to move forward from here? How are we really going to pursue the dream of a peaceful and inclusive, a prosperous, and a just South Sudan? And through this discussion, this is where we will pull our ideas together, and then we'll be able to say, okay, all right, this is the country that we have aspired for. It is probably far from perfect, but now how can we make it at least perfect? Let's strive for perfection, even though it might not be perfect during our time, but then at least we need to leave a legacy for the future generation on which they will build their future and the future of the upcoming generations. So I just want to thank you for this time now, and all of those who have taken their time to be guest speakers, and for those who are listening now here in the clubhouse. So I commend this effort. Yeah, just be bold, include everything, everything that needs to be included, be they good or be they need improvement, or be they things that you see perfect, so that we can be able to actually build on a very strong foundation for our country and for our society. Sabata had mentioned something before I forget and before I go. When we were growing young, we used to see most of these politicians that some of them you have read their names. Even though we were not interested in politics then, but today ita kan semita in yaqi masalan Joseph Lago jai يكلم ناس في ميدان حرية والعبل اللي جاي والنميري جاي في زمن ده, and all these politicians during that time of the regional government, people go out to the freedom square just to see them first of all, and then secondly to hear. تسمع منهم لأنهم بونس بعربي تنا البسيط حتى بالإنجليزي, even though we were young then we were not fully versed in the language, in the English language, but you can hear a word and here and there, and then you can see them actually. So sometimes our young people need to see these things. So even though we are not in the country, but even in the diaspora, we can do something like this, in the form of a barbecue, in a form of a ناس بتاعنا بيحبوا حفلات, even though هو بيجي شكل حفلة, لكن it can be a learning moment, an educative moment. You read what you have just read, you put some pictures there for those youngsters to see, and then they will start asking questions and they will develop some interest. Because if we don't do that, then this generation will get lost. And our generation, by the way, it is the generation it is the bridging generation, in my understanding, that will actually take us to our promised land. Because if we don't do anything now, the upcoming generation is really mired in these conflicts, and some of them did not have the knowledge that we have. Some of them did not have the education that we have. And then in the whole process, then everything can get lost, and then we'll go back to the dark ages. And like some of the speakers had mentioned here. 2 days ago I was actually listening يعني أنا دخلت في club house تخواجات تانين كده فهم بقى بيتكلم عن technology and its effects in the future activities that people will be doing here in life. People are talking about that already. People are talking about like sending like rockets to Mars, to Jupiter, and to the other planets out there, And we are still talking about like peaceful coexistence. Let's just think about this. Like people are already like 100 years ahead of us, and we're still like talking about filan cattle of filan bishil hajato hinak ule like really. So we just need to think about these things, and then we need to see how we can actually bridge the gap between us who are outside here and those who are in the government or in the system, so that we forge the one future for all of us. شكرا أنا ما عندي كثير ده أنا بتكلم في الوقت ده I hope to listen for a moment, and then if I have another contribution to make, then I can do so. So شكرا.
Thank you, my brother Daniel. Your contributions are always up there, and you've always pinpointed us to the right direction. So please keep doing that. Yeah. In addition to monuments, really, I think the time has come for a museum, and I don't know if it's feasible in the diaspora, because they say sometimes we have to hit the ground running. So is it possible for the diaspora, let's say, to put their hands together and build a museum? What would you think of such an idea?
Yes, I think it is a great idea, and I think we have all the means and the capabilities really to contribute. It is only that we need to study it carefully and maybe form a committee that will study its visibility, and then decide where we want to build it. I think it is a brilliant idea if we can pursue it. And before James, I think last time you mentioned that you live in Omaha. Yeah, try to connect with me, James, because I'm thinking of going there the next few weeks, so that maybe we can connect together.
I will.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the idea of the museum is a good idea. It is possible, and just let's maybe discuss it in another setting, and then see if we can be able to form a committee and study it carefully and see how we can actually do it. But I support it 100%. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, the monument could also be something we can contribute to, but the dilemma, obviously, we want the government, our state, to own such things in recognition of freedom fighters and history makers. But if they fail, or even if we think it's necessary, we could do it ourselves. But I really think a museum is good, because it's something that will literally is a war museum, but it's also a collective museum of all our people, in recognizing who the communities are, their contributions, their culture, their way of life. And it's something that most societies use and it can be coordinated with the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, because it does such things. I'm sure even organizations it doesn't only have to be the diaspora. We can get other well-intentional or benevolent societies to contribute to it, because it's about celebrating each other, the diversity, the oneness, the contributions across the board in different eras and time spans.
Yes. I support it, and we have a lot of artists, we have a lot of people with artifacts that can actually voluntarily contribute towards this. So both the monument and the museum are great ideas.
Wonderful. Thank you, my brother. Before we go to Aku, I want to ask Paul. Are you still there? You're in line. Yeah. Okay. Aku, you have 5 minutes, my brother. Yeah, go ahead. Diplomat, do you want to come in and say something before we go, Kush?
No, actually, I would just give my chance to other people here, and I would also encourage you guys down there if they want to come. I don't want to invite them. So it's better so we can hear more. I read the whole testimony anything, but it's better to hear from our brothers from Equatoria, Torit Uprising. So they are more welcome to just come up and speak to us, or anyone else. So thank you.
Wonderful, yeah. I just wanted to say, monitor the chat room, and any questions, bring them up. I also wanted to say, and to agree with Daniel, Daniel, you know, our personal belief here in South Sudan, this causes, we welcome all our brothers and sisters, and we welcome the fact that we're all interacting on these different forums. But it'd be nice, and we're here to allow anybody who has a forum, because he or she who has set up a forum clearly is making a big role, and there are leaders here on these forums. Hence why we wanted Sabata up here. In terms of political spectrum that we have, like now in our midst, we have separatists who are dishappy or unhappy with what's happening in our country. We should not assume anybody's view doesn't matter. We must also hear each other out. So, for instance, I've known Hakeem for a long time. He's my dear brother. He's up here, and anybody who has different views, we're all here to learn, and we're all here to learn from our history, but also to learn from other people's experiences and how we can correct ourselves and build the country that each and every one of us and future generations deserve. Yeah. So I want to acknowledge that view. And so anybody's welcome up here. We tolerate everybody, and we want everybody to talk. At the end of the day, we are Southerners and we are families, so we've got to iron out our issues and reach consensus and do the right things for all of us.
Yeah. Can you give me a chance to work?
Who's that?
This is John Ojang.
Oh, John, my brother. You have. Oh, I didn't know who you were. You're welcome. Come, my brother. Excuse you. I'll cool. Let's get for Neto. Please give him a chance, and then we'll come to you. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
John, why do you want to skip everybody? Just such a joking.
He's working. He's working.
I'm at work, so I came for break, and then I came across your podium, and then I said, let me try to join you too. Thank you so much. Thank you for celebrating this history. This is the history of South Sudan. It is not the history of anybody. Although things happen in Torit, doesn't mean that the Latuka are the one to own it. It is you, the people of South Sudan. Because these people were divided into 5 groups. Company number 1 and number 2 were in Torit. And company number 3 was in Wau. And company number 4 was in Kapeta. And company number 5 was in Malakal. It means all South Sudanese were there. And those people were recruited by the British in order to help them during the Second World War. You know, they also recruited people in Nuba Mountains, which they bring to East Africa rival, East Africa rival, in which today we have Kibera. Kibera in Nairobi is dominated by Nubans, the Nuba of Kenya. But when you go there, you speak Arabic Juba. Even right now, I'm working here with a lady claimed to be that is from Kokwa, but is a Nubi of Kenya. I'm working with a guy here. If I was inside, he should have even said a word and speak to you so that you can see real actually. So it was really, they were really well organized. The British used them in order to fight Adolf Hitler during the Second World War to defeat the German. And Torit, the reason why Torit was being put as a headquarters is the proximity, the proximity of Torit to East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and then also the mentality of the local people. They found that the only way how to control these people it is to make them to be soldiers. You because if we leave them like that, they will keep causing problems. Because they are keeping and fighting with the British, spearing them and whatever. Even when they bring the slaves from Congo and all of this, they snap them. Like Jeremiah Africa, the commander of SPLM, the family from Congo, but the people took out the family. People took out the family from the British and integrate in the community. Whenever the British cross with a slave, the way they see the British are chaining the people, they will attack the British and kill British and release people freely, and then integrate to the community. So it is actually a mix. That community is a mix of people. During SPL also the same things. You know, even if you go right now, you will find the Nubans, the Dinka, the Nuer. They are all there, but you will not identify them as really Dinka or Nuer. They even hate to be identified in that way. So they are all there. So the history itself is the history of the people of South Sudan. Should not be used as a way of advancing. You know, in the tone of language of some majority of the people, they use it as a way of a pride. We Equatoria, we Equatoria, we Equatoria. Equatoria was not only that Equatoria that we believe today. Equatoria was up to Barghazal. If you check now that history during that time, Equatoria was up to Barghazal. It was called Equatoria. You know, all this region was called Equatoria, except Upper Nile. Then later, they divided it into 3 regions. The purpose of these people to rebel, to really uprise, it was the issue of administration and the issue of independence of South Sudan, of Sudan from the British. When the British decided to give independence to Sudan, our people actually feel it was not good. You cannot give independence to a country without our presence. Because the British went and they orient actually the Northerners to be able to govern when they leave. The Northerners have to govern when the British leave. So our people question why the British training only the Northerners to lead in the future when they leave. It means the history of slavery will come back because the Arab used to make the black people a slave. So it means when the British leave and the Arab will be the one taking over, and then we shall be made as a slave. So they oppose independence of Sudan. Instead for Sudan to get independent in 1956, they say no, we should not get independent. South Sudan will not get independent until the British have to really orient all of us. But the British refuse. They continue because the influence of Egyptian favor the Northerners because of Islam. That time, Sudan was Anglo-Egyptian rule. It was British and Egypt who ruled Sudan. Through the influence, manipulations of Egyptian, so the North were favored because of the religions of Islam. So most of the North were oriented. And this is very clear for you, Yajama. If you apply now for a job, will you be just told, come to job, come to work, David, Alaku, Olopuchunato, Olonyere? Will you be told, just come to work? No. You apply for a job, there should be orientation for you. How to orient you in the workplace so that when you are going to work by yourself, you will be dependent by yourself. That was the question. How can the British just leave it to the Arab, orient the Arab, but not orient us? So they complained, there was no result. So the only thing is they agree that we have to do something practically. And the company that was very vocal, the battalion that was very vocal, it was the battalion company number 2. It was mostly composed of the Latuka. They were the one very vocal. You know, they were very vocal in that case, opposing this case. And they're the one even who have relationship with the Liberal Party in Juba. They always have contact with the Liberal Party. And they plan together. But unfortunately, they put it as a plan. Torit Mutini was supposed to take on the 17th, but the secret was leaked. The secret was leaked, and then these people say, no, these people have to be taken immediately. But before that, Oboyo, I think the name, most of you may not be more conversant with the name. The name Oboyo, Oboyo himself was the one who shot. He shot a British an Arab officer. He thought that he wanted to shoot an Arab officer, but he mistakenly shot a South Sudanese. But because he shot a person, a South Sudanese, his case became bigger, and he was arrested. And when he was arrested, they searched his house, and they found all the documents, all the secret documents that they are doing always all the time, in order to attack Torit and take over Torit and then take Juba. So that message was relayed to Prime Minister Al-Lazaro in Khartoum. Lazaro sent a message and said, these childish behaviors of South Sudanese, the disturbing people of South Sudanese, must be dealt with them accordingly. So the strategy have to be done. So they have to do a strategy. The strategy was to transfer this company number 2, that is very disturbing in the south, to be transferred to Khartoum, but without guns. Yeah, tell them. So they came actually. Suleiman Salah, Captain Suleiman Salah, was the one to take the company to the north, was the one being given orders. So Salah, on the 18th, they actually called the people during the parade, because Torit was actually the center of all the army. Even during the Mary or whatever, unless at this time of SPLA it changed. But even during the Khartoum government, Torit is always the center of the army. The report will be reported from Kapueta, from Wow, from Malkal, from everywhere. They will report to Torit. And then Torit, even Juba will report to Torit. And then Torit will report to Khartoum. He has been there. Torit is the one to give all the report of the army to Juba, to Khartoum. You can be a general, a big boss in Juba, but the report have to come from Torit, all the report of the areas of South Sudan. You report all to Torit, and then Torit will relay the message to Khartoum. It has been there. So They searched, they found, and then they found all these plants, and then they said this man have to be arrested. So he was arrested. Oboyo was arrested, and then Taveng was arrested. His name was found in the list as people who planned. Taveng, in which John Gereng put the battalion, Katiba Taveng. So they were put there, and then this strategy was done. From this strategy, what happened on the 18 August, Thursday, 18 August, Thursday, it was Thursday of the week, which it fall exactly this year. This is the same year, the different years. It was Thursday. On Thursday, things happened. People were in the parade, and then Salah with the lorries all together, telling people to climb to the lorries to go to Juba. But they told them, we cannot climb to the lorries without our guns. They say, no, your guns you will get in Khartoum. They said, we used to travel to Khartoum with our guns. Why not during this time? We cannot go to Khartoum without our guns. If you need, they said no, because you are the most people who complain a lot. You need to go to Khartoum to witness the departure of the British and the celebration of independence of Sudan. They said, how can you just invite us? We are not part of the decision making. And you just invite us to go and witness. Witness what? Do we agree with that independence? You are being oriented to take over from the British. What about us? We're not being oriented. So you are taking us to be just witness, to eat and witness? This is nonsense. We don't like. So they refuse. They say no. And then they questioned them. And then they questioned him. Why not only us? Why only us? Why the rest of the people? They say the rest of the people because they are quiet. But your company is so much focal and very manipulating, influential. The Liberal Party in Juba. So your presence is good so that you can be also given responsibility. But the plan was to take them so that maybe to be arrested or killed or whatever, we don't know. So they refused. So Salah said, okay, these people cannot listen me, Jad. They address. They'll not address us. Okay, let's walk with all. Come, let us go. Leave these people. The people are disabled. Leave them. Let us go to Juba. But the driver was also from the community. He's a Latuka, a driver. No? And he was belonged to the company. Company number 2, that refused. So he refused to drive Salah. He told to Salah, I cannot go. I will be like a traitor to my people. So Salah take a pistol and shot him. So when Salah shot him, the parade of the army ran amok and they ran direct to the store. They did not run to the houses, but they ran to the store. The store of the guns, the Korkon, the Gulu Korkon. Taban di Junub, the Sudan Yom Dake. Nasma Bokot be Nasma Bidur Maslam Tom. The Lebes Wokita, Junub there, Jirem Tene, Despiele de Nasgarin Maslam, the view. Lakin the Yokida Silapul Vivi Korkon. Unless if there's a problem, and then you will be given your gun. No? But every askeri besta Bokot the Hilla Imuatan. Modun Sila. So they ran to the store and break the store and took the guns and then started shooting the officers. The officers of Arab include the merchants, the traders and the ordinary people. And Katulumon said it. Katulumon said it. Because of that guy. As a revenge for the killing of that person. So now Salah ran, and then when he reached Lolere, around that area of Okoya, his car broke down because he was also attacked. That is why there's a song in Latuka in the whip. People wrote it like a song. They said Salah Ibanga Itebu. And I go ila or yo edesako horingo. Toromile la bugo. Yo naturomile la uro limur lolere. Toromile la uro. Atromile la uro limur lolere. Salah Ibanga Itebu. And I go isako yo and I go koko iligo. So these are the songs for Salah. When he went, they said, yeah, Salah ita Jaban. Ita gere lakina shiru nastagi. No kutu rasta nuswan. So at around 9 to 10, the message arrived to Juba that the Arab are being killed in Torit. So the Arab feel guilty that Ali Guatala is going to support that problem. Before he get into contact with these people, we have to call him to come. So they call Ali Guatala with the forces that were also in Juba to lay their guns down. So Ali Guatala refused. He did also the same like those guys who did in Tori. Ali Guatala said, why do you just put our guns? Why do you say we put our guns? What have we done? Where do you want to take us? They said, you're not going anywhere, but just put your guns down. You know? So when these people refused it, then they were fired. They were shot. And majority of them also were killed. So Ali Guatala with the rest of the people ran with the lorries, telling people around Loga, Madi, Tombura, all these areas. He was spreading the message, the Arab are killing us. They have killed people in Juba. And from there, everything went wide. And then the killing of Arab again is that, Yei, Loka, Mundri, Amadi, Yatire, Torit, Kapeta, all. Because you kill our people. So we must kill you. So they did it. And the Khartoum government lost Equatoria for 1 month. After 1 month, the British, the Arab knew very well that they cannot overcome the case. And there's a mistrust between the Southerners and the British and the Arab because of the slavery history. So what they did, they say we have to use the British to convince these people to surrender. So they called Alexandra. Alexandra was the Governor General of Sudan. Alexandra was the Governor General of Sudan. Alexandra have to look west, and he called and he got hold of Rolando Loloya, the ringleader of the Torit Equatorial coup. Rolando had wanted to start these things in Juba, but Turina advised him that don't do in Juba. We will not succeed. We will not get support. We go home. We go to Torit. When we reach there, then we will do there because there will be a magnitude support. But if we do here, it will end up only us alone. But if we go home, we will get support. That is why they came and do in Torit. But they were supposed to do in Juba. But when they assess, in case if these things happen, shall we really get support? They assess, they found they cannot able to get any support, any reaction. That is a strong. So they have to postpone and they have to come to Torit to do it. Kira called Orlando to surrender. And he promised him that the independence of Sudan is not going to happen until we orient you, especially you, the company number 2, we are going to orient you. You seem to be open in mind. We are going to orient you. Give him false assurance and all of this. So Orlando relayed a message to Saturnino, to Guatemala. So Ali Guatemala advised Orlando not to surrender. If you surrender, those people, they are going to use a different way. Don't surrender. Orlando foolishly, because Ali Guatemala was an elder to him, and he was a young guy. Orlando foolishly accepted, and he surrendered on the 28th of August. He surrendered. When he surrendered, then he was tasked to collect all the forces. Who did this thing is to collect all of them. So since everybody was scattered, that is why they put in a song. Ya umiara Arabi ogo. Gale Arab. Isubni na ina besitin. Ezol khalima subele to ina grab amru head count. Lora tenna besit. Sanna derna Arab marab. They undermine us. They said we are few. But let us prove to them with the determination heart. So they all went into the villages. So it was very difficult for Orlando to get all these people back. So the Arabs have to use the helicopter. They put him in the plane and they fly low on the ground. And Orlando was talking. He will go to this village and hovering around and he will talk. Oh, Ibwana, tal town. Ana agree majamade, kalamde kida, wana nusuma British governor or shuno. So these people were convinced and they came and they decided to come back. You know, they decided to come back to Torit because of Orlando. On their arrival to Torit, now they were killed. They were killed, and the place where they were killed, it is Himorong. We have already done something there, a monument in which it is now a memorial and a historical place. It's just only the names of the people to be written. But we have done something as sons and daughters of the area. We have done it. The university is also built in that place. If you go there, it's like a Holocaust of Rwanda. You can see the skull of people. So, but the upgrading is still going on, in which, Ajat bigger that the bigger Karab Kule Yaji. Namantagul Gali, they didn't have fundraising. As all people Gali, you are making fundraising, Tadarabu Silas and Tadi Sakil Manas. Development big as a Kulu become a problem. So we have to just do by ourselves. Instead maybe of calling our brothers, the South Sudanese, together to create a lot of problems. That, you are contributing money, you are going to buy guns. So we did it, and the university is built there, and that university is for you, the people of South Sudan. For you. That is your legacy. We're not today. No community should say that I'm maybe having a history of the nation. No. The history, you did it for the nation. No? So Orlando, after coming, they were killed in Himorong, and their killing was very brutal. And then Orlando himself, the ringleader, Orlando Loloya, the ringleader of this mutinies, was taken with the rest of 200. 200, they were all taken to Juba. They were taken to Juba. I think 2,000 of them were taken to Juba. In Juba, they were killed every day. Shooting every day. They will be picked in the prison, then they will be going killed in that Jebel Bujur, which people call today Gali Jebel Denga, gal dinga kan gi katulu fogo. Mufruti na kan lotuko bigul gal jebel lotuko. Lano ina nasta ina kan yagi katulu fogo. They were being picked and killed in that Jebel Kujur every day. Every day. Rolando was killed on the 28th December. The same day that he surrendered is the same day that he was killed also. 28th December 1955. Rolando was killed in Jebel Kujur. After they used him to collect all the forces. Other people refused. Guatala did not surrender. My grandfather, John, did not surrender. My uncle, Atada, did not surrender. Satulino, my elder uncle, Owore, was still a missionary. He was asked by the British, by the Vatican, to represent Sudan, to represent South Sudanese in the Parliament of Sudan. He was a priest, at the same time he's a member of Parliament, in the Parliament of Khartoum. So therefore, those people did not surrender. Those who did not surrender continued the fight. If you go to my home place, Jebel Atara, as you are going to Ikotos, people like those, Teresa, they know it. Other people who knows, they know it. Jebel Atara. It's a very dangerous place, even during SPLA. Very dangerous place up to today. Even during the fight of Nuer and Dinka. That is the place where John Garen killed 500 of Dinka officers, of Nuer officers. Jebel Atara. So, in Mahalde, Atara continued fighting. Other people continued fighting. All these things was taken. There was no reaction from our brothers, actually from other regions, like reinforcement to the people, but the people faced the brutal life. Satulino, in Khartoum, every Sunday, he will go to Port Sudan to pray to the prisoners who were taken there. The rest were killed. They are tired of killing, and then the rest were taken to the prison, and some died because of harsh of treatment. Saturnino will go and pray to them. That is why Saturnino came with a statement that the South will separate from the North, whether you like it or not. I think you can Google it, you can find the speech of Saturnino. The South will separate. Won't they be parliament? The South will separate. The way you are treating people in the South cannot allow people to coexist as one nation. The South will separate. He will go to Port Sudan and pray to the people. And when he prays to these people, he will tell them in a language that soon I'm working very well. I'm working very hard with the other countries. And Saturnino was the best friend of F. John Kennedy. And they were killed the same time. You know? F. John Kennedy was killed in America, and he was working seriously with the connection of Israel. You know? With the connection of Israel people, he was working for those people to be released. And then for the case of South Sudan to be solved. He was telling those people, when I release you, don't go and stay at home. You go to the bush. Join Ali Guatala, join Atara, join those of Johnny Dillon. Join them. And after you join them, I will come after you. Then I will lead you. So these people were now released one by one, case by case. Maybe in a week, 20 people will be released, and they will be coming. 20 people will be released, they will be coming. You know? 20 people will be released. So therefore, I will conclude by saying, my brother Nyeri, after they were released, they came and then they're starting these guerrilla. They were not called Anyanyawan. They were called Omiang. Bikulu Omiang ade gali Osud Gaba. Rotanta dinga bikun berotanta nasta ni bigulu sunu. Omiang nasta Gaba. Bigulves nasta Gaba. Berotan.
Koiror.
Cairo, exactly. They were not called Anyanya. No, Anyanya came in late 60s. Someone like Gubiga take over. The word Anyanya came in, but they were called Omianga. So they came and they continued that fighting. So it is the Rominan of these people who form Anyanya one, and Saturnino become their leader. And when Saturnino become more powerful to the event of fighting the South, the country, so he realized that he was being hunted down wherever he go. Arab are looking for him. So he told to the children, to the soldiers, that if I live, if I die, the only person who will take care of you will be Joseph Lagu. Joseph Lagu is a well-disciplined soldier. He listens to advice. When people talk, he's always very listening. He's not interrupting, he's not doing whatever, he's well-disciplined. And Joseph Lagu joined Anyanya while he was a soldier of Khartoum with the 1 star. He was well-disciplined. So Saturnino loved him. He favored him more than those of Joseph Odugo because of disciplined behaviors. So when Saturnino went with Joseph Odugo as a foreign minister, that time, they went into Congo to receive ammunition from Israel. So when they came to Kampala, and then he was told, there are people hunting for you, they will kill you. He told to Joseph Odugo that, let me go alone by myself with my bodyguards. You go through Kenya. You go through Kenya, then you will enter. So he came on the border. He met his death. He met his death from the Uganda soldiers who attacked him. And then from there, people hear the death. And they said, yeah, he has been talking that Lagu should be our leader. So Lagu take over. Lagu lead Anyanya one, I think for 6 years only. Since the time he joined, he lead Anyanya one for 6 years at the same time. Then now, he signed an agreement to Anyanya one with the Khartoum. And that was one of the things that bring to him a blame that why did you surrender? Why did you surrender? It has really actually a lot. Maybe if I have time in the future, we are still having a man. We will discuss more. I don't like to dominate the discussion, and my time is also limited. There's a lot of stories about this. It connect. Anyanya one, it connect until it came to SPLA. No? It connect. This is all connection. Equatorial coup, Torit Mutini was a baby step. Jana bitagi lo gum fok. Lo jana got dead. Gum fok. What would you feel? You will say, Jana the bigger gum fok. Then he will put step one. Mama. Oh, it's about you will laugh. So the Equatorial coup was a step number one. And then they put the step number two, which is a Anyanya one. And then they put the step number three, which is SPLA. Then they put the step number four, which is a referendum, which is CPA. Then they put a step, the last, which is now become a country. You cannot celebrate independence of Sudan without remembering Anyanya, without remembering 1955, the beginning of the step, the step of the baby. To was actually like a step of the baby when a baby is walking. So I'm so much happy. Let us use it like a history that unites all of us. It's not a history that I should be proud. I'm an Aduka. I should be proud. Our people are the one who paid the price. We are like this. No, that will be a primitive way of a pride. This is the history of the nation. We have to use it as a united things. And we are always standing for unity of the people of South Sudan. Separation is an insult to some of us. Separation, the word separation is an insult. It is an insult to some of us who pay heavy price for that nation. Our founding fathers paid, and some of us also pay during Torit faction. You know, during Torit faction. Other things are what? Some people asking the question, why Torit? Why Torit? Why Torit? I cannot explain, some of us cannot explain, but the history will explain. SPLA history explain why Torit faction. Everything explained. So unless you run into trouble, then you will understand why Torit. But if you don't run into trouble, you will not understand why Torit. So you only understand when you run into trouble, then you will understand it, why Torit. So let us celebrate in a good faith for some of us. Anybody who is having ambition, talking of something of pride, of a community, we like this, we don't do we like this, we like this. It is a primitive way of celebration. We don't like to imitate some people who said, we liberate you. We liberate nobody. South Sudanese liberate themselves. And South Sudanese rise together in 1955, regardless. So we are all one people, our history, our history. It could have been started somewhere, we will still celebrate that history. It is started in Ayod, SPLA. It is started in Borg, SPLA. We are still celebrating as our history. It's not the history of Dinka. So therefore, my brothers and sisters, we cannot build a nation, a new nation, without a history. Whether in London, you can go to the archive, you will find the history. The history will reflect you, who you are. We cannot build a history. We cannot build a nation while we don't have a history. We must have a history. Something that will make us who we are. What a struggle have we done to ourselves until we arrive here. And that, it is the work for all of us. So therefore, my brothers, should not be something that can divide us. Should be something that will unite all of us. Although some people were not there, but they are part of the struggle as South Sudanese in another different way. It's just like SPLA. You know, it's just like SPLA. We agree, like for me, a member of SPLA during that time, majority of the people who were really actually a lot were Dinka. You know, and we were there. You come to this Anyanya Equatorial Group and Anyanya 1, majority were also some people in the region of Equatoria, majority of them. But when we come as a history, it is our history all together. If it is the Ratuka who died a lot, the history of South Sudan. Denka who died a lot in the SPLA, in a number, it's still a history of South Sudan. So, by the way, for some of you who look me like maybe anti-Dinka, I want to tell you, these are the people we cannot forget in our community. You know, we have a lot in common in culture with those people. Whenever we fall into trouble, they are the first people who will come always. With the Nuer together. When those of Joseph Odugo ran to Congo, with those of Satulino, it was the Denka, those of William Deng, who came in their own rescue and support them. But later, these political things of South Sudanese went. So, today, we suffer in the country called South Sudan.
Okay, my brother.
So, now,
there's complaints. Summarize it. Finish. 2 minutes.
Okay. I will summarize. 3 minutes is too much. 1 minute. Yeah. So we suffer today. If you reflect this 1955, what happened? Does it not yet still affecting us? It's still affecting us. Why? We don't know how to govern ourselves. That is what we mess in the country. Who did it? The British. British did not orient us how to govern ourselves. That was why Turabi said these people, they don't know how to govern themselves. Because since the time of British, even the time of Arab, we separate, no orientation. You cannot be employed in the company without orientation, how to carry your job. So we were given a country, nation called South Sudan, without knowledge of orientation. We came from the bush with the jungle law, and we applied the jungle law as the rule of today. So the 1955 people, they were right to say to the British, why do you not orient us? Orientation is very important in the job place. Thank you so much. I salute all of you, and I'm so much happy, with the push, and somebody also who wrote, and the language you people are using. Use this occasion as occasion how to unite yourself, how to reflect yourself. Should not be a pride of a community. Thank you so much, or a region. Thank you so much. May God bless you. I'm going back to work. I will listen to you.
Well, thank you very much, my brother John Chang, for that patriotic historical account and airing your opinion as well as to the state of the South and the need to exercise patience, the need to exercise understanding, the need also to call out those who are working to undermine or to distract Southerners by whether through bad policies or bad practices. We must call them out and shame them. We thank you for that. I wanted to also say that we salute Uncle Father Citrino for his enormous contribution to the struggle, because he single-handedly used to go and buy arms, go and raise funds, and literally contribute to the Nyanya. So when he fell, clearly the Nyanya felt the impact of that, and it's a pity that he died so early. But he's somebody we need to remember regularly. Uncle Joseph Lago also contributed, obviously. He governed the Nyanya for 3 years before signing the agreement. In the case of Equatoria, you're right to argue that Barkhazal was part of Equatoria. Equatoria was first established in 1870 by, by Baker. Baker's the one who established it, and in doing so, obviously, he established it. It actually encompassed Samuel Baker. It encompassed much of northern Uganda today, and definitely included Barkhazal. Ideally, the South should have even been called Equatoria, but the dilemma, obviously, we have Equatorial Guinea, so that becomes the problem. But that region, obviously, and particularly Torit, has historical significance. All of Equatoria is pivotal to the struggle. If we did not have those bushes and we had the flat lands of Upper Nile and Barkhazal, we would have not been able to defeat the enemy and get our country. So we want to salute you for your contribution. I want to say that you're always welcome here, and let us continue these discussions. Let us continue to reflect, and we will definitely be visiting your room. Your historical knowledge is profound, and it's really amazing. Yeah. So thank you for that input. Sorry everybody for the delay. We're going to give everybody 5 minutes. I know others have protested. Why did Onek get so much time? The reason is because I was in his room recently, and he really has a good account of the history. And he's also right to argue that any contributions that we make is just like a contribution you make in your family. You don't say it's you give it to the family as part of the family. The achievements of the family, the recognition is all in the name of the family. Equally, any recognition, support we give to South Sudan, we should not gloat as any community. We did it for all of us, for all our community. And that's the African culture that we know. The pride of the village is the pride of an individual is that of a village. The pride of a village is that of a community. The pride of a community is that of a nation. And we should continue to do that. So we want to thank our brother John for that. Aku, mic is yours.
Thank you, Brother Nyer, and Kush, David, and Diplomat, the moderators, and the panelists up here, and the audience down there. I'm not going to
we talk a lot. Though, excuse me. I'm not going to talk a lot, but I know, like, there's a say that latecomers eats bones, but we were here early. John Chan came and took our meat, and now we're left with a little bit half meat, half bone. But some later, maybe they will get the actual bones. But that's how it works.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry, Aku.
Yeah,
you always have a lot to say. Feel free. Come on, you'll take a different angle.
And no grudge about that. We have to set up, some cut here. I will try, to narrate my stuff within 5 minutes. And I know later on others will get maybe 2 minutes, but that's how it is. So, okay. I would like to go to right before 55. I guess, the issue all comes here because we are influenced by the British. And if I go further, I will go to 1884, the Berlin Conference, because we were not even part of the Sudan. Since after the Berlin Conference, part of Eastern Libya, Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, these are all under British. So when we come and British locked us up into the close district from 1920s up to 46. So coming close to 50, British was having a lot in their plate. Countries are trying stuff here, and in East Africa, in early 50s, you have those of like a Mau Mau movement started there, and Sudanese also here. And British wanted to release themselves, and they promised Sudan for the independence. But they can't leave us as a Southerners in the limbo. And they, like amalgamated us to be southern part of the Sudan. And that's where the problem started. Comes the independence. When close to the mutiny, the Sudanese government appealed to the British that they are going to delay the independence. And British doesn't want that. They just wanted to try, to give the independence as they could, because you have also those of Mau Mau, like I mentioned, in the East Africa, everywhere is boiling. People wanted to get their independence. Based on that, I'm coming to the point of the surrender. People may ask question, how comes these people, they rioted and they got up, and at the end they will surrender themselves and they will be slaughtered like that? Because, yes, Sir Alexander Knox, how he wanted to leave Sudan, he lied to these, riot soldiers and told them that, he got an assurance from Ismail al-Assad that their trial will be fair. And later on, some of them, if not all of them, will get amnesty from prison. That is why those people surrendered. And coming to the history, we know that this history, the only way we can preserve it is some of us who are now gathering in the clubhouse, exchanging all these ideas and the historical facts, can preserve it and can write it. And because it is a critical time, many of us were in exile. We don't have time, and many of our forefathers are passing away, aging, and we don't have time to get more from those who lived actual, like the situation. With the other histories, yes, there are some internet journalists and YouTube, we can go and get the facts, but with us, really, we need to work hard on this one so that we can preserve anything. And some other ways of preserving it, yes, many people mention building monuments and all this. And even, some little parks in the area. Here in the Western world, the first school built, the first principal will have a park in the neighborhood with his or her name and all these kind of things. So we need to have that kind of, maybe a national park or whatever to be named, and you can find a sort of applet there has, a short summarized history of what that, being, like dedicated to. And we can do this, but we can celebrate this without talking about our situation, and especially being in exile. So we can't talk about, we can't do what we wanted to do under the current regime that, in our country, because they will not allow you to do that, and they neither even don't want it. And if you see even part of our history with the SPLM history from 83 until now, we have so many people that are alive, people that can tell you what happened, the witnesses. Even if it comes into the killing of people, some people will tell you so-and-so killed so-and-so at this place, at this time. The only reason we don't know is why they killed it, or like they got killed. So we have people that can narrate this story, or they can write it. Yet still we can see the regime on top of them, the president, assigning the history of the country to be written by the foreigners. These professors of the, of this like Ethiopian university that awarded him the doctorate. So these are kind of the things that we should not let it happen. We have our own people that can write the history based on that they lived. Not that people that will be paid money and they will write something that based on, the monetary value they acquired or they got. I'm not going to go more, but I will give a chance to those who would like to speak. I can see a lot of people there, but if I got time later, I will, because this thing is not something that, we can talk about it just, in a 5 minutes. This is, a history. And right here on my profile, if you can see, this is Ali Batala. And with his famous say that, if I quote, like, if I died before I see South Sudan, I will ask God to let me look down to see how my children are fighting. And if they are not fighting well, I will again ask God to let me come back to fight alongside them. And thank you, Nyera. I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. He was a great man, and our history is full of great leaders. I've also used him as a screensaver, but all throughout this month we'll be using different South Sudanese heroes of that era. By doing so, we're not forgetting the SPLA and their contributions, but everybody must be apportioned recognition and honor that matters. So that's the reason. But these are the guys who laid the foundation for the and they were the fathers who birthed the SPLA and the liberation that we are experiencing now. So thank you very much. Kush and Diplomat, please moderate. Are you guys there? Kush, Diplomat?
Yes, we're here.
Go ahead, Diplomat. Just moderate, pass the mic, manage the queue, and interact more. I don't want to dominate this. It's teamwork. Come on.
No, it's okay. It's for you. It's your time. We talk sometimes a lot more than you do, so no problem. Actually, thank you so much, Mr. Akro. I totally appreciate what you were saying, and it's just so phenomenal to hear all those history. I hope you stay along a bit, so we can maybe later on you can just get a chance and speak more. Right now, we just give back to our brother, Fortunato. The microphone is yours. Please activate your microphone. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nyer, Kush, David, Diplomat, Duo, James, Daniel, Sabata, Paul, Aku, Ahmed, Simon, Good, GL, Good, Job, Dr. Hakim Dario, Warrior Tutu, Banco, Robert, and the listeners. Thank you very much for this room, for opportunity to be here with all of you. South Sudan discourses 67th anniversary of the Torit Uprising, Promoting. Yes, it's very clear. The history actually is for everybody. We have every community, tribes in South Sudan or Sudan participated in this revolution, not just 1950s. Dating back to Aku was saying something about Sudan 1800 or something. Remember, Sudan and Egypt was one. Within it, there was not any country Sudan. There was just one country, Egypt, and governed by Egypt. So we contributed a lot. And when you look at the issues, those were the issues that grievances from way from British time. As I said, every tribe in South Sudan participated in this. Kind of accumulated problems for centuries. It's until 1910, when we talk about Sudan, and then Sudan, we have Sudan governor and Equatorial governor. Equatorial governor itself, they have their own governor. 18. The name changed to Equatoria from 1910 to 1922 because Ottoman Empire was also, running around the world, struggling to keep the empire, and Egypt was one of them, and the British also. And the preparation was for Equatoria to be independent. 1922, when the Egypt got its own independence. But the price of independence is very, very important. As John Chang was saying, preparation, it is expensive. So there was World War II here, World War I, World War II, which was taking attention from British. That was, preparing the nation of Equatoria. That's why Equatorial Corps came in late 20s, 1930s, then 1940s, 1947. That's where people had conference, Juba conference. Everybody from all these three regions were there. You can read the minutes and see yourself the people who are over there. But the issue that was in those that Africans, what they call African tribes, they didn't implement what the people were demanding, especially Equatorians, because the federalism was one of them. Sudan was supposed to be federated, Sudan, in order to keep the unity alive for all the people in Sudan. But the Arabs refused. What happened? Equatorial Corps. Moving on. In 50s, things a little bit going in a wrong direction. Then 1955, that's when things get out of hands. Yes, we have the companies, 1 and 2 in Torit and Kapwata. I'm from that greater Kapwata. Most of us, we lost our generations in those wars. It's not easy. We lost our families because of the freedom that people wanted for the whole country called Sudan. It was generally for Equatorians started from Torit. The next was in Kapwata, then Juba, then Yambo, all these. But the Equatorial Corps was a big arm. Was in Malakal and Wow, And what happened with those people, Equatorial Corp in Malacca, because they were very inactive. Equatorians were very active. They didn't want to be oppressed by the Jalabas. That's what happened. We fought. It's not that Equatorians did this and that. And the most ethnicity that pay price, that's the Equatorial. Yes, we cannot deny that. Yes, we read the names over there. All the people, all the Equatorial communities, they pay the price. More than 500, according to the estimated account, more than 500,000 people died 1955 to 1972. That is all where the history started. From there, then 1972. And there was somebody who was here breaking the segment into three. After 1972, that's when the political issues came in. We have military wings, the political power. People were struggling here and there. And then there was another guy who was just talking about Joseph Odugo, like the old man. I think you forgot that the SPLM was the Joseph Odugo founded this SPLM party, because most of us we don't know what is who did this, but John Grant made a coup and they killed him in order to take over. That's what one of the he's saying that once Grant took over, everything was okay. No, because South Sudan is a diverse community. You cannot just take a leadership, then you put all your tribes in it. That's what Grant was. What he did, he took it over and he put all his leadership under his own tribe. That's what the problem was. Kolmanyang was the one responsible for killing Odugo, and he is, the history over there. We cannot deny this, and those are the problem we have in South Sudan. South Sudan issues is not yet fixed. If Equatorial is not fixed, then South Sudan is not going to be in peace. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Bye.
I totally agree with you on the statement that you said. If Equatoria, actually, I would say it this way: if Equatoria is not 100% happy and well put together, South Sudan may not be in peace, because we are actually we cannot live without one another. Equatoria is South Sudan. Equatoria it's played its role as much as you can see right now. Equatoria it's greater Equatoria. So without it, it's South Sudan is nothing but a lost country. So thank you so much, Mr. Brother Fortunato. We go to Mr. Ahmed. Ahmed, over much. And before, if Kush or Justin or David has anything to say before, we can just activate Ahmed mic.
I think you also mentioned James. James is there, and what if they want to say anything? But anyway, you can go ahead with whoever comes first.
Wait, you saying James?
James is with us here. James Manasseh.
Oh, James Manasseh. Okay, so Mr. James Manasseh, go ahead if you have anything to say before we can go to Ahmed. Are you there? If you have interjection or anything addition you want to add before we can move to the next speaker. Otherwise, if you don't, we can just move. Are you there?
James, I think refresh your mic or refresh your screen. In the interval, go to one of the others.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, there are a lot of people. Just move on. I will interject later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, Ahmed, it's your microphone is yours. To me, it's too low. I don't know about the rest. Very low.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Brother Ahmed. Try and refresh your screen. No, I think exit briefly and come back in. Leave the room and come back in.
Should we wait or go to the next?
No, he's coming. He's coming immediately. Go ahead, Ahmed.
How is it now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Greetings to everybody, moderators, those people also who are down here listening. I don't want to dwell on this, or do I have to run into this issue of who takes the credit for whatever took place, or who ignited the first the light to the struggle of people of South Sudan, which brought about the country today. Yes, it's a good time to remember those days and remember those who really sacrificed to create what's called a state of South Sudan. I'm a little bit concerned about few things that are taking place, and I believe a few of you have alluded to that earlier. Although I've been waiting quite a long, yes, as Brother Aku said, these remaining bones, I think we will, each one of us will get a little bit of it. What I wanted to say is, if you don't know your history, you will definitely have a problem to determine or decide your destiny. In other words, you will also allow others to write your history if you are not capable of doing it. In South Sudan, this country came through a very huge amount of things that happened, things that took place, history in the making. Take it back from 1926 to 1956 and so on, 72, 83, and till today. A lot of things took place. So many things happened. It is very, very important that whether it the government, benevolent societies, organization, higher institution of learning, for someone to pick it upon himself and work to preserve this history. There is a lot of things that took place that many of us might not get a glimpse of it down the road, or we might lose them. For example, we have a good number of elders that do really sacrifices from the day one till today. They are all scattered all over the country and all over the world, of course. And some of them are fading away with a very, very valuable information and things that took place. They are just dying with it, and we cannot get a glimpse of that. So if some of these organizations that I mentioned, or some of these bodies that can be able to come together, like I had it earlier, establishment of some kind of archive, and take it upon themselves, whether it be a institution of higher learning, that they can go all over across the country, across the globe, to find out exactly what took place that leading to creation of South Sudan, and having an archive that the generations to come can be able to know exactly what took place and what happened and how this country came about. Perhaps there are so many stories out there, some are conflicting, and so forth. Some are the truth, but if we are able to gather every single details of the information, that will help shape our destiny. as people of South Sudan. Without that, I think we will be just, because right now I can see in any other segments that I listen to, people are just racing to who should take the credit for what took place or what happens today. And that's not the essence of it. People of South Sudan, all of them, they really contributed immensely to this, and they paid a hefty price. But let's gather the information. That's the most important part of this. These people here, as time goes, we might have some issues if we don't really focus our attentions, and then we start racing towards who should take the credit for. And I, for one, I don't want to dwell on so many other issues. I've listened a lot. Some of it have been said, but I'm just concerned about getting the history, getting all the information that we need, and preserve them to have a very good future that our kids, historians, writers, they will just dig through it, get the facts, look for it, run after it, and try to put something very clear, because without knowing, I think our destiny will still be tainted. And for that, I will just yield the mic back to the rest of the people to speak. Of course, this bone is almost finishing, so I just have to leave some to the rest. Thank you very much.
Justin David Kush. Can
No, I think just continue, because we're losing people because they've waited quite a bit. I'm trying to get a hold of Dr. Hakim, but I can't. I don't know if he'll be back, but just continue the mic. Joke or who's next.
Yeah, sadly, I just read it right now. Said I wish we knew before we would have just allowed.
Yeah, he didn't tell us here, but he'll come back. I'm sure if he's free. I'll send him a message. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Ahmed, very much. Just go to Mr. Joke, Brother Joke. Activate your microphone. Go ahead. Proceed. Thank you. We can't hear you, Joke.
Joe, can you reactivate your mic if you're with us? Otherwise, we'll move the queue and come back to you. Are you there? Yeah, go ahead.
He's there, but we can't hear him. Joe, just 1 minute. Second leave and come back, please.
Joe, you can exit and come back immediately. We'll give you a chance. Go ahead.
Is it us or the networks, or people's networks? I'm wondering. Okay, he's back. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Of the Torit Uprising. I have to be here. Thank you.
Joke, you are in a matrix, brother. We can't hear you at all. Like drowning. You're drowning. We can't even hear you. So try again. You there?
Yeah, the network is bad. Just pass the mic. I'll come a little later. It's okay. I'll wait.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. So try. Go ahead.
It's bad here.
destiny better. You guys fast. I don't want to delay the line. That's it. I heard the wait is bad. Network is really bad. I could go off any second.
Okay, do come back when you can. Yeah, go ahead, diplomat. Go ahead.
Brother Simon, go ahead, activate your microphone, and then Jock, whenever you're ready, just flash your mic.
Driving right now. If you guys can pass the mic to somebody, I will come back. I'm actually driving, so.
Oh, okay, thank you. My sister Warrior, I think she's next, unless if I'm mistaken, my screen is according to my screen.
She's next. She's next.
Yeah. So, Sister Warrior, go ahead. Warrior Princess, activate your microphone, please.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Is my internet okay on your side?
It's perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first I want to greet you all. Peace, 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 and love to everybody on the podium and those who are listening. And I know this week is a great week for us all to reflect on our past history and our history now and maybe the future, what our future will look like. And I will just, I guess, start with the word love, because a lot has been said for the last few days. I've been participating in so many events, and I think a lot has been said from pretty much everyone within the country. So I'll start with love, the quotation that says, "Love is blind." And for me, I don't think love is blind. Love is not blind, because when your existence and survival really depend on who you are as a person, love will not be blind. And I just want to maybe highlight the woman's side of this. I know there's no names included in the list of people who sacrificed themselves in 1955 across the nation in South Sudan, but I will just maybe highlight how our women contributed immensely by being so disciplined, meaning that disciplined in a way where they were not intermingling or intermarrying with the Jalaba. And that alone takes a lot of courage, and that goes both to our women and men, because if we were not that disciplined, I don't think we'll be where we are now. And as people, and we hear a lot, why are you marrying this person? Why are you marrying this person? We always, it's love. Love is blind. Like you can't help who you fall in love with, which is really a lie. Yes, you can, because if your destiny depends on it, you will not. You can help who you fall in love with. So our women really did so well. They closed their legs. They did not intermingle with the Arabs, and they waited for their husbands to come back. And at the same time, they were singing songs and really maintaining history. But because back in the days, we as Africans, we never had any TV, computers, internet, all these things where we can document our history down. It was all oral history. So, and those who are left behind were children, women, and elderly. And it was them who really continued to preserve the history through songs. And you can see now all across South Sudan, we have songs. When it comes to war, we have songs, happiness, birth, everything. We have songs, and they all have meaning within the songs. And I think also if we can compose some of those songs, because I've listened a lot, and Lion came and had a song. People gave some meanings of what people who went to the bush, I think, from different corners of the world is not only translated by one language. So if we can compose those songs and really translate it where our people can learn and understand during that time, what were our people thinking or singing or doing at that time. So that is very important. We're going to be building this monument for the historical preservation of our people in South Sudan. So songs are very important, and I can highlight that with our women, because our women are the ones who kept it, and they continue to entertain themselves with it, entertaining our men with it, and pretty much encouraging them and giving them energy for continuing going on, and feeding them at the same time, also caring for the wound, and preserving the children for the next generation, and the elders, taking care of the elders. So that is a big challenge for us women, and that's something that we have done. And I think all of you can acknowledge that as I'm speaking my thought. And another thing also I want to add to this is we should not be worried about where the world is right now and where we are now, because we have dedicated pretty much all of our existence for generation and generation just to be here. And why did we really do that? If you're really an educated person and you're in the West and you have seen how things are happening in the West, we really did a lot, not only for ourselves in Africa as a whole. We did a lot for the entire world, basically, because even though we have been used beyond recognition, but we shouldn't really worry. Why? Because of you, because of us now, the West became what the West is. If you look around the world, you notice some of the things that the West are using, the so-called first world. They use your knowledge, they use your history, they brought it here. And if you can see, the pyramids are all over. Even still, our pyramids in Sudan has not been yet discovered. And you can see how the strategy of how they do their buildings, how they section things, is all through the knowledge they brought from the Nile Valley civilization, and which is really us, if we really go deep into where we came from. And also, we should not even worry, because people are able to really trace their identity, their existence, their roots by us just simply being us, not mixing, not trying even to become somebody that we're not. We just became us. Now you see people are pointing, oh, the original people, they're jet black, blue, they're black, location, the so-called place called Sudan, now South Sudan, East Africa, the whole place, the Wakanda, wherever. So it's us. So if you look at it and you even check the Bible and you check history, you know these people belong into this place. And that's why you see a lot of people are getting their identity check, and they're tracing their history. Some are retrieving back home. Even now, China is even retrieving back and saying, yes, they come from Africa. So we should be so happy and glad for being us. We should not be worried about, the technology and the westernized bling bling, things that are happening now, because everybody's turning back and going back into what into living with nature. You see, living off grid, and that's what everybody's practicing. And we're actually there. We have not gotten so far. We're exactly where everybody's turning around and then going back into history. So when Seth was reading some of the information and the killing of the chiefs and the killings of the leaders, I was having a mixed feelings there, because I know that's what the colonizer was doing to us when we were in South Sudan. But now, being a South Sudanese, I'm seeing some of the traits, brushing off on our leaders now, eliminating our chiefs and eliminating our leaders, and eliminating those who are outspoken, whether they are on social media, whether they're at home, and just speaking. It's like a threat to people, and it really hurts me. That's why I'm like having mixed feelings. I'm happy, but I'm sad at the same time, and I don't know the fate of our nation, where it's going to go. And for me, if I notice, like my ancestors were, if I recognize a threat, if I recognize an enemy, and it's coming to take my existence away as a person, so I don't belong as me, by all means, I'm going to close my legs. I'm going to close my heart, and I'm going to think about my existence and my survival, because love is not blind. If people don't like you, and people want to eliminate you just because you want to be you want to stay where you are, you want to do things the way you want it to happen, then you should by all means discharge yourself from the situation and protect yourself and preserve yourself. So and being in the West also, and understanding the ideology of the West, and what they're really what is happening here, and the process behind all these notions of rules and regulation, how the first world is running, and we know colonization is global. It was a global system. So I found this author by name Nellie Fuller Jr. and he went to how a colonizer colonizes people for generations and generations, and he narrowed it down to 9 areas of activities, and which is education, economics, law, politics, religion, sex, war, entertainment, and law. So now I'm like, okay, so for us as South Sudanese, and which part of these things that we really surpass? I think we did so much better. We did so good in sex and war. We fought so hard. Maybe even more than 50, 60 years, 100 years. We fought so hard. But yet, I think, somehow things happened and they took over. But at the same time, another thing that we succeed on is sex. We did not intermarry. We did not mix blood. We just be us. And I was like, how is that possible? We actually won. And people are saying, yeah, the Ethiopians are the only people who did not get colonized, but they got colonized. They got colonized by sex. Ethiopian of now is not the Ethiopian of before. So the South Sudanese of now are the South Sudanese of before. We stay us, we remain us. So that I gave us credit for that. And at the same time, being us as a South Sudanese, and I'm trying to say, like, at the same thing now. So who is trying to destroy us within us as South Sudanese, and who's trying to control? Who's now trying to be that colonizer? And again, and I'm seeing this same thing again. The mixed feeling just keep coming. People are trying to control the education, the economy, the law, the politics. The religion is already set by the primary colonizer, and I know sex is being used, and war, the rape and the hanging and the killing that is happening across the nation, that is being used. Entertainment, we can see law is all. So, and I'm just like, wow. So what are we really suffering? Are we suffering from mental slavery, or what? Worse, really, as a people. So I'm going to close with the song "Redemption Song" by Bob Marley. I will just, I'm not a good singer. I don't have a voice for it. So I will say, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Oh, some say it's just a part of it. We have got to fulfill the goal. Won't you help to sing this songs of freedom? Have I ever heard redemption songs? Redemption of freedom. This song of freedom. So that's all to us. So emancipate yourself from mental slavery. And for me, as a separatist, I'm doing all this for survival and to exist, not to hate anybody, but to protect and preserve myself so I can exist to the next generation. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Sister Princess Warrior. That's actually that's one of my favorite songs from Bob Marley. I I'm a bit emotional. I've just passed a microphone to Majestic. Just say thank you so much. Keep speaking. Thank you so much.
A diplomat.
Thank you, diplomat. Go ahead, David. Yeah, go ahead. I'll come in after David or Kush.
Yeah.
Guys, come in.
Yeah. Before the mic goes to the next speaker, I appreciate what Princess Warrior was saying, but I want her to say a little bit about our heroes of 1955. Say a little bit of something, if you can. Thank you. Or if you wish to.
What do you mean? The names?
Yeah, something about them, because actually she have spoken enough. She poured her heart out of the part that she wanted to give us. Unless if she wanted to, then otherwise I think she nailed it. She almost she poured everything out. So it's beautiful, I think.
Okay.
Well, David, what just maybe 20 seconds to say. I was not born back then. I was born in the 80s. So I'm really much the product of SPLA 1955 is not part of me, but 1983 is part of me. And I don't have any I have good and bad experiences. And that's why I came to learn about the long journey of our struggle. So I'm not a child of that part, but my parents and my grandparents has been telling us stories. Even my grandfather was one of those soldiers taken to Europe, but he decided to return back because he didn't really like it how the British were brutally mistreating us and misusing us. And you can see how we're being misused really across the world globally. And we didn't get anything. Did we get any monument back in Europe? No. Did we get any monument here in America? No. But we've been used pretty much everywhere. And people did get what they want from us. And here we are now in mental slavery, now regurgitating and fighting ourselves and just doing exactly what the colonizer did to us. And we're doing it to ourselves. So the list was already read by Seth, the list of the people, and there's many other lists that has not been included because the way things are happening now, people are telling their own version of stories. And and Nier is really doing a good job by bringing information together and trying to do something for the country. And I really think all of us South Sudanese, you should not be shy by this history. You should also go to your community, to your people, and collect those evidence and bring it to the table. When I heard Lion singing and was giving the explanation of their part of the story, and I'm like, yes, because whatever was happening in 1955 there, it was also happening somewhere else within South Sudan. And not even that, I even went global. I tried to check 1955 across the world what was happening. A lot of movements were happening. A 15-year-old in America refuses to get off the bus because a white lady told her, get off the seat, it's my seat. She said, no, I'm not moving. So they have to arrest her and put her in jail. So it was happening across the globe. So for me, as who I am as a South Sudanese, as an Equatorian, I would like to see that monument happen. I would like to see the names collected, all the names collected from across South Sudan, because I am not satisfied by only, the few lists, the 10 people, the 20 people that is being read. There's many more who died in Juba and Upper Nile and Paracazal and across Equatoria that are not named. None of them, some of them went to school, some of them did not go to school. Who knows? Maybe they were children, they were youth who died. We didn't put them down. Why? Because we only focus on the government side of how things are dying. It's always the men, it's always SPLA government, all these things. But we forget the general citizens who are actually the one dying. You see, so I think I'll stop here unless you guys want me to continue talking. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Warrior, Princess. Yeah, I just hand back the mic to Diplomat to move the line. Thank you.
Actually, back to Justin, and then I can see if Paul is back. But before that, let's go back to Justin. That's because I know the other people.
Okay, thank you, Kosha. I was very touched by my sister, Warrior Princess. Your voice is familiar. I think you've reincarnated yourself. But I appreciate the love. We send back the same love. Before I say my piece, but I really want to commend what you said and how you've expressed it. I would only beg you to give South Sudan a chance. If you really can look at our struggle and how the journey we've taken, the sacrifices everybody made, as John Ochang said earlier, it'll be a total disservice to the likes of Father Seterino, Agri Jaden, Uncle Daniel Jumu, Boni Mandiri, all Elia Lupe, who was a colleague of my dad. They were the first police graduates, and all these elements of being from Equatoria who contributed equally as Ochang said earlier. And it's a historical reality is that Equatoria up until 1947 included Bar Ghazal. So from 47 to now, and from all our history, our literal history now is just shy of 60. That whole period, we have never been in control of our destiny. We've been in perpetual turmoil and been oppressed, subjugated. There's major or acute underdevelopment in our territory. We've been pitched against one another. We were neglected by the British, though I know my brother Thomas said the British hasn't harmed us in any way, but literally they lumbered us with North Sudan, and North Sudan recolonized us. And in the process, we lost 5 million people, 2 in the Nyanya and 3 during the SPLA. So clearly we have suffered. All we say, for instance, with the love you have, I'm sure you know many South Sudanese from all walks of life, from different areas. You even continue to express sentiment of where you believe you're a Southerner. So in as much as there's a lot of suffering, a lot of issues happening, we must try and understand. And I think I've often argued our solutions are back in our past, because if we have done something together, we've walked together, we've fought in those trenches, and we've literally supported one another until we've arrived. We're bound to have been impacted. We're bound to have been warped by our experience, blurred-eyed, because it's been a long struggle. So the long journey to freedom in itself has weakened us. Our zeal is no longer there. Our sense of entity, our cohesion, our moral values and norms, traditions have all been eroded. Like now, South Sudanese burn each other, they kill each other. This has never been our culture. So if anything, we have to heal. If anything, we have to forgive. If anything, we must rise above all this and build a country, embrace one another, and know that we could do better, we deserve better. And to just, I want to quote somebody. There's a quote by somebody called Cornel West. He's an African American who's an academic. He said, "When you love people, you hate the fact that they are being treated unjustly. Justice is not simply an abstract concept to regulate institutions, but is also a fire in the bones to promote the well-being of all." I'll read it again. When you love people, you hate the fact that they are being treated unjustly. Justice is not simply an abstract concept to regulate institutions, but also a fire in the bones to promote the well-being of all. So I just wanted to recognize you and salute you for what you said about love, and I quickly dug out that quote. I had it somewhere. So thank you.
Thank you.
Princess Warrior, you keep that name. You are the warrior indeed. I think that those names, our clubhouse names, has reciprocated and has resembled us. Finally, we become one of those. So the speech and the message you gave earlier about women closing the lakes during that the time of Arabs, and we did not mingle with them. I totally agree with you. I would just like to applaud you with that, and applaud our women, our mothers during the struggle, and to keep it serious with the enemies, though there was a lot of atrocities committed against them. But we cannot judge it. Instead, we will say it happened. It wasn't. There was nothing in their hands actually to fight those guys, and their husbands are also at the same time in war. So let's applaud our women and let's remember them always. Let's keep them in our hearts. Yes, the list is not, there's no single woman there, but if you look at the article of Mr. Lawrence Tombay, he added his late brother wanted to, he was actually born after 2 months later. After 3 months later, in I believe it was in November 1955, the same year, which actually his mother was pregnant. That's when they returned back. I will read it later at the end of when everybody's done talking, or almost at the end of the closure of our room. I will try to read it out because it's in the article. And he was saying his brother was born then, and then when his brother was born, they were not really, everybody wasn't really 100% happy as it is. But then they tried to share it out and then try to live normal life during that, though there was an insecurity. So I will read it later because I don't want to waste people time. So I can just jump. So thank you so much, and keep being a warrior. I'm one of those people actually who I'm thinking about last year in this clubhouse I was being called as a pretty, because I'm one of those who does not like injustice regardless. So I was saying, if the separation of Equatorial will actually put everything to rest, it will keep us in peace and will free our people who are suffering back home. So why not? We go for it, and I will be the first person to give my word. And it created a lot of confusion between our people, even though I do not really encourage the separation. But it's what it takes, and you have a case, we go for it, honestly speaking, because we want peace. We want our people to be happy. It seems like we are here having it all best, but back home our people are suffering. All of us South Sudan. So thank you so much. You open your microphone. I think you want to say something. So thank you, sister, for your back to you for a minute, and then we'll go to the next speaker.
Go ahead, Warrior. Warrior, I think you had opened your mic. Go ahead.
Oh, was there a question for me?
No, we saw your mic flashing.
Oh no, I was just giving her a thank you by flashing. I didn't want to say.
No, that's something new. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, just wanted to remind that we're approaching the 6 hours mark.
Okay, we will go to the
So I wanted to say this important reporting is really seeing a lot of people pouring their heart and soul for the love for the country. So we really wanted to say this.
Okay, wonderful. Should we move now? But normally people don't come back unless they can assure us that they'll all be back. But anyway, it's worth moving. Diplomat, are you in agreement, James? David, should we move? Or should we?
You mean move as?
No, close the room and open the second part, yeah, because in order to save the recording.
The recording actually take up to 12 hours, so I don't know if you guys close to 12 hours.
Yeah, and actually,
it's actually 11 hours, but 12. 11 hours, I think.
But we lost about 4 recordings as a result. We were told it's 6 hours and a bit. So reason
it is not because of the time. It may be something else. I have a lot of room that goes up to close to 12 hours.
Yeah, we're just really having a bad experience. Anything goes above 6 hours right now.
Is it reason, Brother Simon? Was it recently?
Yes, I have a room few days ago that go beyond 6 hours, and it goes up. I saw some of the room went up to.
I suggest that we finish the people who are up here, and then close the room, and then invite the rest to the second room.
Well, that's a good idea. So perhaps we could do that. Yeah. Yes, but we need to give 5 minutes each.
Yeah, I can go down. It's okay. I can go down.
No, you don't have to go down. It's not about you, my brother. It's just a general. It's just to want to clear those who haven't spoken, not to clear people. We want to give a chance to those who have not spoken.
Yeah, actually, I hate to break it up. Last Sunday, we went to 7 hours and we were good, remember? But
yeah, so let's stretch it. Yeah, let's do another 40 minutes. Let's see. I know Kush is mindful because we've had some very bad experience, but maybe let's clear, as David said, let's allow everybody on the podium to speak, and then we can refresh the room. Yeah.
definitely, yes. Joe, you flashing your microphone? Are you back or?
Yeah, I am. If you can hear my voice, I can speak. If not, then I would still pass the mic forward.
You're good right now, actually. You can go.
Okay, then I'll get on quickly. Happy 67th anniversary of the Torit Uprising. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for you, the moderator, Diplomat, David, Coach, brother here, for the work that you guys are doing. And thank the rest of our brothers and sisters who are social media. And
my brother, Jug is not your day today. Jug, we can't hear you, brother. We cannot hear you. It's a pity. We want to hear you, but it's difficult. It's very distorted. Your line is.
Okay, go on. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, brother. You could text the room, and we will read out your ideas and your suggestions. Yeah, just text the room if you can.
Yeah, I'm driving. That's the unfortunate part of the whole thing. Thank you. Go on. It's okay.
Drive safely.
Great ideas being presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, Bango, I saw you flashing. Let's just give to Paul, Honourable Paul, and then we'll come to you. Sorry, Diplomat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go ahead. Activate your microphone, Paul.
Let me speak after one speaker. Thank you.
Simon Aboy, before I can go to Abango, you back yet? Or you still busy?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Sorry, Brother Abango, you are with us. This is your home too. So stay a bit and let's go to Simon and then we come back to you if you don't mind. Thank you. Simon, go ahead, activate your microphone.
All right. First, let me say thank you, Brother Nyeri, Coach, David, and Diplomat, and all the rest of the people on the stage, and also people listening. I will be just very brief. I'm not going to talk a lot. I just have to highlight some of the points that I want to make here, and also I just want to say that in order for history to be recorded as a history, the dots have to be connected. And if the dots is not connected, that will not make itself as a history. So that's why sometimes, in most cases, we don't get the things right because we don't connect the dots. We just bring it here, we say from this to this is the history. But it has to be systematically from the beginning to the end so that people can understand when somebody is reading your history, they have to read from the beginning to the end. So, in this regard for the August 18, 1955, first let me salute all the heroes that give their life in order for us to have this country called South Sudan today. Without this function or this day of August 18, 1955, there could have been no Anyanya 1. And without Anyanya 1, there could have been no SPLA. Without SPLA, there could have been no independence of South Sudan. So it is all a connection. So we have to make sure we connect all those dots in order to bring the life history for us to know exactly how these things come to be. But I want to take you guys back a little bit beyond that
period of time, because according to the history, there is something that happened before that time, and it all the connection. So I'm taking you guys back to some piece of the history that I found, and it's very, very interesting. And this is actually the beginning of how we, the South Sudanese, begin our move. So it takes us all the way back to 1920. And I'll read you the description. He said the history of Torit Mutiny is a culmination of resistance of the people of Southern Sudan against foreign innovation and foreign intervention in the region. The advance of the Turks, the Egyptian, the British, the French, the Italian, and the Belgian in Southern Sudan transition from ethnic cotton to what became Southern Sudan in 1920 can be understood within the context of the formation of the Equatorian Corps in 1924. The people of Southern Sudan, for the first time, were recruited into Sudan Army as a separate unit, as a separate military unit with the headquarters in Torit, Eastern Sudan. So this is the beginning. And like I said, the history have to be studied correctly. So when you listen carefully here, it take it back all the way to 1920 to 1924, where there was the Equatorian Corps. And because of that, Sudanese or South Sudanese, for the first time, they were recruited in the Sudan Army. And they were given a separate unit, a separate military unit. And that separate military unit, their headquarters was put in Torit, at the town of Eastern Equatoria in South Sudan. And that's why when this Torit mutiny happened, it happened because they already have a military base. Without that military base, that mutiny could have not happened. But because they already have a military base, it was easy for them to do what they did on the 18th of August. So, for us as a South Sudanese, we need to put all those pieces together in order for our country to understand the history. We don't want to cut like, we started from Anyanya 1, or starting from the SPLA, or starting from this. No, we have to go way back. And if you go further back, you will find something from even 1821 all the way to 1898, where South Sudan was actually isolated. You know, South Sudan was isolated from the rest of Sudan, where the Egypt and all that, they take control of Sudan. But after that, South Sudan, they start coming to South Sudan through a different way of business, by buying the ivory, which is grown the field. That's how they get into South Sudan, and then they come through economic and slavery and all that. Then that's where the South Sudan become actual part of Sudan. Otherwise, South Sudan was completely isolated. The other thing I want to say is we have a lot of things that happen in South Sudan, and for us to have all this is to remember, we have to do something about it. Before somebody was saying something about library, about monument, I just want to let you guys know we have a program. I started this program last year on Facebook, and we are going to launch it very soon here in the Clubhouse. We are going to start a project called Equatorian Heroes Monument, where we're going to do the project in order to build a monument to remember all our heroes, those who perished their life in South Sudan, in order for us to have this independence. Their names, their pictures, and all the information are going to be collected. And when we get the fund, we're going to build that monument, and then all this will be there. And I have a lot of people told me about things that happen in Torit, and even the site in Torit is still there.
So we might either build that monument in Torit so that if Sori cannot die, and like Brother Raja Mondis was saying yesterday, he went to visit the site, and even there was a place where there's a window where when the first issue, the incident happened in Torit, there was one of the officer trying to run because that machine operator room where he want to go, and he passed the information to Juba, and then somebody came from the window and shot him before he can even get to the information, and that window is still there, and the information, all the other information is still there in Torit. So we might try to make sure those side stories have to be remain active so that we cannot lose the history. So this is the program that we are running. We are going to start very soon, and we'll encourage everybody to support because we have a lot of things that we want to make sure we don't lose them. We started from 1983. We can say we all have to connect those dots. And the last few days ago, we had a show with the brother Tito, who is our historian, and he knows a lot about what happened in South Sudan. So we are going to have the continuation of that show on Sunday. After our diversity show, we will have that show to connect what next after the Torit mutiny. So it's going to be what next, which is the Anyanya one. And after we finish that, it's going to be what next after that, which is the SPLA. And then what next, which is the independence of South Sudan. So we are going to have all this connection to make sure we connect everything together instead of just take one piece and leave the other piece without connection. So without taking a lot of your time, I think I will yield the mic back to you guys because I'm also driving and I will stop here. Thank you so much.
Diplomat, can I come in?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. Brother Simon, thank you for that contribution, and thank you also for the initiative. I just want to, obviously, I know South Sudan is going through a bit of a turbulent time in terms of community relations and all the teething issues of a new territory, all the realities of missed opportunities by our leaders. What I wanted to ask, and I've seen this lately, I've seen various forums holding contributions by Eastern Equatoria, contribution by the sons of Chuluk, contributions by so and so and so and so. I really think it's a pitiful state of being. Yes, it's right for everybody to recognize their own contributions, but none of these contributions would be anything without our collective sense of participation and contribution. One of the reasons we want to acknowledge contributions of the Nyanya, because sometimes we feel they've been forgotten or they're not really applauded and acknowledged as much as they should because they laid the foundation. Equally, as John or Chang said earlier, nobody should claim that they did it for themselves or gloat out of their contributions. The people actually who really do it sincerely never talk about their contribution because it's for the country. People like God now, he's a liberator, but he will never go around saying, I liberated you and it was us, if it wasn't us. So I just want to beg, if possible, I know we are going through all this craziness, but is it possible just to call it a South Sudanese initiative to commemorate the contributors of the Torit Uprising? And as somebody said earlier, the Torit Corps, and I think was it you who read it's you who just pinpointed that the Torit Corps was established way back, and that there has been a legacy of continuity in terms of our struggle. So that legacy of continuity we should actually celebrate the contribution of all the sons and daughters of Equatoria and all those who were part of the Equatoria Corps, which was it was called the Equatoria Corps because Equatoria should have actually been the name of the South because it had encompassed all of Bar Khazal, including all of Equatoria, as well as all of North Uganda. So there was some reason about that. So it is a historical name that has lingered on. We are not as Equatorians as we were before because some have been cut away, but clearly Equatoria is part and parcel, if not anything, the linchpin of South Sudan. So I just want to ask you whether you would be comfortable, and I would be more than willing to participate in what you're doing, if it's for the South as a whole, and you're also recognizing that Equatorial Corps and the divisions today are not the divisions that we had before. Equatorial Corps was a movement of all South Sudanese, was an army of all South Sudanese. Yes, predominantly the ones who were dominating it were mainly Eastern Equatorians, and for that matter, the Tukas, but nevertheless, it was for all of us. And so can that monument, can anything we celebrate in Equatorian in light of all those contributions, can it be done as Jurubin? Is the question.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Justin Yeri. I think what we can do, we can discuss about it. Everything is not about a particular region or particular people. Like when I read that story, it said for the first time for the South Sudanese, it doesn't say Equatoria. It said for the first time for South Sudanese to be recruited into the Sudanese army, and then with their headquarters in Tori. So that headquarters in Tori doesn't mean that all the soldiers in Tori, they are only Equatorian. It may be people from different regions, but because they are Southerners and their headquarters was put in Tori. So whatever happened in Tori, I don't believe that is only the Equatorian, but because the Equatoria initiated the program, and that's why it is said the Equatorian Corps. But otherwise, it is all the thing that involve all the South Sudanese, and South Sudanese are all part of it, and we all as the South Sudanese, we should be proud of ourselves, of what we did to our nation, for what we did to bring South Sudan to be alive today. Even the contribution of Panyanya one, it is all take the sons and daughters of South Sudan. And up to SPLA, all these connections are not from one a particular group to say that we did this or we liberate you, or no, it is all of us that liberate this country. So we can discuss about it, and changing the name is not a problem. We can find something that is suitable for all of us as a South Sudanese that can bring a meaning and can bring the true history for our country. So thank you, Brother Justin.
No, thank you so much, Simon. Yeah, I really think it's Torit, so we need to celebrate Torit, but we should use it really to celebrate their Nyanya and their contribution. Because that whole, what they started, that became their Nyanya, as you rightly said, and their Nyanya could never have been, the SPLA could never have been anything without a Nyanya 1 and a Nyanya 2. And so in the end, all of them also could not have been anything if the SPLA did not continue and help liberate the country. So it'd be nice to maybe call it a Nyanya, and then I'm sure it will mobilize all of us, because we don't want to be victims of the current politics and the current divisions, which are not are making to a great extent. Yeah. But thank you, Brother Simon. Please do let us know when and invite us to that. I'm sure the other moderators would be happy to join you.
Yeah, definitely. He said tomorrow. Is it tomorrow, right, Simon? Because you say after diversity. Because I know diversity, it works on Sunday. So it's going to be tomorrow or next Sunday?
No, tomorrow it is actually show that because we had about a mutiny on the 18th. So we are going to do the continuation of that story on Sunday after our diversity, which is up tomorrow. We are going to have the continuation of the show, and then after we are going to talk about Anyanya 1, how the Anyanya 1 come to be, and then after that we will have another show that will connect from Anyanya 1 to SPLA, and then from SPLA to independent. So it's all the connection. We will have like part 1 we did it, so we are going to have part 2, part 3, and part 4, the connection. But about the monument, we are going to have a different time and different show, and we will announce it. We will put it here even in the clubhouse, and maybe I might create a different forum for it, so that when we come to discuss, we know this the discussion about the monument. Thank you.
Okay,
That's wonderful. Yeah. What time is your session tomorrow? Sorry,
I'm not sure because I'm still trying to get hold of Teresa what time the show will end it. But probably after the show of our diversity ended, and then we will begin that one. Probably we have our afternoon our time here.
Okay, wonderful. We have a show between 1 and 6, so if it can be anything after that, we will join you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry, Abango, we really kept you. So, and now the people who haven't spoken yet, we are almost there, guys. Sorry, I do apologize one more time. Kush, David, to Mr. James, do you have anything to say before we go to Abango?
I have nothing. You just moved the line, but yeah, according to me.
Yeah, moderator, I'll say that one person speak before I speak. I'm ready. If it's okay. Thank you.
Oh, so you're back. Okay. So, wonderful. Okay, Mr. Paul, go ahead 5 minutes, and then we can go back to Abango after that. Back to Joke and Francis and Mr. Robert as well. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. I honor the room. I don't know what English to use, but you have spoken as South Sudanese. There's this young people English, which I could have utilized when our sister, Warrior Princess, spoke. Young people, I'm not like trying to say that young people speak this way. Somebody said, sometime when people use slang or something like that, they say, you fuck me up. And actually, the way our sister spoke caught my attention. Like she really spoke her heart. And that was so powerful. She touched so many areas. Thank you, Warrior Princess. As many speakers said, keep it that way. Yes, keep it that way. That was powerful. You touched many things, including Ethiopia and different struggle, including the mental colonization and many other things. So that was great. Brother Nyer Gordon Motat, Nyer Justin, you caught my attention. There's something that young woman said at one time before I was promoted to be a supervisor. It was like, Paul, you caught my attention, and I don't know what you are going to do with it. You caught my attention. The way you are moderating and putting this communication together is remarkable. The way you put it together, it reminds me of the work that is done by one of our professors, whom I hope could be engineered and talking to coming to Clubhouse. He has a voice that calms people down. Even if there's something negative going on, he put it in a way that is very helpful to our South Sudanese population. And is one of the people that when I'm talking or planning or thinking, I think in terms of South Sudan being inclusive. This young particular professor that I'm talking about is a young man from Nuer. He married a beautiful young woman from Baral Ghazal. And that beautiful young woman from Baral Ghazal, the mother is from Equatoria. And I call that tricameral. Is none other than Dr. Isaac Gang. He's a young man that have traditional marks on him. And when he talk, you can tell that he was born in South Sudan. So, and he still maintain our tradition. I have seen that with Brother Nyek, and I have heard of your father a while back. When people talking of 1967, my uncle was a young man at time of Anyanya 1. My uncle Mokwaj Deng Judge, he's alive, father of Paul Deng Mokwaj. He was in Torit when all these things happened. And so he spent much of his time in Torit. And when he was baptized in Ye, he was baptized by a pastor from Moro. The same day was his son and his wife. So what you are doing here is beautiful. You know, sometimes people are discriminated based on where they come from. And actually, before I branch off from that, somebody mentioned something about Nyer. And actually, Nyer, in one of the 7 languages that I speak, is a drop of rain. You know, it's a small drop of rain. It's not like a heavy rain. And, you know, that caught my attention. You are extension of your father. And that's beautiful. A drop of rain. So, South Sudanese, the one with us now coordinating this talk, which is South Sudan Discourse. If you have seen the gentleman that was given a honor to welcome Dr. John Grang and his team to London, is the father of Justin Nyer. Nyer is translated as a drop of rain. All of you are Nyer in your own ways. You are extension of your father and mother. And so when those drop of rain come together, they will produce a powerful rain, a useful rain that will germinate and water our crop of South Sudan, and not only South Sudan, because we are distributed all over the world. I want to see that rain come together and be able to do something powerful for the benefit of all. I like the quotation, and if you won't mind, you can share that with me as well. The quotation of that gentleman that I've spoken. As South Sudanese, all of you have caught my attention. I love you, and I love South Sudan. Yes, at time of Nyanya 1, there's a doctor that spoke earlier. He has mentioned quite a few, including my maternal uncle, Paul Lawel Roy, who was one of the leaders of Nyanya 1. He was one of the leaders of Nyanya 1. That's powerful. He was with many other people, including some whom thy sons and daughters are here. It's important that we reflect on the history. I'm glad, although I did not catch the whole speech of Brother John Ochang. I mentioned it at one point in his room that what happened in Torit was a cry. And by then, our African people, when something happened in one particular location, a drum is beat, a drum of cry to extend to other people. There were no telephone. And what happened in Torit in August 18th? It went all the way to other part of South Sudan. And people responded in huge numbers, in which my uncle happened to be one of the people in Torit. And not only in Torit, they went all the way to Congo. And I remember when late Paul Lawel was there, and people like Joel McClare, and of course, for your information, Dr. John was a secretary to Paul Lawel Roy. People like Nanga, people like the father Marik Nanga, they went all the way to Uganda. There are many people that could be mentioned. Others went and studied in Kenya and all of that. So it's a huge history, and it was different numbers and a mix of people. And I remember when the bodyguard of Paul Lawel narrate the incident that happened when a young man the man called Mayigdit. So somebody was saying Mayigdit, and it was misunderstood by Congolese. They thought they're saying Mayibi, and Mayibi in the Congolese language is a thief. So they went and they ran a rush and beat Mayigit up. Mayigit is somebody from Upper Dang. They start beating him up. And then Barnaba War, then Malo came and rescue. Mayigit and start. He's a tall, giant man. Like, he can beat anybody. Like, his height is intimidating. So he came and rescued Mayigit, and the police were like, why would you beat us up? And you are the one that say Mayibi. Like, no, his name is Mayigit. So those were the confusion created by language because of what started in Torit. And it extended to so many places. Where I remember when Joel McHale was attacked when it was narrated that he was attacked by, how do you call it, Jamus. He was shooting the wild animal. A wild animal came and attacked him. And that was in Equatoria, and they were the thing that they used to go and buy weapon and ammunition in Congo and stuff like that. So we have a registry, and we have to come together as one big family. I love you, brothers and sisters. Keep it up. Keep it up. All of you are doing great job. You know, sometimes, usually when Clubhouse started, I would like, it will not be everybody that's listening. And sometimes I would say, Mabori Chadar, listen to what I'm saying, and then give me feedback after my speech. I usually say that. And to all of you, I said, brothers and sisters, I'm giving you feedback of what you have done. You are doing great. Our God is not a small God. I went to South Sudan not too long ago, and I was only in Eastern Equatoria. And some people were like, why don't you go all over South Sudan? And I was like, you know what? Even Salva Kiir, who is our current president, haven't visited the whole South Sudan. But I'm hoping that when we get together as citizens of the Republic of South Sudan, we will know our places. We will tour the whole of South Sudan. And, and I want to remind you of Song of Mother Jack, that he will liberate, including Shippingsbury. Come on. Say that again. Thank you. Mother Jack said he will liberate, how somebody sing that song of Mother Jack. Stop lying and hurry up.
Matt, come on. Let him you cannot distract someone when he's talking. Please. I understand you wanted to talk, but be patient a bit. If you do,
They're not over there. Not around there.
Is that Matt B? Matt B must be
not a line that there. You know that.
Comrade.
Line, you see the
Numeli to Alpha. From Numeli to Alpha. Asma Soti Ana Ben Madina Lukoromo. Aha Angasna Asma Soti Ana Ben Madina Kalpoita Radiata Fosa Beledi Beled and Beled the Beled Tana. Well, let's respect ourselves. Let's respect South Sudan. Let's respect the listeners. I know I just got disrespected. Although Matt B or whoever is speaking know that this is South Sudan presidential candidate, and my 14 years old was listening at one point in the background, and somebody disrespect me, and she stood up and said, you are disrespecting my father and my father.
Matt B, we don't operate like that, my brother. Excuse me, honorable. Matt B, we have to respect each other, please. You get your chance, even if you disagree with him.
Sorry.
Please, Matt B. Please.
My fault.
Thank you. Go ahead, the honorable, but please finish.
I'm done. Great leaders are not known for who they are.
You have 1 minute to finish. Honorable, you can finish, yeah? 1 minute. We apologize for what's happened.
Let me finish with a quotation. Let me finish with a quotation of the Tomb of 12th century. There are other things that I could have mentioned including our connection with India. At one point, before the earth was divided in 15 tectonic plates, we were one with Indians. And I had the honor of being with Dr. Mansour Khalid. And I have his resume. I have his resume.
Let the gentleman finish.
And I have a book that he signed. That man had a lot that he have shared. And even our connection with China, you know, he said something, and I will share in the next session. Anyway, quotation.
Mansour Khalid, he would insult you in your face.
Matt B, please.
Thank you. I have his resume, including when his close friend.
Matt, please don't upset us, please. Matt
told him his close friend was in France, and he said, "Please escort me to die in South Africa." And Dr. Mansour Khalid was like, "You know what? I'm writing a book." And he said, "Well, I will not talk. Let's be on the plane."
He said that's not what he wrote. You misinterpreted it.
And died.
Did you read the book?
So I got the book. Anyway, so as soon as they were traveling in the air, that was the day of September 11. And Mansour Khalid stopped that book and wrote a book about September 11. So anyway, all in all, the quotation on the tomb of 12th century said, "When I was a child, I thought I could change the whole world. And when I was a youth, I thought I could change my country. And when I got married, I thought I could change my family. And now I'm dying, and I've realized that I can first change myself. And for her, by changing myself, I could change my family. And by changing my family for her, I could change my country. And by changing my country for her, I could finally change the whole world. Change have to begin now. Let's stop disrespecting ourselves. May God bless you. God bless South Sudan. Thank you. This is Paul Matar Manyok.
Can I come in?
Definitely go ahead. Yes, I was going to say you go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable. Again, we'd like to apologize. We don't normally allow disruption, and people must be allowed to speak. Thank you also for your contribution, particularly the quote here. Do share it on the platform. I'll also share the other quotation. But thank you for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Did Lion King drop himself as well?
No, he's just come back. Go ahead.
Sorry guys, it's not none of you did that. It's me who hit the wrong button. So no, my line, don't. I was in the line. So the rest of my colleague, please know that I am ahead of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I would just like to applaud you again one more time, Honorable Paul. Thank you so much. It was a great quotation indeed. And I sincerely apologize for this inconvenience, the distraction and everything. Might be a brother, you are one of us. I respect you so much, and I really wish you can give us the same respect as we all do here. Our common core value here, the value of this forum is respect. And I keep on repeating it before. I really urge any of you to just give us respect. And if you don't think you really can, we demand it, and we ask you kindly to just keep it that way. We are here. This is a big day today. And if you don't think it's a big day, then it's so wrong, it's so disrespectful. We are you can see the title up there, 67th anniversary of Torit, the uprising. So we really need to understand that and respect people that are, as we have guests. So thank you so much. We're going to invite you later. We are almost even closing, so we may not want to invite more brothers and sisters. Kush, David, and Uncle Nair, and I really wish we don't invite more people now because our session is almost over. Unless we're gonna open another group, if that's okay.
Yeah, why don't we close it now and we migrate to another room just to safeguard the room?
Yeah, it's because earlier we said we're gonna let those guys up here finish and then we'll take it down.
It's taking longer. How many people are left? Is it 4? So, it's up to you.
I mean, Yeah, we could. I don't know what you guys think. We will. Yeah, we have actually 4 who haven't spoke beside Job, because Job was having issues earlier with his network. So beside that, yeah, we have 5.
It is Jog alone who is among those people who we said we want them to finish. So all the rest are new. So we can let Jog speak, and when he's done, then we can close the room and open another room.
No, Job has a problem because he's traveling. I don't know if he's accessing. Yeah, I don't think his internet is helping.
Maybe Robert was among the earlier people. Robert.
No, Abango wants to come in briefly, and then Robert Francis and Lion. But we would urge everybody to just do like 3 to 5 minutes maximum.
Okay.
Then Abango, I'll go ahead and take your 5-minute, brother. Sorry about that. We've been cutting off every now and then. We're taking your time. So please, your microphone.
No, I'm okay with it. I was actually very busy. That's why I would have been among the team so that we work together. But because of my being engaged in some others, because the school is opening very soon, I have a lot of workshop going on here and there. This is what I want to say, brothers and sisters. It's good for us not to be patient and listen a lot, because guide us into the future. When you look at the history of our struggle, I've even come to learn that some time back later on, so the 3 regions of Southern Sudan were called Southern Region. There was no Equatoria, there was no, how do we call it, Upper Island. Then they made it later on, divided it to make it into 3 regions. And before that, I learned also there are some part of Southern Sudan, including northern Uganda, was called Equatoria, including Western Baral Ghazal, where I originally come from. We are all part of Equatoria. You see, what always we talk about over here is about ourselves, because we need to know how did it begin till where we are today. So it is very important when somebody is talking about all those stories, let's listen to him or her, because it will be helpful for us to use it again when we continue going ahead. See, this is what I want to say. If we look at 1947 to 1955, and then it continued, before we even go to SPLA, there was Anyanya 2. The remnant of Anyanya 1 who were not pleased with what the peace that was signed in Addis Ababa. Some of them, I think, were those of Gladio Mori, and then also Ali Guadala, which SPLA have named 2 battalions in his name. I think that's one thing that most of people never talk about. SPLA actually do not forget about the Anyanya 1. Most of the time, John Garang used to talk about Anyanya 1. And he was always saying that, see, some of the weakness of Anyanya 1 was this and this, and the strength of Anyanya 1 was this and this. And these were the things that he put together to make SPLA to be very strong. You see, so when somebody is lecturing over here, let's listen to him and her, because they are giving us a lot of information that we never knew, and they are very useful for us to use them for tomorrow. That's all what I want to say for those who will be listening here, not to interrupt when somebody is talking, because they are really, really very important. One more thing that I would like to suggest sometime is for us to invite those who have a lot of information about what happened before 1955. How did these people now in that region called Southern Sudan or Equatorial, how do they use to govern themselves? What do they use to do so that they reach into that time of Father Centrino, from there all the way to how Lago Tububa, then the way people organize themselves so that they will have military, like the military that happened in Torit, which actually became the Anyanya later on. And before that, there are some of the stories that I even never had people talking about it. Some time back, I heard that there are a lot of Salatin, our sheep, were killed across Southern Sudan. Would this happen as a result of Torit, or it happened as a result of Anyanya 1? So that all these stories, we need to put them together for our future use. So then you remind me that the thing that I just want to remind us about it. When somebody is talking, let's listen carefully, because this person is giving us the information that we need to use for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brother Chang. Those are great suggestions as well. Yeah, unless if you have anything to say, Uncle Justin, David, Kush. If not, then we go to the next speaker since we are in rush. What do you think?
Move the line.
Okay, definitely. All right, Mr. Francis. No, sorry. It's actually Brother Robert. Mr. Robert O'Hady, you are more than welcome. I do apologize one more time for the wait. So, activate your microphone, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Of course, patience, of course, is a great value that we should actually start learning, practicing in our lives. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you also for opening this room. And I do believe this room, and maybe others coming up, are actually coming up because there are so many challenges on why people don't want to celebrate or commemorate 1955. And we don't want to see Equatorians commemorating 1955 alone. But it might have been dictated by the tribalized South Sudan. And if that is a reasonable conclusion from our side, then it is also reasonable to say those considering themselves the only SPLA tribe and the liberators will maybe also celebrate theirs alone. And the Nuer who refused 1972 agreement, I'd also celebrate Anyanya 2 alone. And that goes on with also IO in future. And of course, Agwelek is struggling for the Cholo land. And NAS, National Suppression Front. And of course, some of us who are now very vocal for the suppression of Equatoria from the messy South Sudan. But the bottom line is, all of these particles of struggles are important and must be celebrated equally, whether today or tomorrow. I'm not a historian, but common sense dictates that it is pivotal to keep talking about our history. And it doesn't matter who actually started it, which is why some of us were and is still bewildered on why some vocal advocates on social media ignore the commemoration of 1955. Instead, created a room based on Kenyan elections or political status. While this is the month or a week in which we really wanted to deliberate on the contribution of 1955. In conclusion, some people considered books written by non-South Sudanese as toxic for reasons best known to them. And of course, they disposed them. My suggestion is this for the South Sudanese: to be organized and write a factual history, not a contaminated history in which some people will continue to complain. Some people lived actually in 1955 and are still alive. A person like Hero Joseph Lago, a living dictionary of the struggle of 1955. And of course, we do understand his wife, Amna Muna, died some years back. And some people did not even,
you idealize her or recognize her and talk that, of course, behind every great man is a great woman. She was ignored. Now, Lago is still alive. Ignoring 1955 while he's still alive, that means ignoring also Joseph Lago. Now, if we really wanted factual history, then we should start we should start pulling ourselves together and say, okay, let's send a delegation to meet Joseph Lago and record right from his mouth. And of course, جنوبيين تبعنا السودانيين لما واحد يموت بيجي يقول فلان كان طيب. And they will start saying all those heroic words while somebody already passed on. But he's right there in London. And I wish one of these rooms should have actually maybe invited him, or somebody there should have actually conducted a clubhouse, open a room, while in the house of Joseph Lago. Yeah. Those are the people who wanted to hear the history from. Of course, we have very educated people, South Sudanese here. Outside, those are the people whom we really consider, technocrats, because they are not affiliated to any other political party. Some of you, maybe in North Carolina, might actually know somebody called Gavito Abani, a professor who has been here for more than 44 or 43 years in the US, teaching in different universities. He's somebody who specialized in 19th century's history of East Africa, including all the way up to North Africa. Some of us have been actually interacting with him. He's saying he's ready to retire, or he should have been actually retired now, but he's still teaching in Gateway University. This is the person who actually went to class together with Saturnine Ahore. They are from the same village. And he knows the vision of what Saturnine Ahore actually stood for that time. It's right here in the US. As a historian, we have Dr. Lawrence Wango. We have, of course, our brother Tito, who's so knowledgeable. We have Julius in Australia from Cholo. These are some historians that I know. Because I don't want to be accused later while I'm mentioning people that maybe I never know. But you do know also other people out there. So when we hear professionals talking from a historical point of view, those would experience like 40 years, 30 years, writing something that we wanted, maybe there will be no complaint tomorrow. So thank you so much. It is just a suggestion. And I do appreciate actually this room, giving everybody a chance. But try also to tie down some interrupters. Because some of us have been sitting here with interrupting our mic because we wanted a very constructive debate or discussion that will actually bear fruits to what you are dreaming about. And of course, maybe to what I'm dreaming about as a separatist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert. Justin, you have anything to say to Mr. Robert?
No, it's just to thank him. But also, please let Kush and James, they haven't spoken, David. Yeah, but it's just to thank Robert. It's always good, my brother, that we share our space. We have a lot in common. And we can differ politically, whatever, but at the end of the day, we're Southerners, and we will always celebrate our shared contributions, and all our struggles have been one. So we thank you for that. Uncle Lago is very dear to us, and he's close to us. If he was in the UK, I would have spoken to him. I used to visit him regularly, but he's currently in Juba. I'm in the UK, but what we will do, we will see if there's a way I can try to organize. What we don't like, obviously, sometimes people come and be rude to elders, and it's not very nice, but we can try our level best to do that. We thank you for that. Also, the historians you mentioned kindly, Shesh, I've I've followed you. If you can also follow me or even just share it on the link here, we'll be able to contact and reach out to those people. What it is, we've never been in control of our destiny. As John Guy said earlier, we most of our history has been written by outsiders. But the time has come now for us to write our histories. And it's time for us also, if there are historians among us, to look for them and let them fill the dots, as somebody said earlier. I think Simon said we must connect the dots. It's very important that our history is brought together and put together, and history does guide us in our journey ahead. As when we reflect and notice how, or appreciate how much we've struggled and what we've shared and achieved together, surely the future could even be brighter if we can scale some of the challenges we're facing. But thank you again, Brother Robert.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kush. David, you have anything before I can do it to the next person?
I think James has opened his mic.
Oh, James, Manasa, go ahead, Mr. James.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. Let me chip in and then I'll be quiet after that. I have been listening keenly. As someone mentioned in one of the previous Kush, brother, Sadat, our wonderful sister, diplomat. Coming to this room is like coming to a classroom. Indeed, this room is truly a master class. Today, I have learned a lot about our struggle history. I do really commend all the contributors today. I would like to commend my sister warrior princess for her contribution. There's no nation on planet Earth that will prosper without its women's contribution. I'm just echoing your words, not verbatim, but that's what you were saying. Barack Obama, during his trip to Kenya and Ethiopia about 7 years ago, he delivered a speech at the African Union headquarters at Addis Ababa. Obama said, Africa, and I'm not quoting him, but basically that's part of what he was saying. He said, Africa will not rise if it does not include half of its population in developing the continent. And who is the half of the population in our continent? Women. So it would be safe to say that all of us would be nothing without our moms or women, for that matter. I was here listening to John Wuchang early, and he has said a lot. And every time somebody mentions Rwanda, that really touches my heart. As I mentioned in the previous rooms, that I have visited Rwanda quite a few. And I actually visited Kigali Genocide Memorial. And I'm speaking to the points that were made by the previous contributors about capturing our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it seems, actually, as a matter of fact, it is more ugly than good. But let us not lose sight of the fact that now we have a country that we can call our own, South Sudan. So in that Kigali Genocide Memorial, 250,000 unidentified victims were buried in mass graves. So the idea is not that to get caught up in what happened, what terrible things happened. The idea is to learn from that and never repeat it again, right? I actually also visited Johannesburg, South Africa, in 2019, and at the compound that I was staying at, I saw something that really caught my attention. It's a chronicle. It's actually called the Codesa Walk. It's a tribute to the founding of South Africa's democracy. So it is basically a chronicle of South Africa's history. And we all know there's a lot of history there, bad history. But it's a package. You take the good with the bad. And as it has been said, good things don't come easy. So basically the Codesa Walk, it's a celebration of the nation, the indigenous inhabitants of South Africa, the white settlers, the struggle for land, and so many things. Apartheid, which we all know was devised to keep Black South Africans in a perpetual spiral of poverty, subservience, and bondage. In this regard, the National Party government, after actually passed over 1,000 laws to overcome that plight. Another thing that we would like to learn from, as we know we are a nascent nation or state, we need to learn also from, in my opinion, in Germany, the Holocaust and the Nazi era is mandatory in German schools. And in addition to the classroom curriculum, almost all students have either visited a concentration camp or a Holocaust memorial or museum. So these are things that, we as a nation or as a country, the government should really take that, endeavor to capture our history and document it. And as Brother Robert was saying, we have historians, and he just mentioned a professor who's still alive. There are many people who can help us do that. So also, Brother, I thank Brother Daniel for his poignant contribution as always. And Brother Robert, I echo your sentiments. Also, Brother Aku, thank you for your great contribution as always. We truly need to be mindful and cognizant of the fact that we are the offspring and descendants of those martyrs. They fulfilled their duty by paying the ultimate price for us to have a country. Our duty is to build a viable state that is peaceful, vibrant, and prosperous. So, Brother Sabat, I agree also with your sentiments that we should not be resentful at our neighbors in Sudan. Resentment will not do us any good. We should promote the idea of being a peaceful neighbors. Indeed, we should promote love and good citizenship and peaceful coexistence. In conclusion, I would like to quote a few things of James Baldwin's writings. Baldwin was an American writer. Baldwin was an African American, by the way. he had used his celebrity cachet during the civil rights movement in America. He was a prolific and vivid writer. He garnered acclaim across various mediums, including essays, novels, plays, and poems. And the first quote, he says, "You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world, but then you read, yes, our country is going through a lot of pain and turmoil, and that's why we come here as intellectuals to debate and talk and learn from each other. But our pain is not unprecedented. Not to underestimate or undermine that we are not going through a painful time, because we are." The second quote, he says, "The most dangerous creation of any society is the man who has nothing to lose." And the way things are going in our country right now, I'm afraid that we might be creating a situation where people feel and become very desperate to the point that they would say, "We have nothing to lose. Let us burn it down and destroy it." We don't want to get that point, because if we do, it would be really sad, and our heroes and martyrs would be actually turning in agony in their graves. The third quote, and I will conclude with this. James Baldwin says, "If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country, one does not question the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class. One goes to the unprotected, those precisely who need the law's protection most, and listens to their testimony." So let us not dismiss ourselves out of hand. Let us listen to each other. Let us dialogue. And this room is really great, where we can come and learn and dialogue. And with that, thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless South Sudan.
May God bless you too, Brother James Manas. We have said it all. Probably I don't even have anything to say, but just say thank you. It's amazing. Guys, I think people are getting frustrated for some reason. Coach David, Justin, for us to move to the last, maybe the next person before we could just, I don't know who's next, because Mr. Francis just apologizes. I think Abuna Francis.
I really want him to come back if there's a way, because he's
I read.
He really waited.
He was the next speaker.
Move the mic. I'll try and track him down, but move the mic. If we can maybe conclude in the next 20 minutes, then we can call it a day, because it may be difficult to migrate everybody to the other room. Let's conclude.
Yeah, I saw there's another topic as well, so everybody went there, but we should. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so we just call it the day today. No more room, right? No next room, so we don't have to announce it.
I think the next person is Aku. Yeah, we don't need to open another room. We'll end it here, I hope.
Is Aku or Jok? Is Jok there now? Jok, are you back? Okay. Oh yeah, your network is bad. You said Aku? Okay, let's go back to Aku, I guess. And the next person, there was Lion here, but I don't see him no more too. I think he's gone. Mr. Aku, go ahead, please activate your microphone.
Thank you, Diplomat, and the moderators for giving me a chance again. As we are concluding, I'd like just to deliberate on the point that I made earlier with regard to the soldiers that got killed. It was because of their trust, you know. They trusted British because British, protected us from the Arab slave traders, and they locked us into closed district, and they trusted them also because they allowed the Christianity to come in, and majority of the South Sudanese believed in the Christianity, and they looked at the closeness between them and Governor Alexandra Knox Helm, who was the last governor of Sudan. This was from 54 to 55. But the problem is because so this is leading us here into the issue of trust. They trusted him. He came in a fake and told them that he obtained the word from Prime Minister Ismail al-Ashari and led them to surrender. But while he was just, trying to rescue himself, wanting to leave Sudan, wanted Sudan to get independent. So here in our current life today, when you compare that into the situation we're living into Sudan, you have oppositions and you have some people out. Such kind of things is still, ringing in the people's mind. As opposition, go in and, go and negotiate in. That's why I believe many people doesn't want to go in. They will just decide out because of the issue of trust. So once trust is broken, it's kind of hard, to rebuild it. It takes time, it takes action. So with us, if you did not break any trust with anybody, try to be careful. Because whenever something goes wrong with you, that trust cannot be rebuilt. And this is all what I can leave you with. And thank you very much for giving me a chance again. God bless you.
Bless you too. Thank you. If you all wanted to take over, the moderator, David Kush, Justin.
Yeah, I think that brought. Kush, maybe you can introduce a concluding afterthought for today's event, and then we can go around to everybody and close the room. Brother Kush, are you there?
I think what happened to us today, usually we wake up late on Saturdays like this. So I think Kush could be zooming or something. He might be sleeping. He might be dozing a bit. I'm not sure. Kush, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. It's been 7 hours, guys. I really don't want to lose the room.
Let's just give our, especially our Equatorial brothers who are here, at least 2 to 3 minutes, just like Aku did, to just close it up, and then we can just wrap it up and then go shut it down. Or what do you think? Because it would be fair for them to stay here that long without saying the last final word. 2 minutes would be better, if it's possible. If not, then
we're going to try to open another room, or this is it? Just wrap it up.
This is it, I think.
Let's wrap it up there. So, Kush, do you want to introduce anything? Just like a last 1 minute each remarks, or James or David. Any of you guys have suggestions, or Mr. Diplomat as well?
Yeah, I just really want if the people could be able to say, like, what does really the Torit Uprising, what does this really signify in terms of the unity of South Sudanese, and how, what the lesson learned from the Torit Uprising, the mutiny that we could carry out with us in building the new nation.
I like that. Yeah, if I can just modify it slightly. So basically, what does the Torit Uprising and the struggle mean to us and its relevance now? Or is that okay, or is that too deviant?
Yes, that's fine.
That's okay. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kushia. Go ahead.
Yeah, my battery's about to die, and I'm out here with the kids, so I might be.
Okay, we can start immediately. I think. Yeah. Let's hope it will last. It should last. So diplomat will come at the end. Rod, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Rod. Go ahead, Rod. 1 minute. 1 minute just to reflect on what does Torit Uprising mean and its relevance to now.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this room today, and I say that up to this time. I'm very drowsy right now because I get left with 5 hours to go back to work. So, Brother Neil, thank you very much. Remembering the past is better than dropping it into the garbage. The Torit defection, to me, is something else because it showed me how a man can say no to wrong treatment. So they really show us the road to go ahead with it, you know. So, and then we go ahead with it. But history always, it depends on who wrote it down. And sometimes false claims will come in and try to divert people from what is right. You can see that from what is going on with the SPLA right now, because even the history of our struggle in SPLA is not correct, and they did not even put it in the right order. So we have brave men who die on the road and did their best. So somebody is on his last minute and he keeps shooting at the enemy until he run out of breath. Those people are not mentioned today in SPLA, and there is great men who did great. So Torit war is the starting point for us when we say no to the enemy. And either you hand us the death or you give us our freedom. Finally, we got it. We thank them, and they are our great heroes. They are our founders. I know I was even one of the people who are objecting the Independent Day. I say, if SPLM has a chance to choose a day, why they did not choose August the 18th? So to honor the people as an Independent Day for us. If we have a chance to choose, why? And that question up to now, I never get the answer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
That was a great suggestion. It would have been really ideal. It would have been nice. It's not too late to kind of signify and place within our evolution to a strong nation that the need to literally celebrate people's contribution and enshrine them in our history and our memories of our struggle. Thank you very much. Brother James, 1 minute.
Actually, earlier James said that was going to be his last word, if not. Okay, but I'm not sure.
No. We can go around. We can come back to him later. Can we go to we start with? Do we go sequentially or no? Let's go for Fortunato. Yeah. Fortunato. Sorry, brother. You go.
Okay. No problem. Yeah, just like your name is very hard. Yeah.
I apologize. We'll get to know our names. Yes, apologies.
Actually, you are doing you are doing a very wonderful job. Actually, you got to do a heavy duty. Like you got to correct some other people who try to move out of the topic, or they try to just talk out of their mind. Because when we talk the history, it has to be based on written or something, or at least close to that. Thank you very much for that. And diplomat, you're doing a great job. You guys are Kush, you're doing a great job too. David, everybody here, you guys are you're making a history. This is our history of our generation of information age. Is a different than what was happening 67 years ago. 67 years ago. The countries that were dependent from that time still have the problem. In Equatorial Uprising, it was before the dependence of Sudan and many African countries. And what does it mean to Equatorians? That is, the question for Equatorians was about the federal system. If we want to unite, because the issue that splitting the Sudan and South Sudan was about federalism. If we don't fix this federalism, then we are going to have the same thing, repeating history, the way it was happening. We are all South Sudanese and African, but we are not one people. As people, some of you suggested, will never be one people. We were one people. If we were one people, we were one people with the people from North Sudan, the Arabic-speaking people. I always call that not Arabs. They are Arabic-speaking people. Just like you speaking Arabic, you are part of that African culture. But Islam, it's not different from Christianity and this and that. Just that people believe in a different way of understanding things and looking you down. But that's what happened right now in Equatorial now. It's about the land. Why were we fighting? Ask your people, your community. Why were we fighting the British? It's about the land. And right now, why are these citizens of Upper Nile and Pragasal go and bring destruction to Equatorians? They try to grab the Equatorians' land by force, by using the gun to chase people out. We are not fighting Arab no more. You are chasing the people in their central lands. People try to bury their own people in their own central lands. These people, who are these people? The Dengas are occupying the people land of Equatorians. That's what is going to bring another war. We have the country. It's like you.
Thank you, Brother Fortunito. You're very right, and those mistakes have to be corrected. But I just want to, I think I've heard this several times here. It seems there's a misconception that Equatoria was asking for federation back in the day. Leaders of the South from the 40s, 50s, 60s were always asking for federation for the South, but not for separate regions or sub-regions for that matter. So it was just for all of the South. The federation people, wanted, started as early as 53 with the Liberal Party. Then they set up the Federal Party, which Boni Mandiri set it up. Continuously, Junubin were asking for federation of the South. So it's just a little correction. Now that we've arrived at an independent state, obviously, I want the country to be built and for everybody to be given a chance. We all build those institutions. If we agree to federate, let us federate. But we must kind of understand at the moment that the politics of the day are divisive, and there's a lot of baggages from our struggle, and we must correct those. Yeah, but never to say that nobody should be allowed to decide their fate. But I think we need to give unity a chance, and we need to work on the ills of our society now, and to use the prisms that channel our people all through, where they're all committed to the cause and their country, and correct the mistakes of today or years gone by, and avert all these crises and human suffering that you've spoken of. Thank you. So I think we.
Just call the next person. I think Simon is next. Right.
Yeah, Simon, go ahead.
Simon and
let me just say thank you all guys for the opportunity and everybody that have contributed. Let's keep the history real. And one day, I believe the history of South Sudan will be written in the right form so that everybody understood. Because there's a lot of writers, people write the history based on their interests.
but we want to write the history based on the interest of the people of South Sudan. And the history that we write have to be accurate, not just because I favor somebody or this. No, it has to be something that actually took place. So whatever happened, we need really to look into it. And we need to write, to read a lot of different articles, books, and then we will be able to understand the true meaning of what happened to our country. Like I said earlier, when we look critically, this is not about 1955 even. It's way back than that. So if we can continue to read more books or more articles, we will be able to really find out how did South Sudan even come to existence. So let us make sure the history not treatise, but the history have to be put in the right way. And one day we will all understand ourselves and everything will be fine. I myself, I believe this South Sudan is not going to continue just to be in chaos forever. No, this chaos is going to end. And one day we are all going to shake hands. We are all going to eat together and celebrate together. This will not be just something that we celebrate in diaspora or talk about it on clubhouses or Facebook, whatever. But we'll actually talk about it in our country. And like I say, if we start building those monuments and all that, we will actually go to those sites and talk about it and point the pictures and the history of those heroes. People will see it. People read about it. So let's continue to work together, and I believe our country one day it will be in peace. Thank you guys, and God bless you. And let's continue to work for the peace in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Simon. God bless you as well. I think we go to our sister, Princess, Warrior Princess. If you can just activate your mic, say your last word before we go to Joke, and then because we are almost closing the room. Thank you.
And let me just say greeting to Brother Kuch. I know his name is actually David Gra. He was our member here. We used to live together here, but he disappeared. I know he went back to California. So greeting to you, Brother David Gra. Thank you.
Same greeting, Brother Simon Abui. Yeah, it was good to have you over. Really.
And so, Simon, you don't recognize me. I am Susanna's younger sister. How come you recognize David and you don't recognize me? We're from the same church in Arizona.
You guys are finished now, huh?
It's an Equatorial connection. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
These are my people. David Gra used to live here, and he just disappeared. That's why I was saying. So thank you to see you again, Brother David Gra and Diplomat.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Thank you. Yeah, Sister Warrior, go ahead.
Yeah. My last word would be, I think someone asked a question earlier about us as people. What were we doing and what type of rules and regulations were we using for guidance? I really want us to really advise ourselves as people and people from that continent and specifically from that region, not to underestimate ourselves and the knowledge that is still within us that we have not even tapped yet into, because of the blockage throughout history and slavery. So, and if we see back then, we were not just sitting under trees, or we were just not cave dwellers, twiddling our hands and doing nothing, So our country, and especially our place, was the best place ever in the world. We were basically the Adam and Eve of the world. We had everything at our reach, and we were not those people in the ice cave who were the one really suffering and running and savaging for everything, for their own survival. So we had enough for everyone, and that was really true equality. So if we can really think about that, we should not think that whatever it is on that land is never going to be enough for everyone. So there's enough for everyone, and we just need to share it. And for what is happening now with us is we're just all fighting to be valued. I would say the takeaway from this is just to look back and reflection and what had happened then and before then. It was just, we just wanted to be humans. We want to be valued, and we want our dignity and recognitions, really acknowledgement and existing as a Pan-Africanism. And those of you in the room who are really Pan-Africanism, and I know Nir, you're diehard for Pan-Africanism, and they really die for that brotherhood, the brotherly love that was in that land. And sorry, my background. So it was a brotherly sacrifice, and if we take that to heart, we will not be doing what the things that are happening in the country at this moment. And we just need to go backwards and reflect a little bit, because we're really psychologically killing ourselves based on something that we work so hard to get out of. It's not physical anymore. It's now mental war that we have to continuously fight. It's not over. They say it's not over until a pig flies. So until a pig fly, the struggle continues. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you so much. I was actually trying to give Justin or somebody else a chance to respond.
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank my sister, Warrior Queen, Warrior Princess. I want to promote you to be a Warrior Queen. It has a better rhyme. It suits you. So please, let's keep up that spirit. We need each other. Each and every one of us matters. Each and every one of us has something to offer to all our people, irrespective of where they come from. I'm sure we all have recollections of the good days and our struggle and how we voted together. And if we can celebrate these heroes of ours and heroines, and we've been deprived of education. Education was one of the grievances of South Sudanese, that they felt there was a huge disparity between the North and themselves. And here was about the British leaving to abandon us to the North. And obviously the North had a field day. They exploited our resources. They really pinned us down for years, and hence why those of Father Sitzbino really gave up their lives and did what they had to do. Now, that whole struggle, it was for us. It was for all of us. Now, the onus is on us to correct all the things that are happening today, or all the crisis that has happened as a result of the prolonged war. You all know African history, and I thank you for supporting our Pan-Africanist tendencies, because clearly all around us in Africa there are lots of terrible mistakes, and we're just replicating all that we saw in the Sudan, the carnage we saw all over Africa, and we don't really need that. We need a system that acknowledges and celebrates our diversity, that promotes equality, fairness, and a true sense of an African state, that we know in all our cultures there is that room. A stranger can never come and never be welcome. We always are very hospitable, known to be very kind people and very loving people, as you expressed loved earlier. But I beg to argue that love can be blind. It is blind in most cases, because it's love conquers all. But thank you very much. Over to you, Princess. Over to you, Diplomat. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you one more time, Sister Warrior. Actually, I do not have more to say. I just wanted to say keep fighting, keep being a warrior, Princess, as you are. You have touched us earlier to the point that you made some of us emotional. So I do not want to add more to this, but just say thank you so much for being here today. And happy 67th anniversary to you one more time. To you, Jock. Jock, activate your microphone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm confident my voice is coming through this time around. And I would say, am I okay to continue?
Yes, it's actually clear.
Yes. So I'm rushing through to use the connection that's available now. And I would say at this very moment, a happy 67th anniversary of the Torit Uprising. It's a great day for us as people of South Sudan, and in which we honor. Actually, it's not
the day as today, it's 2 days ago, yeah, August 18th. It's a great day, an important day for us, and because of that day, because of what the heroine and heroes of our struggle have initiated, we have this beloved land that's called South Sudan that is still struggling to respect and deliver justice for its people. It's upon us who are here now to do that work, as we do know it is a process. And if it's a process, then the work is still cut for all of us to continue what was begun back then and carrying it forward. We are very inspired, many of us, and I would remind all of us who are in this room of the danger that our sister, Comemorating spoke about, the danger of single story. It is dangerous. And as we speak, many of us in this very gathering are hurting because of some of the effect of single story that's being preached around. Why is that? Because we know where we come from. Me personally and Sister Warrior Princess touched on that. We come from an oral history. And our people have resisted. And I give credit to our people. And we've been talking for the past few days, about the contributions of our people. Our people, independently from each other, fought and gave what they could in that spirit of brotherhood, that we are Black people, African people, our people being pressured from better centers towards places and continue to do what? To resist and never gave up. We've survived given the circumstances that we know we were pushed into. So I remind all of us that we continue this work and know why our people are behaving the way they are behaving. All of us, the South Sudanese, I would say this, none of us is an angel. Let's accept the responsibility. If we see something that is wrong, and instead of us reacting, let's build. Let's not lose our humanity. And this is the place that I'm always standing, because I see us losing that sense of humanity. Why? Because we are choosing to react. And because we are reacting, we are not listening to each other. And as long as we continue to not listen to each other, the reaction is what? Is intensifying. And that what led to the event that our brother James spoke about, as someone who visited the Holocaust Museum. Our Holocaust as an African people, as people of South Sudan, as African people from within Sudan, is a Holocaust that nobody talks about. And we shouldn't expect anybody to talk about. Other Holocausts are memorialized now. And we, as people of South Sudan, take a stand and support that what was done against the Jews was wrong. What do we say about what is being done, what was done to us and what we do unto ourselves? We are still continuing on that path. The Holocaust continued with us. Sadly, at this point, because of what I would refer back to, the point that Warrior Princess pointed out, because of that mental slavery, we're doing the work ourselves as we speak. I apologize to everyone. I came in late. I've wanted to contribute more, but I'll stop here for the sake of time and for us to save this room. Thank you, everyone, and continue this work that you're doing. And like I said, I extend my gratitude to all of our brothers and sisters in our diversity, Zoom TV, South Sudan Political Club, South Sudan Discourse, all the, Voice of the People forums and all of this, these fragments are what will construct a country of our aspiration that our foremothers have sacrificed their life for. Thank you, everyone, and our struggle continues. I'll stop you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Joe.
Before I forget, we just have, I just been reminded by our fellow Karakol
that we do in the state of Arizona, we have 3 individuals. That's one of the people who are actually during their elders, and their names are Uncle Hillary Lago, Joseph Gagdit, and late Mawin Deng Mawin. They're 3 of them who are all part of this history. And Uncle Mawin actually just passed away, but 3 of them were very instrumental, and they were actually people managed to bring in supplies and weapons and during. So they're very critical. Thanks, Uncle Apple, for reminding us about some of the unsung heroes that are just slide by without getting the recognition that they deserve. But there is so many of them. This is just in one state instead of Arizona. So I appreciate that call for reminding me.
I did not even know the other guy passed away. It's sad. May his soul rest in peace. I've been away from Arizona for so long and I haven't been communicating with many of them. Yes, indeed, Uncle Harold Lago was one of the people who is an amazing old elderly so far in Arizona. As you all know, who've been there, his contribution, his amazing support to all South Sudanese community, regardless of what tribe, he just always there, in good and bad, he's supportive. So indeed, I wish I could just get him to come here, but I didn't know where to find him as well. It would have been really great. So thank you, David, for push for bringing that up and to our call as well. I have nothing to say more, but I would just say, with the deepest gratitude, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Uncle Justin, thanks for bringing this topic up. This topic has been there for a whole month, been scheduled for long, and I was expecting even more today, probably because it was started earlier, too early, like in the morning, for everybody would not be able to, wasn't able to attend and make it here. So I do apologize for those who did not make it and those who contributed. Thank you so very much. It's us and for us. Like I said earlier, South Sudan cannot be without Equatoria. Equatoria cannot be without South Sudan. Actually, South Sudan is Equatoria. And for that, let's keep fighting for our vulnerable people who are struggling, people who are suffering there that are voiceless. And to my brothers, separatists, I think, as I have been labeled last year, as I'm one of you, I'm always marching with you wherever you are. I do not support the separation of Equatoria, but I am marching with you. I'm crying with you. Whatever pain that you are facing, I'm there with you 24/7. No, that is not only you alone. It's us all in this together. It's our pain. It's our suffering as well. So thank you all so much, our audience as well down there. I appreciate you all. And now I do not want to say more because we are really out of time. Thanks, Mr. James, and all our great speaker, Paul, Aku, and Simon Abui, Sister Warrior, Joke, and the other speaker who spoke here earlier. I appreciate you all, and Brother Seth as well for his contribution. Thank you so much, and back to you, moderators.
We want to be very quick now. I wanted to ask Kush and David, but James, you just open your mic. Do you want to go quickly?
Yeah, I don't have anything much to add other than to thank everybody who attended this room today. However, to answer the question that you posed earlier, lessons learned from the Torit Uprising, and are they relevant today? To me, Torit Uprising shows us that South Sudanese are brilliant, strong, and resilient. As someone alluded earlier, that Torit Uprising permeated and spread to the other parts of South Sudan. I'm saying this to say that I don't want to see another Torit Uprising in South Sudan where the country will disintegrate to small and fragmented countries. Just to echo what you just said, Sister Warrior, Martin Luther King, in his famous, I want to quote his famous saying that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And I'm speaking to the hurt and misery that most of our citizens go through in Equatoria and one could say all parts of South Sudan. Because if we disintegrate, it will not benefit anyone. Rather, it will be to the detriment of all of us. So let us all work for genuine unity where all South Sudanese can live in peace and harmony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. I appreciate the contribution. Back to you, Justin and Kush and David.
I think that David and Kush come in quickly, and then I can say my last words before we close.
Okay, thank you, Justin, and thank you, moderators, Diplomat, and Kush. It has been a great room. I commend you all, the moderators, and I commend our speakers. Tonight it's 5:11 a.m. At my side of the world. What I can say is that let us use this history, our history, for change. Let us use to make the necessary change for better. Change the subject name. Instead of it used to be called his history or his story, it is our story, our story. So it is not this Torit Uprising is a one piece of a puzzle, maybe the first piece or a second or third of the puzzle, and everyone can bring a piece of it to put it together. That is what we are doing here. It's not a story of one day. It's not a story of one city. It's not a story of one man or one hero. It's a story of a number of heroes. It's a story of cities, one city plus. I think Torit Uprising had a disadvantage. The heroes of Torit Uprising operated in a very short time. They didn't have enough time to be known. Also, they have been overlapped into Anyanya, and they have been swallowed by the story of Anyanya, and also they had a gap because the war of Torit and the war of Anyanya finished with the autonomy government. The autonomy government was under difficult circumstances because it was not a full independence. So even the leaders of Anyanya and Torit, they were not able to commemorate these historic events during their time of rule of South Sudan, and also the absence of women in the story, I think, is to do with the historical period in which they operated. That time, the military was a businessman business, the military and politics. So even the parties that were formed by Southerners in Sudan, they didn't have any women in them, and the military and so on. So that's why the absence. The first time I heard about women was in the Anyanya. One woman I know was a Gerguma Kol. And then in the politics was one woman I know of was Yara Rol Kachwal, and that's it. So it's all to do with the but they were behind the scenes. They are the ones who were cooking for these rebels. They are the ones who were looking after the families. So their contribution is really appreciated. What to do now is to use this history to summon our unity. It is our story. It is our suffering together. We can use it instead of using it to divide us. We can use it to bring us, to summon us together, summon our unity and cohesion. I appreciate everyone who was here from all the regions of South Sudan, and I will yield back the mic to you, Brother Nyir. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief of this room. Thank you very much. You've done a very good, great job. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother David. It's all of us. It's a collective effort. It's not mine. It's all of us. And we celebrate also everybody in this room. But I'll come to that later. Kush, is your turn.
Yes, thank you, brother moderators, the panelists, very outstanding panelists, and very attentive listeners. And from the chat room, you could see people are really engaged, and this topic have really struck a chord from among all of us South Sudanese, because really this is to many this is the beginning of our destiny that have started it. But to myself, this is just a course from the many great ancestors who have passed way along us, and we were just continuing the struggle to just keep going and fight for our rights, for our freedoms, for our liberty, for our justice, for developments, for a nation that will live dignified in their own land, the land that has been termed as the land of Cush, mentioned in the Bibles, and we are just the descendants of the Cushites that we really need to tie in all the history along the road, from the Torit Uprising to to the Juba Conference, to Anyanya 1 and 2, and SPLA, and the struggle continue, until our people live really, upright and dignified. So with us really, Torit mutiny, it started it, all this, it's rekindled the whole spirit of the Southern Sudanese, thinking that, we could do anything. And actually, independence would have already happened that time, because that time was already the whole, equatorial region was very much, clear from the Arabs. But because of just the naivety of the commander, Mr. Ronaldo, who trusted the British, and the British really stabbed us back in the back, the whole independence of South Sudan would have already been happened, since that time. But for us, it's just for us to keep learning lessons and implementing it, because those who are not learn from history are bound to repeat those mistakes again. So it's for us really to keep going forward and really rekindle this spirit of love that our sister warrior have really mentioned and really struck all of us. And this is this warrior mentality, but at the same time warrior, but it's a soft and tough at the same time, just as our ancestors, who are called Kandas or Kandakats in the kingdom of Kush. They're really women who are really dignified, and they have a say in everything in societies, and they actually rule us. So we really need to keep continuing this spirit and get together as Southern Sudanese and as a Kushite to really live and chart our own destiny. Because the course of our destiny is not finished. The books in our history are not finished written. The ink is not dry yet. So let's keep writing this history and we're making sure that we're moving all along together, as one people, as one nation. So I appreciate you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, my brother Kush, and thank you, brother David, brother James, Broad, diplomat, Reverend Paul, brother Aku, warrior, our sister Jok, and Ahmed, also Robert, and all the participants who have contributed today. Obviously, this is a watershed moment in our lives, and a very clear foundation that was laid by our freedom fighters and pioneering leaders that we cannot forget. We must remember them regularly. We must celebrate them. Theirs was a voluntary service. Theirs was conscious effort to try and secure the future for future generations. And we are the beneficiaries of that. If they could, as early and as not exposed to each other as we are, if they could, as disadvantaged as they were, South Sudan, when we, Sudanization, there was very few educated Southerners even before Sudanization. We saw literally a pocket full of handful of people who were the educated ones. The bulk of our people in 1947 at the Juba Conference were chiefs. Clearly, we've come a long way, but if they could realize and dream big and dream about us and dream about their land and the need for their land to be at peace, they dream for us. If they could sacrifice as they've done, they could tolerate each other. They've just come together from their villages. They didn't know each other. They were not as exposed as we are. Could gel, build relations, and literally work together. That in itself is a tribute to all of them. And I often argue that our citizens then, our leaders, were very upright citizens. And there's no reason why we cannot emulate them. Yes, modernity might have chipped away at one or two things, but we've also been exposed and have learned how other societies are built, how tolerance is created, how we appreciate each and everybody and what they have in terms of abilities and potentials, and we create the opportunities even for people who are disabled and what have you. We've seen it all on the globe. We are, as someone once said, East Africa's youngest child, for that matter. There's no reason why we cannot avoid all the problems. All that is happening in South Sudan today is a microcosm of all that's gone around us. And we can do it differently because we can learn each and every mistake and each and every problem and each and every experience of a country to avoid those pitfalls. Brother James mentioned, and he quoted somebody that I really like, our friend, I'm forgetting his name, the fire next door. James Baldwin, yeah, fire next door. James Baldwin was a freedom fighter, and if we're to learn as we have learned the struggles of African Americans, the struggles of Black people who have taken across the Atlantic, and how even today we've come to join their lands and found them intact. They are willing to hold their ground, to literally be Africans, to receive us here, and to even take pride and champion African causes. All that we see to be African independence today was done by the Dubois of this world, the Padmore of this world, the Marcus Garvey of this world, and James Baldwin of this world. And so it would be an utter shame for us if we don't unite as South Sudanese, if we don't unite as East Africans, if we don't unite as Africans and play our role, a more significant role than has ever been played. And the onus is on modern African educated people. South Sudan, as few as we are, we have created imprint on the planet already, and we can continue to create more. Our struggle, if it was not us, we would have not survived and succeeded in. And we owe it to all our forefathers to literally relive and recreate them and the greatness that was to them, to recreate all of that, to unite our people and to build one of the greatest countries in Africa, if not the world. Thank you very much. Kush, Diplomat, you can close it. Go ahead.